What's up, everyone, and welcome to the LCS and the LCS waiting room. Today, we are joined by first-time caller Freak. That's actually maybe a little bit of a lie.
Yeah,
you made a brief appearance
I spent
before.
too long back there, like, being annoying and trolling Emily,
Right.
and I want to say I apologize for, I thought it was funny. I wore out my welcome. Now I'm here to make
the
amends.
classic Freak. I
Yeah.
thought it was funny, but I wore out my welcome.
Yeah, exactly.
I
I'm at
enjoyed
least
it.
on brand.
We enjoyed it. We're glad to have you here for the entire waiting room this time around. You're all jumping in the midst of a very heated debate between which of the two tweets thrown out by Mark Z and Raz are better.
Which will eventually
kick off
mine.
today. Freak's in there. He's in the running, I guess. So feel
No,
free
he's
to go
not.
online and engage with those.
quote tweeted and said
In the meantime, though, we're going to start off with a big, hard-hitting question straight from the community. And it is, what is more meta for the casters and analysts? Is it putting on your socks before your pants or your pants before your socks? Samus Juju brings us that one.
I assume this means like when we're getting into show clothes.
Yeah.
Not like in the morning.
I mean,
So,
do with the question as you will.
yeah, so when I get dressed in the morning, it's almost, I think it's pants first almost always. It depends though, like
Yeah,
once in a
'cause-
while, the pants I'm gonna wear aren't in the room.
Because
I'm
actually,
dressed
hold
in.
on, I'm going to jump back in here, Mark. The fact that you had to make that distinction, does that mean you have different approaches? At home, you're like pants first, socks later, and here your socks
Here's
first,
where my
pants
mind was at, because I'm with you. I always do pants first, then socks,
Yeah.
and I think it's like for coordinating that can make some sense. But show pants, especially like suit pants, not quite as flexible, and I'm often like doing it on the ground.
So-
and it's like I might rip something. So I actually think I should start
Yeah.
doing socks before pants.
I got thoughts, but I want Raz in here.
I have a confession.
Okay. Oh, boy.
My socks are like 30 seconds before I leave the door. And I just, if I find, like this one's black,
Uh-huh.
this one's like random
yeah,
patterns.
wait, what the hell?
Random
Yeah, he's
patterns.
got
Still
patterns
black,
on that.
just have
At
stuff
least
on
it's
it.
black, because
That's
most of the
ridiculous.
time
That's
it's like
true.
one's orange,
Tube
the
sock.
other one's
Yeah,
purple.
that just looks
I
like
just don't
that's
care.
a choice, and it's acceptable,
Thank
I
you.
guess, in this
Thank you.
situation.
It is a style of laziness.
So I actually have to agree with Mark. When I'm at home and dressing like casually, jeans, sweats, whatever, going out, I will go pants first, socks after. However, I think it is hugely important when you are wearing a suit to go dress socks first because of how much higher they run and the fact that when you slip pants on over it, you're still good. But if you put
James,
socks...
I got a life hack for you. You see, you can roll up the pant leg.
Yeah.
Is that a
Fix
taco
your
No,
sock?
your sock doesn't go high enough. Watch.
It says tacos on it.
No.
We can't see that.
If
It's
I
okay.
do that, and then try and pull down. Maybe your calves aren't as large
I
as
feel like
mine.
this is an excuse
Maybe
to
it's an
show off
issue
your
of calves.
calves. Dash
But
is
see how this is scrunching? It cannot be done, and it ruins. And then you have this little bump right
Dash
there.
is like,
so it's
hey, guys,
always
let me
it's
show you
socks
something really
first.
cool.
Maybe
I
don't
used to
wear
run
such
track.
skinny
Did anyone
jeans.
know that my name Dash comes from my calves?
Look at
All
the
right, we've
muscle.
spent longer than we should have on that comment,
Yes.
but thank you so much for it. Big news for North America and solo queue, with Champions Queue being released just recently. Had our
Let's
first
go.
week in here. Blazolve tweeted out, I don't want to overreact, but NA is guaranteed winning Worlds because of Champions Queue. I'm going to take that as gospel. But generally, I just wanted to get thoughts on the release of this queue, and obviously it's in development and will continue to evolve.
2 thumbs up. I think it's great. I can't wait for Showmaker and Chovy to come over to NA to practice in Champions Queue. It's a better environment than Korean solo queue, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, it's gonna be great. We're getting the off-season boot camps in LA, and they'll just stay. You know, like Chovy's gonna come over
the
for
global
Worlds.
super server.
He'll stay for Champions Queue, and then just stay on TSM. You know, like we'll just get it, and then we'll win Worlds the next year as well.
I feel like you can't have overreact content with Freak here, because he's just going to outpace you. Like, you can't do it.
Keep up, Raz.
All right, let me give you the underreact content.
Okay.
I just
please.
think it's cool to see. It's something that for North America, taking it serious, that it was a problem people complain about forever. The ping situation, the quality of solo queue times,
Yeah.
for example. There's been a litany of issues that people have given for why solo queue in NA has been problematic. This is a great effort by Riot to not only try and solve that, but then incentivize people to really take it seriously.
Yeah, and so like, as you can see in the leaderboard here so far, like Kumo tied up with Jojo Pyun. You already see like a lot of high-ranking players, or at least LCS players here. Blaze Olive, who was already in the tweet. Licorice, who's there, so the Golden Guardians boys are pretty high up. Fly, like Johnson. What I just love the fact is that there's so much content out there. There are so many people streaming it. There are a lot of LCS players that I didn't actually see play in general. What's it called? The initial push, right?
Yeah.
The initial push before Champions Queue came in, right? Of in-houses. And now you're just seeing all of them. You're seeing Impact, you're seeing Core JJ, you're seeing all of the best players, Santorin, who's being able to play in some of these. which is just great for amateur players, LLA players who are now in this server. It's just a lot of great practice. You get to hear the comms, see what they're doing, and learn from it.
For me, it's a perfect marrying of a lot of things that we've just discussed, right? The core issue to begin with, the complaints that had happened, and that this was a reaction to that.
Yeah.
But to be able to take Core JJ's in-houses kind of as a model of like, all right, that's actually a system that appears like it's working. How do we actually invest into it, give it the resources it needs to make it worthwhile? And then, yeah, everything from seeing current pros on this list, but also what I'm excited for is those people who make their name through this.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. The prize pool being a big part of why people should hopefully go hard. But like, if you're climbing in solo queue, you can potentially get onto this and really stand out. There's scouting benefits for pro teams because you get to watch this communication from solo queue people who you would not have seen before, as well as the fact that like, I think this will just get better with time. It's not perfect yet. I don't think anyone's pretending it is.
Yeah.
Like people have talked about the LP. They've talked about maybe people being a little too low rated who are still getting in. But
Sure.
Riot is actively working on this still, and will continue to have improvements.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, please.
No, yeah, I was about to say that there are some like names, as you had mentioned, like RJS, Surdy, like players, Cowrie, who are in Academy or playing through. There's one Supernova player who was there. Like, it's just great to be able to get your name out there with this type of content. Of course, this is the first few days, but seeing if they get those points at the end of their split, right, and if they actually get the money and recognition for it.
I'm going to place a bet that we're going to see 2 more LLA imports next year. Because people are going to get,
snap.
like, oh, okay, I understand who the good players are. I want to play with this guy. He's like, we're going to see 2.
All right, there it is.
go.
There's
Mark
Flip
Freak's
it,
words.
save
Mark
it.
Freak's words.
Yeah.
All right, now let's transition back towards the LCS and this week. We moved to patch 12.3. Up here, you can see a brief overview of a number of the changes that were made to champions, lanes, all that kind of stuff. Largely, just wanted to turn to you three and see what, if anything, you felt like was the most impactful. Freak, I'm going to start with Freak here.
Yes,
Freak is my
I love
patch guy,
patch.
specifically, exactly.
Yeah, I am a Corky LeBlanc TF. The top 3 in mid lane are dead, so Victor 100% pick ban. Thank you very much. Zeri is down, but still very good. Caitlyn probably going to be gone. The big thing for me is fighter item updates. So some of the jungle fighters can still go Sterix Gauge. For most of them, though, you should be going Death Stance and Ma second and third. Kind of pick and choose among them. GA can fit there somewhere, but Sterix Gauge for most fighters should not be your second item. Hop off that one and go Death Stance or Hex Drinker or whatever to kind of tailor your defenses. Those are the better items.
I know you got some thoughts on Ma.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like the fact that Ma's been feeling like so useless for so long, and then now the fact that it scales off of bonus AD is such a big buff because Hex Drinker has always been good. But it's always been an issue of like, okay, well,
Where do I go with it?
Yeah, where do I go with it? Like, it feels useless. Wits End has been better for so long. And now that the actual upgrade to Hex Drinker is so useful, you're starting to see a lot more of them. Like, I'm seeing Jace in the LEC, like, pick it up. I think Alfari went it earlier on. You're seeing the same thing with ADs, if they're just double AP compositions like you're already expecting. So it's just nice to see this item that's been in the game for so long really have that breath of fresh air.
Do we have a Ari one? Can we hot swap to Ari? Do we have that?
We
It's a
do
big-
have, well, we have an
it's
Ari
big.
graphic, but it is Power of Evil, I believe. As
Oh.
he
There
tweeted
it
out,
is.
hey, I'm sorry to
Okay.
all Ari mains if she gets nerfed. This is why, we know why, 15-1. Crazy performance by him. Mark, I'll let you kind of give the overview of what happened with Ari, but I think there are questions about whether or not it's enough to have her make it in.
She's in there. She's
She is?
all
Okay.
over Academy right now. I was casting that this week. She got reworked, air quotes. It was a lot of like the same identity, but exactly how things work is slightly different. So the big one, I think, is some of the resets that come in with her abilities now. Her ultimate, if she gets a takedown within 3 seconds of dealing damage to a champion, they die. She will get another charge of her ult, and the duration gets increased another 10 seconds for when she wants to use that. So she has this really extended period of mobility. Her essence left, her passive is more about last hitting now than just hitting minions. So you do have to have a little bit better CS, but you can kind of pick that up through laning phase. She's less tied to hitting her charm now because that used to be a damage amplifier. Now there's just more stats thrown into the rest of her damage. And importantly, her W only costs 25 mana, and they increased the logic on it. So a lot of people actually start W max, or not W max,
W
they
at
start
1.
W at 1, and you just spam that, and it now has the move speed on it. So you can run around a lot faster. It's like the same champ in a lot of ways,
Right.
but also with a ton of little tweaks.
That's the big one. The fact that this champion, the reset that's involved in team fights is going to be important. But then now the fact that you can have that added sustain in, like not only the HP sustain in lanes by just farming properly, you can do it just through autos, but then of course like the mana sustain. The fact that you just don't have, like you have a much lower cast on W in terms of your mana cost. Of course, Q, once you rank it up, is a higher mana consumption, but it's now just much easier for Aries in lane.
I mean, so I'm definitely curious because, as you mentioned, we've seen it in Academy. I haven't caught all of the LEC games today, but yesterday she didn't make an appearance, and so I'm wondering what.
Well, is that a surprise? Europe's always so slow at adapting.
So behind the meta. Yeah, I'm just curious, right? Again, what it'll take for it to jump from Academy up to Pro. Maybe we'll see it today. From here, I'm going to jump to a question perhaps posed by Jat on the Josh Leesman experience.
Wow.
Was this the most interesting week 1 we ever had? Last week, opening week of the 2022 LCS Spring season. Does anyone have any immediate thoughts, a gut on whether or not it was?
Yes. I'll go. I'll join. I assume he said yes. I don't know. I don't watch his stuff. Did he say yes? Did anyone know?
Did anyone watch his
say
stuff?
Yes, producer,
he said
say.
yes.
No, I think it's understandable given the fact that a lot of new players joined the scene. There's a lot of young players you're excited to see. The meta's been really interesting. FlyQuest and C9. There's the top dogs that you're just interested in seeing because they're good, like EG, TL, and 100 Thieves. Dignitas is being a little bit of a surprise. Like, there's so many storylines around every single team that most of the games are going to be entertaining, whether it's meta, new players, or just quality of game.
Exactly. I think everyone's eyes will always focus on like the Cloud9 experiment, right? Having LS and the drafts that come with it, and the point that he's making with Enchantress through mid lane. That is one thing that's always going to be fun. But also just there are so many like imports with risks attached to them. Like Tukui with FlyQuest, right? And the fact that they had their own thing playing Smite top laners. But then of course with TSM, there are so many TSM fans. But this is a weird split where you're like, okay, well, we don't know because they didn't just pick up all the best players or something like that and expect success out right up from the get-go. They're picking up like risks from like LDL players, from China. And so you naturally, as a TSM fan and if a fan of just League of Legends competitively, you want to see if they are successful with that gambit because it's the first time where you're like picking unproven players from China. So there's a lot of great storylines with each team, it feels like.
I'll toot Riot's own horn a little bit too. Production has been really good. I like a lot of the hype pieces.
Yeah, right. Yes.
There was universal praise, it felt like, on Twitter, on Reddit for the LCS, and I know that's not always the case, so like that felt I'm just saying, like, there's the elephant in the room a little bit. Like, it was a great week across the board, not just the in-game stuff, but the out-of-game stuff I thought was really good as well.
Yeah, I just like that TSM is doing their best to BCLG and going for the 10th place both leagues. We keep getting, it just keeps moving around.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
I was waiting for
I'm
the
waiting for the
no-chill freak to come out. I definitely, there's, to try and, I don't know, to maybe play devil's advocate, because I actually do think it's been wildly exciting, right? But I think the thing that I'd want to couch is, like, a lot of times, it's more about whether or not it stays static like this, right? Yes. Like, we will reflect differently on week 1, I think, if week 2 plays almost the exact same way, right? Obviously, we have a patch change. There's a lot of reasons why it should look different, but if it just kind of feels like, oh, FlyQuest is only ever gonna play Janna top, like, I'm eventually gonna get sick of that. Oh, this, like, I guess there's a world in which it starts to feel stale as opposed to what feels fresh and brand new right now. I don't know. I'm arguing against my own belief at the moment. So.
I see that. So I see that. However, I would still argue, even if that is true, well, we have a wildly different team in FlyQuest. We have a wildly different team in Cloud9. We have a wildly different team in 100 Thieves, right, who always plays bot lane. Like,
you at least still get some of everything.
Even if they are going to be like monolith teams, you've got like 5 different monoliths, right? Which is like way more interesting.
And then you get to see how those interact.
Right, which is great overall. Like the fact that we have so many competitive teams, like, okay, aside from Immortals and Contracts, like, all of the LCS is doing really, really well. It feels like I'm a fan of all the teams and players who are doing really well. I'm sorry, but like that's just true.
It's true.
Like that's exciting because like Dig EG is going to be a great match. Cloud9 TL is going to be an outstanding match, right? Like there's so many good games out there, even if you didn't expect these teams to all be like firing.
In reality, for me, what is exciting about this split is it does feel like a number of teams changed or altered their philosophies between what has maybe been long-standing for them and now, right? I mean, Cloud9, changing of the guard. Obviously, Reaper was gone last year, but it really feels like with the introduction of LS and the lane swaps, like, boom, we're going a totally new direction, new way. TSM, we've already spoken about it. And so for a lot of these teams, it's about putting their chips, all in on something and watching it pay off or not pay off.
Which is so cool.
And it makes middle-of-the-card matches far more exciting to watch than in the past. Because you're right, the fear is that when you get to week 2, week 3, there are going to be teams that are like, well, actually, this is just the right way to play the game.
Yeah.
And so, like, a good example is, like, IMT Academy. I saw Pretty starting to play Ivern mid. And you're like, okay, if everyone just becomes an Ivern mid player, I can see that as...
I'm going to start to hate that real fast.
We're going to have real... so we'll see what that turns into.
Yeah, I think as well as the placings of the teams, Dig being 2-0,
Yes.
FlyQuest being 2-0, like, you want to see that continue. So to that point where you're like, well, what if it stays the same? I'd be like, I'd be stunned, actually.
Right. All right, well, okay, perfect transition to this next one that comes to us from Stripes on Twitter. Says, with 2-0 weeks from teams like C9 and Dig, how competitive will the league as a whole be throughout the year? And is this the best LCS has ever been to watch? So we've, in some senses, touched on that with the most interesting piece. But when it comes to competitiveness, I think the point you were making, Mark, kind of stands where it's like, you wonder, is this 2-0 Dig an anomaly, right? And they'll fall to earth, and we might go back to that old, oh, TL, TSM, Cloud9 are very good, 100 Thieves are very good, and the other teams just kind of filter down to the bottom? Or will there continue to be surprises like this and a bunch of jostling within the standings? Freak?
I mean, I think Dignitas are in there, right? Like, Dignitas to me are still a top 5 team, right? Like, they were 5th for me coming into the split. They're still 5th place for me. Like, I think they're a great team. Cloud9 are doing better than I expected. I had them as 4th. Maybe they're 1st or 2nd at this point. And then I, had belief in CLG. That's waning a little bit. So like, to me, like, the whole, like, 6 through 10 conversation is wide open because, again, Immortal's looking a bit weak, Steel's looking a bit weak, TSM is 0-2 start, but on a tough schedule, like, all those squads can make that play. FlyQuest as well, right?
And I always feel like what makes this league exciting is if, like, the lower tier teams still have a player that has incredible talent that can, like, bring you a game. So, like, to the point about CLG's, like, the faith in that one waning, sure, I agree. But at least, like, I have faith that there will be a game that they pick up just because Luger and Poom have a strong bot lane win, and that they can play through that, like, discipline, or discipline enough to pick up a win. So that's where I kind of sneak that in.
My only one that's always hard when people talk about the most competitive split ever is I'm like, did you watch 2018 Spring where there were, like, I think it was 6 teams at 12-8 or whatever it was? Or,
what did you coin it?
12-6, yeah.
I don't remember. Did I coin it?
The soup.
Was that the year of the soup?
soup.
Was that the year of the soup?
Horrible.
The year of the soup.
The year.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
What
you
kind
thought
of-
you could leave that one.
Yeah,
huh?
what kind of soup was it?
Was not
Was that
good.
chowder?
Anyways, my
Chowdery
point
soup?
is,
Thicker? Is,
There's been some competitive splits before, all right, some really competitive ones, and let's not go there.
Okay, sounds good.
thick
Sounds good.
soup.
I like this one coming
Right.
from Thomas S. Baker, kind of as a thought experiment here. So off of purely what we've seen, I know it says heading into week 3. We're going to go off of week 1. So off of only games that you have seen out of players, not projections of how good they'll be. Build your all-pro team right now.
Oh, snap.
So if you had to field a team today off of purely what you've seen out of them in 2022, who are the people you're jumping
I
to?
already give you a bot lane.
Okay, you've got a bot lane already for
I got
me?
a bot lane already. It's going to be FBI and Vulcan. That's what I would
FBI
have
and
right
Vulcan.
now. Okay. I'll give it time.
Okay, FBI and Vulcan. Maybe who would you pair with FBI and Vulcan?
Oh, I
and
mean,
some
I would
other...
replace him with Huhi and Berserker.
Okay,
Okay.
assistant coach Raz has been benched.
Yeah.
Head coach Freak
Okay,
is
wait,
coming
wait.
in.
Fired is a free choice.
There we go.
Okay.
Summit, I think, is a pretty free choice.
Yeah.
Like, that's easy.
I got,
And then you get a mid lane.
I got a totally different one. I'm going Kumo, Fudge,
What?
Blabber. It's the support the
support
jug-
Blabber.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a little different
Okay,
vibe.
so the top side's all supported.
Kumo has 120 CS across 2 games, all right?
Hey.
That's what I like to see out of my top laner.
Triple digits, baby.
That's too many. That's too many.
Yeah, actually, starting to wonder, did he spend too much time top lane at that point? All right, that's a fun exercise. That's, of course, I think all we have for Waiting Room today. I do want to make sure we have plenty of time to dive into the topics themselves and the matchups at hand, given that it is one of the most exciting splits or starts that we've had in a split so far. We'll be back in just a moment to kick off the day.
It's 5v4, fake gun, just gets no, he gets one, he gets Zeri, he gets out for now. Dignitas Barons in 2022.
My impressions for the first week of LCS.
Right Stalker right back in his pin, it's gonna be claimed by Jose Yoto and FlyQuest.
It's been like really crazy actually.
Knock, 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 who's that? It's Flippo, Team Liquid. Hey.
And it's hard to like keep track of everything that each team is gonna do, especially C9. I feel like C9 are just surprising everyone.
Blabber fears no man, fears nothing at all when you got 2 different enchanters backing you up.
I think we'll pick very, very different champions almost probably every week.
Oh, we're ready to go for a smite fight. It will go over the way of Cloud9, but what about the rest of the fight thereafter?
And I think it's just going to keep going like that, and it's going to be really, really scary to prep against us. It's definitely not the end of what we will pick.
Massive heals end up coming out from Fudge. That is exactly what Soraka was picked for.
we went 2-0 after we lost at lock-in.
And 100 Thieves will be happy to forget about lock-in and be undefeated in the LCS Spring Split.
EG is looking pretty strong, and they have a strong jungler.
Inspired is still alive. Possibility of a smite fight is still there. Inspired goes in. He got Inspired. Steals the Elder Drake.
The matchup between the two bot lanes, I feel like, go either way. Getting FBI ahead is their #1 goal.
Jinx Marker comes down. Abadaga to scoop them away to make sure they can claim this one, and they will do so. Thanks for the soul. Thanks for the team fight.
I think me and Vulcan can pull out some really good stuff versus them, and maybe they have something for us as well.
The fight is over. A quadra kill for Danny. Welcome to the LCS, Zeri. Danny gets another pentakill.
Welcome back, everyone. Glad to see you again. I don't know why Mark does the things he does, but we've got some business to take
He's a
care of.
trendsetter.
He really is.
Not in
I
the
say this
positive
because
way.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Because I was about to ask. I was about to ask.
Mainly to troll
I was
him,
going to
but
say,
it's okay.
don't other people have to do something like to follow it for it to become a trend? But I guess you
There's
have
some
now made it a
trails that
trend.
you blaze
Yeah.
that immediately get abandoned, and no
Yeah.
one goes down that trail ever.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, last week's games gave us a fascinating four-way tie for first place. That's a bit of a stretch in the language there. We've got 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Dignitas, FlyQuest, all up there at 2-0. Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid keeping each other comfy at 1-1 in the middle of the standings. And then 4 teams rounded out at 0-2, still searching for their first wins.
And I will give a warning for the EG fans out there. Their strength of schedule for the first few weeks is hard.
Okay.
It gets easier down the road, but I don't want
So
to
there's
get
light
tricked.
at the end of the tunnel then for
True.
EG, and they should feel pretty good then about sitting at 1-1. Here's the schedule of games that we have in front of us today. We kick things off with Dignitas Quantum Pay up against Evil Geniuses.
Boom.
One of those teams that you're talking about right there. 100 Thieves versus Immortals Progressive, Team Liquid Cloud9. Golden Guardians versus CLG, and we close things out with TSM versus FlyQuest. For me, that final game of the day is actually super intriguing because, again, it sports the kind of surprising 2-0 team in FlyQuest and the way that they did it, of course, with the Janet top, against a team that, to a degree, we expected to have a slow start because they themselves expected to have a slow start, but have already given us, I think, signs of life and
Yeah.
reasons to
for
believe
sure.
that those wins are going to come, and this might be the perfect place for them to pick up the first one.
Yeah, and we also get to see, like, so one thing you said on waiting rooms I disagreed with.
Oh,
is
no.
You were like,
Wait, was it about
you were
the
like-
socks
you-
and the pants?
No, I
okay,
missed that
okay.
part. But,
Let me tell you.
That's where we're going.
but the part where you were like, if they're still doing it like weeks down the road, I'm not sure how I would like that. And I want to see if teams are going to stick to their strategy. And if they do, I actually think, again, it brings everyone's level up. Like, because you get to see how different strategies go up against each other.
Absolutely. All right, there you have it.
There you go.
Dignitas, first game of the day, though, so we're going to hop on over to them. It's the 2-0 start that I think to some was a surprise, especially, again, in the way that they did it. People like River absolutely popping off. But before we get to him, because he's a big piece of it,
Yep.
we've got to talk about Biofrost, the veteran, as he returns to the stage.
100%. It's been a big surprise, right? Biofrost comes in, has a strong laning phase here with Neo, is working quite well, and I think the Volt team, but I would look at the support and say Biofrost is working damn well with River in their early games.
And it's cool to see Biofrost kind of back into this position where he's putting his name up there with the best supports in the league, because when he joined, it was an explosive start back in 2016 summer, coming in, taking Yellowstar's spot. And this is against Immortals. This was the play where Biofrost officially arrived in the LCS. Immortals were nearly undefeated. They were incredible back then. And this play got them back in the game, and it was like, oh my God, this is Biofrost, and he's been a mainstay for the last 6 years. You know, this is a 10-year anniversary. We're looking back.
Yeah.
And he's actually done so much in the league. He's 9th all-time in career assists, and he's only 11 away from 2,000.
And he hasn't played for a couple years. You know, that's what makes the stat like that so surprising to me.
Well, and it's really cool that he has, to your point, been able to do this after so many doubted him. I think, like, the other player that people majorly doubted was Blue. And then you had a ton of people panning the Biofrost signing because of that. And I'm glad that Mark also brought up how well he's been working with River, because it's been a massive part of their early game.
Yeah, near the end of his work on TSM, it was a huge drop-off. And so it's just really good to see him back in top form. And so, like, how has that really impacted Dignitas? It's impacted the bottom lane structure. Him and Neo have been really working well. And so now I look at who you're going up against.
Yeah.
You're going up against a strong duo
Oh,
in
yeah.
Danny. And I think Danny has just been incredible. The creativity that he has in team fights that has been netting him pentakill after pentakill. And I don't give a damn that one of them was unofficial. In my books, in the official books of Raz, that's an official pentakill.
In Raz's memoir,
Yeah.
He'll make a footnote
Do you have a
somewhere.
stat page I can look at?
I'll get that set up.
But I think it's a great point, though, right? This Dignitas bot lane is going to be taken to task today by the EG bot lane.
Well, and I think the big thing is that Danny's laning, again, has improved so much with Vulcan. He's looked significantly better than he did last year in lane, and I think that's also something that's really important to call out in addition to his team fights.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think there are still, like, glimpses of, like, when they went up against TSM and they did lose it 2v2 early, right? So that's still going to be something that they work on continuously. I'm going to be interested to see how they do in this matchup versus Bio and Neo. But yeah, it's gotten so much better, and it's nice to be able to see that someone that is working with you in Vulcan that can kind of take the helm of that and work and have that leadership. Because he's worked with incredible ADs in the past. Sven in his prior team.
A couple of them, yeah.
There we go. So it's going to be good.
Yeah, iron out those mistakes. It'll be necessary to take down. Actually, on both sides. For either of these teams to win, it's going to be about eliminating mistakes. But I want to jump back to a player that you mentioned, Emily, in River. He as well has a tough matchup today against Inspired, who many have been pointing as maybe the top performing jungler in the league.
Yeah, we've got All-Star PCS jungler versus All-Star LEC jungler in the River Inspired matchup. You see the incredibly wide Jarvan up there. River has been doing so well on this pick specifically. We've also seen Inspired perform really well on the Jarvan. You know, River will counter pick himself to get that Jarvan just because of how much he can do with his lanes early. And so I'm really, really curious to see, A, what the champion picks are going to be for them, especially since we've seen Inspired play multiple different ways, farming and then affecting his lanes early. And then whether they'll take away, especially Jarvan, just because of how much River does on it.
I think that's the big thing that we're talking about, styles. I think that's one of the big keywords this early on in the split. And Dignitas have that camp-heavy style around bot lane in particular, and Inspired has been historically more efficiency-focused, wanting to make sure that his farm numbers are good. But River just sucks you down there. Like, everyone doesn't want to do it, and then suddenly they're playing around bot lane, and River's, like, setting up this camp. So I want to see how EG responds to that pressure.
Yeah, just don't ban his J4.
Just
so we can see. Just so we can see J4 get wider in the graph.
I got it. It's important.
It's all J4?
It's important, Raz, for you to maybe preface those statements with the fact, like, this is either an analytical suggestion, this is a winning suggestion, or an entertainment suggestion. Because I agree with you from an entertainment perspective. Please leave it open. I want to see teams try and deal with it. From a winning perspective, I think EG should get that off the table as quickly as possible.
Cut the J4, by the way.
Take it out.
Because when he's on his Lee Sin and Viego, like we saw in lock-in stage, a lot of it was just like, it wasn't even on him. It's just more so like, it changes how your team plays the game.
Absolutely.
It's so much easier on a J4 to be like, Cataclysm, I'm out. These are your targets. Or, of course, the fact that he sets up for objectives like beforehand and be like, all right, my Cataclysm is back up. I use it like a minute beforehand, and now this AD carry doesn't have flash.
He's so good in late game team fights with the champion as well, how to bait people in. He'll like ult right on top, then EQ back out, then take the Q back in on the flag that's still there. Like, he has outplayed people when they have the counter picks like the Poppy from Spica. At this point, it's like, don't try and counter pick it, just knock it out.
All right, fair enough. Just a minute to go ahead of game time. I want to get some predictions out there in front of our audience. Raz, I'm going to start with you. Dignitas, do they remain undefeated here, 3-0, or is EG striking back in that tough strength of schedule that you're talking about?
I'm not going to board that hype train just yet for Dignitas. I'm going to give it to Evil Geniuses. We saw
Coward.
what work they've done. I'm
Hype
not
train.
on that train
That
yet.
hype train left the station, bro. You missed that
can
last
run.
week.
I'm
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
enough.
you fast?
Not
We'll
yet. I'm
put
not going
that
to take the bait yet.
Mark that down. That's content. All right, we're gonna go out to the train tracks on the coast. We're gonna
Oh, no.
set rounds up. We're gonna, all right, buddy. You get us a head
Start
start.
stretching,
Catch
Russ.
that train.
Sounds like some liability issues.
Yeah.
I'm also a coward, by the way.
There we go.
Really?
Nice.
Same.
EG, huh? All three of you?
Boom. That
Praise the
train
fate.
can wait.
This
All
is
right.
the surest sign
Say.
that Dig is about to win this game.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a damn empty train. I'll take one of those luxury seats then all
Yeah.
for myself. I got a whole car. I think Dignitas takes it. They remain undefeated. We'll find out soon enough. With that, we're out to Flowers and Kobe, who are standing by for the call.
Welcome, everyone. It's Evil Geniuses and Dignitas. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Kobe. The analyst desk might be all aboard the Evil Geniuses hype train, but the Dignitas party bus cannot be underestimated, my friend.
We invented that Dignitas party bus, baby.
Choo-choo. Oh, wait, that's a train.
Love it. Honk. Yeah, exactly. There we go.
gotcha.
The bus
I gotcha.
keeps on rocking. Honestly, this game is going to be really big in determining how many fellow fans really want to join this Dig party bus, because last year when it started, it was amazing. You know, everybody's along for the ride. They're getting all these upset wins. You know, Dardoch was picking a different jungle champion every single game, but it eventually came crashing down. And so that's going to try and, you know, haunt and kind of follow this optimistic story of Dignitas this year. People are going to be wondering, when is the bus going to need some new tires?
Well, hey, they're currently 2-0. The bus is looking good. The wheels are going around and around. Let's see how draft goes. It's Diana and Aphelios banned away first by Dignitas. Zeri and Jarvan taken off the table by Evil Geniuses. We know that River loves that Jarvan in the jungle for Dig.
And I do also expect, you know, Gwen to show up in ban phases here. If Champions Queue is any indication, Desh has been spammed over and over. Zeri permaban, Aphelios very high presence for bans there as well. And oftentimes it does come down to the red side duty to ban it away, even though we've had the Gwen versus Graves matchup so frequently. So many teams now just don't want to have to deal with it. It's always this thing hanging over your head because Gwen can split push later. She just scales so well. She can also team fight because of the W. Does too many things too well, and can flex between top and jungle. So there it is, last ban, no surprise.
They're going to take that one out of here. Tom Kench is out of here, and Dignitas, despite the fact they can't have the Jarvan, they can't have the Gwen, hey, they still get Xin Zhao, and they'll get him first.
And River is such a critical player, probably the most important player for this team at the moment, because River is the biggest facilitator. This man has over 80% kill participation this entire year. That is outstanding. This team cannot operate without River creating the action. So getting the first bigs in for him after the Jarvan has been banned away is big. I always personally think of Trundle as my favorite counter into Xin, though there are personal favorites. Viego also quite nice for being able to reset and take over team fights. Also Inspired being known for that champion. Another viable possibility. I do also like prioritizing Karma over leaving Caitlyn up, because Karma is so good into Caitlyn. This is basically how you play against the Caitlyn lanes, is when you have Karma to have these mantra Qs to take over wave control, take it back into your possibility of controlling. Otherwise you get overwhelmed by Caitlyn Lux. Which, by the way, is a little bit nerfed on this patch as far as the scaling AD damage.
Yep, Caitlyn Lux, always one of those strong poke lanes. They have so much range, so much ability to dictate the state of things. We'll see how well the Jinx and the Karma are able to fight back. The response here in the jungle, we will have mirrored first picks across the first half of the draft, bot lanes and junglers. It's Olaf for Inspired. How do you feel about this one into that Xin matchup in particular?
It's a similar ideology to my Trundle ideology, except that the Trundle also has the safety factor of being able to do the ranged pillar and sometimes get out the ultimate or get out summer spills up the Xin. But Olaf just goes red smite, fights the Xin. You can duel him, and plus you're picking your Olaf after you've already secured your Karma, your Enchanter, to secure a smooth mid stage of the game for your Olaf. So you're not just playing off of early game and then gonna fall off. You're going to have a lot easier way to play in 5-on-5s with that giant AoE and speed up. But now we're looking at the solo lanes as we jump into the bans following it up, because as is so common, both bottom lanes and jungles picked up here early. And now it just comes down to these solo lanes whittling away. Speaking of Champions Queue, because it is such a hot topic,
Rise.
JoJo has been, Rise has been one of the most banned champions, but JoJo as an individual player has both a high game count, but also an insanely high win count. He has over 70% win count, which is the highest percentage, win percentage for, I believe it was top 9 or 10 players as far as game count. So he has been putting in the work and he has been racking up the dubs there as well. Really like to see, he's still grinding away. The young North American talent also putting in a lot of the work. So I'm curious to see what he's going to get whittled down to here. One more of these mid lane bans left to come out.
These Fortnite kids are just built different. You love to see it. Like, oh my goodness. We got Nautilus banned out here, so they're going to take that one off the table, predicting a possibility of a role swap from the Karma.
Exactly. The Karma is flexible, can do the roaming top solo lane style, could even just be stuck in a solo lane as a normal solo laner, but they're covering their bases there, expecting the possibility.
All right, EG, what are we going to go here? Yep, Corki. Now remember, this is Corki that has nerfs on the package timers. More difficult for Corki to be able to have those for every dragon fight. The first one doesn't come online for a Rift Herald that is rushed on spawn as well, so a little bit less impact in terms of those neutral objectives, but still going to be very powerful. The poke is still, what's a nice way to say this? Unreasonable once it gets to a certain level.
Yeah,
People
it's
call
unchanged.
it unreasonable.
It was not changed at all. The only nerfs on 12.3, which is the patch we are currently on, changing to for the LCS now for pro play, is that they did move that package back to 10 minutes. So Rift Herald spawns at 8 minutes, so you have a full 2 minutes to try and play around Rift Herald before Corki gets packaged. And then they made, as you're saying, the continued stacking for dragons more difficult because it's a full 5-minute timer instead of the 4-minute timer for the extra leeway on a minute there. So yes, big changes to the package for the objective timing for Corki, but otherwise left unchanged. And so you are going to have that long-range harassment possibility.
He'll be playing into an Ahri here in the mid lane on Dignitas. It'll be Blue piloting that one. Renekton is the final pick for the top lane, and what that means, Mr. Kobe, is that Renekton is a poor answer to the roaming smite support style. He's not a super great split pusher. He doesn't have amazing scaling. He's going to have to deal with the fact that that's a top lane Karma, and she might as well be taking that smite.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's also not a super quick tower taker, even though you have one auto attack reset. So maybe FakeOut will take Demolish here and try and get that tower down quickly. That's one of the big timers you immediately look at when you're trying to play into these comps, trying to get that first tower down very quickly so you can try and leverage that gold lead across the map, and your bottom side of the map won't hemorrhage so much. But EG, as we said, the Karma Olaf is a dream combination.
Yes, sir.
And so it works so perfectly as one of those roaming top laners with the Olaf. What I'm expecting for this game, though, and what we have missed in some of the other roaming top gameplay, has been heavy focus on a level 1 to invade to get deep vision so you can really bully the jungle early.
Right.
They need to do that with this combination. Olaf and Karma is set up so well. Olaf level 1 access is insane, and I expect them to utilize it.
I love those light shows. I always get excited about those damn light shows. I love those.
It's party time!
All right, it's party time for sure. Now remember, my friends, remember, the team playing the Smite top laner is the team that needs to get things rolling. They must push the pace of the game and get the rest of the squad an advantage.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Go for the level 1, use the power, Olaf axes, backed up with Karma here, get your deep vision so that you can deny the bottom jungle of Dig. Your goal for this EG team is to try and split the map and take away the early power of the Caitlyn plus Lux lane. If Caitlyn plus Lux does not get early CS advantage, does not get turret plate money, then it will be a detriment to your team. This is even more so true on 12.3, where Caitlyn's scaling was further hit. Your attack damage per level that you get is down, and your Q for your wave control is also down.
Now, one thing that I also want to point out here, remind everybody what we're going to be tracking, how we're going to be evaluating this Smite support top strategy. When we look at these things, we're not going to compare Impact versus Fake God, because Impact is not going to have the same numbers that Fake God has. Instead, we're going to be looking at Fake God's numbers versus those of JoJo and Danny. That's who Impact is going to be trying to accelerate. That's who he's going to be playing for, and who he's going to be sacrificing his own power to enable.
Well, and also the jungle. Again, playing that Karma off of this Olaf is going to be a huge part too. So Impact trying to soak up his level 3 up off the top side to get full access to his abilities before he goes into heavy roaming. Engagement on the bottom side, just a little bit of chip damage. Impact, by the way, another little anecdote from Champions Queue, because
Ooh,
it
what do
is
you got?
such a fun insight into the pro player meta, because the players are coming off of their scrims and instantly queuing up for Champions Queue, and so you do get some insights into what they've been banning, because they have similar strategies that transfer right on over, and Impact has actually played a bunch of these roaming tops. You know, he has played the Ivern top. There has been an influx of both Pike top roaming as well as Bard. So a lot of different options up there. But this time around should be a lot more straightforward. Inspired, by the way, is clearing down towards this bottom half with the remnants of the deep wards that they left inside the red quadrant of the jungle of Dignitas expiring now. He is going to still have the priority here through the river and camp on this control ward.
And speaking of river, he's clearing out some of his own chickens, just continuing to farm up here nice and early. No scuttle crabs are alive just yet. Inspired, waiting inside that brush like we're talking about, just in case somebody might walk through. You're seeing the recall here from Impact. Impact now has level 3. That is all abilities online. That means I'm expecting we're going to start seeing his presence elsewhere, somewhere other than top lane. JoJo's going to fire off Scryers, so they know that River is clearing Krugs. And honestly, everything's just sort of passively moving forward right now. Nobody's really jumping on the opportunity to make any sort of a big play.
And here's where your opportunity arises, Flowers. It is the recall from Impact. So on reset here from Impact, has the choice of heading off to the other side of the map. It's still a minute ahead of Dragon. Bottom side, though, is getting spicy.
Okay, Neo steps into the chompers there. He knows he has River nearby if they continue trying to chase him, so he wasn't worried about activating that CC. Biofrost used the heal in exchange for Danny's cleanse. 1 summoner for 1 summoner. Danny taking a little bit of extra damage there, but now Vulcan's coming in. Zenith Blade finds Biofrost. Danny falling back here yet again. Evil Geniuses underneath the turret. Nothing for River to do.
And here it is. Impact's made his way down off of the reset. Inspired is topside, though, so it looks like Inspired might actually go soak the wave instead of EG forcing the early Dragon. This is going to mean that there's going to be a turbocharged Olaf. So they've actually done a very good job mitigating any loss of lane experience, even though they've incorporated the roaming Karma into their strategy. This is going to boost Inspired up to level 5, and then you've still got 20 seconds to try and get back to the other side of the map if you want to keep on timer for Dragon stacking here. Meanwhile, the Caitlyn Lux lane has been kind of harassed down here, and so Neo and Biofrost have done a magnificent job of still getting a very good CS lead for themselves, you know, trying to abuse the power of Caitlyn Lux early on. And EG, even though they incorporated the strategy here of the roaming top, have not stymied any of that pushing power early or yet. But this is where you finally bring the power together. Impact trying to stock the backs here.
Nicely done. Making Neo waste that time. Takes a little bit of damage back, but he does not care. Impact's job is to be as much of a pain in the butt as possible for everybody on Evil Geniuses except that, or for everybody on Dignitas, excuse me, except that Renekton wants to enable everybody here on Evil Geniuses, and Inspired will be able to take this first Drake very quickly like you were talking about. It's really big, really important to be stacking these Drakes when you're playing the roaming top.
And the thing is here for Evil Geniuses also, even though we're looking very far into the future, they also have very good scaling options for damage later. So they don't have to be hyper-focused on continually Dragon stacking. It's like, we must have this win condition of Dragon Soul or bust, because they do have Corki and Jinx. And so with some of the other picks that they've actually picked up for this setup, there's not as much pressure as we've seen in some of the other setups for these laning combinations. So it's going to be very interesting to track here how they use this Karma Olaf to bridge some of the early pressure and balance it into the 2-item Corki Spike and the 2-item Jinx carry for a little bit later on. Getting Dragon number 1 is a very nice step along that road.
Plus it was Cloud. That means it's not Cloud Soul.
True.
So there's generally going to be plenty of value there. Dignitas still commanding almost a 1,000 gold lead, just about 7 minutes into the game. Nice early leads for them. They grabbed that Scuttle Crab there in the top river too.
All right, let's talk about the Ahri for a little bit here.
Okay.
Unless Impact actually gets a significant, summoner spell burned down on bottom side, because the Ahri is the changed Ahri here. This is very nice buffs to Ahri on 12-3, where you can get a reset on your ultimate. Also increase the W damage. Impact, though, gonna have to
flash. Nicely done. Flash for flash, and the follow from Blue means first blood for Dignitas.
You're welcome, Blue. Ahri gets the spotlight, and Ahri gets the kill. Inspired, able to flash in time. Doesn't get rooted out of duration there from Impact. Impact walking around as this support, level 4. Biggest thing when you're playing this role, you have to be careful because you are a walking target. And Inspired, no hesitation there, knocks him up, gets the kill set up for Blue, and this Ahri is going to be even more fed. So this can demonstrate our point of Ahri being so good right now. I really feel like Ahri has jumped right back into the mid lane pool here with the buffs, the possibilities of getting that reset, but also the damage spread being moved around. Does feel like Ahri now is going to be a premier pick. I know we also had on the analyst desk, they showed PoE with his tweet. The old
15 score or something like that.
The old Ahri players are also coming out of the woodwork.
It's finally time.
Yes, exactly. So PoE, I definitely expect at least some sort of influence in that direction in their game as well. Maybe Shifter. We'll get back on it as well.
Oh, baby, we're bringing back the old school names now. All right, I'm ready for it. We don't know exactly what's going on with the state of the pause or anything right now. We'll let y'all know as soon as we have more information. Hopefully, I have just been informed actually mid-sentence that we are just about ready to get back into the game, so no huge technical errors here so far. That is first blood over to Dig. They were already up almost 1,000 gold just off of the advantages they had found for themselves in this state of the game. So what I'm looking for here is now Evil Geniuses to get something rolling here. The reason I pointed this out at the beginning of the game is because when you opt into this strategy, if you hit 20, 25 minutes and this hasn't brought you anything, all of a sudden they have a top laner and you don't. So I need to see Evil Geniuses move something forward.
See, and here's the thing. Look at how much Impact is investing in value items. Yes, you always do the support item for the extra gold generation, but he's also picked up a Dark Seal for himself, which for AP champions and anybody with AP ratios is an extremely efficient item. Not if you die all the time, and so you have to work on that a little bit. Only death in the game. But there is going to be a lot of value provided to the team. The speed up for the carries of Olaf, Corki, and Jinx will be a very big influence later on. And Renekton should have a harder time team fighting as the game goes on. But right now, Renekton is the god in the game. Fake God is actually
real God.
Real God. Lizard God. And Lizard God's priority should be able to secure them objectives. He's currently recalling, not heading over to this Rift Rail that his jungler has started up, though, so EG will just push them right out. Might even fully reset on the Patience.
And one thing that I like to talk about, too, a little bit is we're seeing a lot more Jinx scouting rockets in modern-day League of Legends than I feel like we used to see. Super Mega Death Rockets just get shot off all the time just to see if something is going down. That rocket that originally saw Dignitas going after that just sort of dissuades them from going any further, lets EG know. We saw earlier EG tried to invade the jungle as well, but Biofrost's flash got him out of trouble there. EG still trying to contest for these camps, trying to fight over every possible thing they can. They know they have the extra man. They know they have this roam control. Down here in bottom, Danny will just be left next to the turret, pushing that wave up, clearing everything out, while both his normal support and his bonus support hang out with Inspired, prowling around in that jungle.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So EG, they commit several resources towards the top side, knowing that they're still keeping Danny down on bottom side before that, they did get a teleport out of Fake God, but it's still, you know, unleashed early teleport, so not a huge win there. But in keeping Danny bottom side and forcing Neo and Biofrost to 5 commit up to the top side, they did let Danny get his own turret plates here as Jinx down on the bottom side in payment for the Rift Herald, and sets them up with bottom side river control where they could have left some deeper wards if they had been able to purchase first, but Dignitas don't know that they did not have wards to leave behind their jungle here leading up to the dragon. They just know that they had to give up control of their red quadrant of the jungle, which makes it a dangerous retake, and you have to be much more cautious, you know, sweeping through the brush as you're moving through.
And Fake God just got the second turret top lane at 10 minutes and 11 seconds into the game. That is a very fast second turret here for the interior crocodile alligator, since we're talking about old outdated references.
Interior crocodile gets the interior turret and is going to cash on in his call.
He got the second turret before the cull completed. Yeah. That's how fast he got the turrets. There's still 2 minions left on it.
And
He's got Core Drinker too.
We were also talking up his godlike power. Now we get to see it on the Rift, because for Dragon number 2, after taking that turret in such a timely manner, he can head down for this one.
Oh no, Impact dead again. River taking the credit on that one.
So, is this about the time where you type the top diff, Mr. Flowers, if you're trying to tilt the enemy team?
It might be, man. I'm not quite sure. This strategy is not panning out for Evil Geniuses in this game. The roams from Impact have not resulted in anything seriously meaningful. Meanwhile, Fake God has got so much here in the top lane. The gold advantage is 3,000. The Drake is about to be picked up by the side of Dignitas, meaning Evil Geniuses can no longer aim for that early soul. It looks rough.
All right, I want to get ahead of this because I expect there to be some objective bounties occurring in this game.
Okay.
With the direction that Digger headed, but with the direction that Ari's headed.
Blue, you're in trouble, buddy, and he's gone. Danny gets the first kill of the game for Evil Genius.
Might not be so true with the direction that Blue is headed back to the fountain, because EG are going to cash in on some money getting his head plus the mid turret in exchange for the bottom push here.
Well, okay, I like the little emo flash as he gets bound up there, inspired stealing away their chickens. Mid lane turret will not fall all the way. It's kind of funny because we were talking about a tier 2 turret falling earlier, but the game is still 2 minutes away from plates even being gone, so it is still difficult to take down these tier 1s in a swift fashion. You can see there's 2 plates standing on both mid and bot turret for Dig. Still 4 up there on that top side, because it's hard to put damage on plates when nobody's in the lane, Mr.
That does make it a wee bit more difficult. Now, also, we gotta, you know, focus back in on these objective bounties, because this game is Dignitas having a bit more pressure as far as dealing with the late game scaling of having Karma boosting up, you know, Corki and Jinx here, and Dig having a lot more early priority. So this gold advantage that they have now, they do need to leverage it to push the game forward. Caitlyn, again, was taking it down a bit in her scaling as well. So the later options, the damage outs for Dignitas, are not really there in this setup, and they are going to have to worry about acquiring the objective bounty themselves, in addition to being boosted by, yes, low CS impact, Karma roaming top, and dying a bunch. So if you make a mistake, if you get picked out and chased down in the wrong position, then you're going to give up a lot to the enemy team, because this EG team will have a very strong, you know, 5-on-5 capabilities. That's why they need to leverage super strong Renekton at the moment and Ari's pick potential.
Well, here we go. They might be looking for it in mid lane. Vulcan shows up, though, so they know that the dive is pretty risky. Still 15 seconds left on those turret plates, too, so they're not going to be able to do a whole lot else here. 3 minutes away from the Drake, so nothing to fight for here in the bottom side river. They will continue moving into enemy territory, taking over this Evil Geniuses jungle. You can see right there, there's one ward from EG, but it's currently being disabled by a control ward from the side of Dignitas, so they're blind in this bottom half of their own jungle as the pressure continues to be applied here mid lane. Binding's not going to find Danny, but the wave gets cleared.
Yep, turning out the lights, step number 1 for them here. Trying to deny the easier rotation between mid and bottom side for the Evil Geniuses, because the Evil Geniuses just trying to acquire gold onto the Corki and onto the Jinx at this moment. That's their pathway to victory here. Main goals for them, trying to keep up the income of these 2 carries. And Dignitas are doing a pretty good job of making the rest of the map more dangerous and squishing in on the sides of EG territory to try and deny them those possible avenues of gold income. Need to get right back out after the reset though, so that they can deny the top side spawn here of Rift Herald number 2 and keep things moving in their direction. Rift Herald number 2 actually usually not the biggest of priority, but when you are thinking, oh, we might be proccing objective bounties in this game, and we need to keep taking turrets in a timely manner, all of a sudden, that's exactly what the doctor orders.
Well, here we go. Let's see exactly how they're going to play around it here. Dignitas has total control over the area right now. Inspired just waiting on his own chicken camp to spawn. And it looks like Dignitas will be happily taking this one without any sort of a fuss. That just means that Evil Geniuses will have to prepare to survive a Rift Herald charge here. Mid lane tier 1 turret, still mostly healthy, but Rift Herald will obviously be able to change that very swiftly if they decide that's where they want to use it. There's not really anywhere you can use it top lane. I don't think they're going all the way to the inhib turret. Bottom lane, you could also try to get that extra juicy money that is on those tier 2 turrets. Now it's been in the game for a while at this point. But man, 45 seconds here on the Drake. Already said last time, Evil Genius' early soul stacking plan got ruined, so there's not any huge pressure on Dig to grab this next one. But it's not like there's a reason for them not to. They're 3,500 gold ahead. They're fine taking fights in open ground.
Yeah, they actually are the ones that need to control all these neutral objectives while they have the priority. And so they can try and continue to control this vision and open up these pockets for Blue to try and pick people off. You know, he's level 11 now, rank 2 in the ultimate. Sorkshoes and Ludens ready to go. So needs to start stacking up, you know, some picks to get his Dark Seal going, because we mentioned some of the, you know, comparisons of CS in this game. The Olaf also massively outpacing the Xin Zhao, as should be if you're just, you know, pure farming. And there are some opportunities there for EG as long as they just keep on telling themselves, we're scaling for late. We're going to focus on
DW, we scale.
Don't worry. Possibly the most effective line to type in solo queue. There are not very many effective lines.
That's the most effective line to type if you want me to mute you. That's like a meme
Really?
line.
Don't worry, we're scaling?
No, because usually the guy saying it is a 0-7 Vayne. I'm like, no, Vayne, you're not scaling. That's not what's happening right now.
All right, well, there's no winning then. Just don't type anything to Flowers, because he's either going to think that you are being facetious, or he's going to, you know, think that you are insulting him. So there's no good way to talk to him.
The best way to communicate is to play better. That will make me have faith in you.
Actually, the most effective line is, an enemy has been slain.
Yes, that one, I love reading that one. I'll read a whole book of those. Just give me that all day long.
I'm gonna actually try and cheese it and just type that in chat from now on. Even if they're like, oh, you need to gank bottom more. And I'm just like, well, didn't you read chat?
This time, Kobe has claimed the 700 bounty on enemy Jinx. That's all you gotta do.
Manifest.
Now we've got a mid lane tier 1 turret down, the 4th turret of the game that Dignitas has taken. That gold lead up above 4,000 gold. Continuing to move forward, the lead keeps building. At 18 minutes, we're at 4,000 gold. Where does this gold lead need to be, Kobe, for you to feel comfortable? Because you've been talking about the scaling of Corki, talking about the scaling of Jinx. What's kind of the, okay, they're not going to scale up to survive this point for you?
I like looking at it in actual items in inventory. And an extra item for the carries is usually my big break point. Ahri very slippery here, so is going to be able to get away. But you do hit that point around the 5 and 6K gold. You should feel pretty comfortable with snowballing. But again, that's also where you're going to be proccing objective bounties, and you have to worry about this more tenuous, if we make a mistake, then Jinx gets excited, they get a bunch of kills, then they can also cash in on objective bounties, and they can win. So this EG team does have a fearsome, you know, late game possibility, and it's much more pressure here on Dig to actually finish this game out by controlling the, you know, vision through their jungle, as well as leading up to these objectives, because they do have some good pick possibilities. It's just going to be a little bit tenuous once they get to the 5-on-5, if it's a bit more even.
We've got the Randuin's done. 2nd fully completed item here on Fake God. You're talking about being a full item ahead. Well, Fake God's about 2 full items ahead because impacts inventory, man.
Do these ones count here?
Impacts inventory. Man, what do we have here, Mr. Kobe? We've got a nice pair of red shoes, glowing radioactive rock, shiny red rock, other blue rock, and a ring pop.
So he's currently 5 times the CS. Can we go for 8? His close. Let's get up to 6, 7. You know, work your way up. We've got to create the new horizons.
Okay, an 8 times horizon will be a fake god horizon if he can achieve it.
That would be
If he can
massive.
achieve it. But plenty of time to go still before we see that one.
6 is going to be easy to do.
I think we'll get there all right. We'll get there all right. You can see in the inventory here for Inspired as well, his second item going for the Death's Dance, I believe. Very, very powerful stuff against those AD champions. The only real AP threat here is the Ahri. Obviously, Lux does some magic damage, but she's a support.
And they also buffed it on this patch 12.3, which we just changed to be able to reduce magic damage as well, increase the cost by 200 gold. Yeah, so it's a little bit more expensive, and they reduced it down to 30% delay for melee champions. But now having the possibility of working against both damage types makes it feel really good. Sometimes I usually push it to, you know, third item pickup, but can be, especially if you have an enchanter on your team, a very valuable, you know, item 2 pickup here, and it looks like that could be the direction you want to go for, because it lets you live that dream of being the sustained carries there.
Drain tanking a team fight.
Exactly.
And just destroying everyone.
That is the success meter for an Olaf.
Yeah. If you can drain tank, if you can force everyone else into Valhalla while you're still standing there with 100 HP, Olaf did his job. But we've got 25 seconds until that next Drake spawns. For Dig, this will be Soul Point. There were some on my way pings. You can see more of them right now coming out, and those are blue pings, my friends. Those are from Dignitas saying we need to get down to the river. We need to be ready to go. We are still in control of the game. Let's continue this. Vulcan's trying to hang out nearby, just putting some defensive vision here in their own jungle. They know Dignitas is going to be looking for this, so it's too risky for Vulcan to go any further forward on his own. Traps being set up here by Neo. You love this from a Caitlyn composition. It affords you so much more control over these neutral scenarios.
Exactly. Soul Point here going to be big for Dignitas. I don't think, especially with no package here for EG, they should risk anything. Again, it's that same line, Flowers. We keep chanting it over and over. We're scaling for late. We're scaling for late. Don't risk it on a Soul Point Dragon fight. You've got one more to make your move, and you really just need that one big, you know, one team fight there for EG. So they are being patient. They're biding their time. Wait till you get your Muramana transformation on Corki. Wait until you get your Ludens upgraded there onto Corki as well.
Yep.
Then you can fish around for your big, you know, harassment rockets to come through, and you have the possibilities of taking over that team fight. That Death Dance does come in for Inspired. We'll see if it does let him live the Viking dream, or if he will actually go to Valhalla and Dignitas will win the game.
So, let me ask you this. What do we want to see here from Dignitas? This is a 3-kill game in 23 minutes. We're not seeing a lot of heavy action.
I think there needs to be more immediacy in their transition of pressure to Baron. Because if you're waiting the entire 4 minutes just until next fight over the Soul, then guess what? Corki is going to have the Ludens. He's already got it. His Muramana will be transformed. Might even be able to upgrade his Hex Drinker. Which also got buffed on this patch, by the way. So it's going to have a lot more safety from those Ahri picks. So I think they need to have a bit more immediacy on transferring over to Baron and try and force EG into some bad scenarios where maybe they can fish around, get a pick, you know, Ahri ultimate into Charm or Lux Bindings, fishing around. At least make EG sweat while they're trying to get rich. EG are not sweating at all. They're calmly picking up all this gold off the ground. It just keeps on funneling in down through the lanes. They've even kept up farming their jungle efficiently. So this is the mark of the really, really good teams that can execute on some of the more difficult strategies where you have to pressure your leads, is can you close in on the pressure earlier before EG have had ample time to farm up for the possibility of their comeback team fight. And look at this. They're moving right in, unperturbed, easily take out a bunch of this vision from Dignitas, while, you know, Fake God is trying to push up bottom side and then, moves into the jungle for, like, Gromp or something?
Appears so. Yep, it's going to be a Gromp take from Fake God. Also worth pointing out, because we're talking about that comeback team fight. We're talking about where EG will have to go for that. Last Whisper coming out for Danny here, so the third item is going to be the LDR. I like this a lot, considering the itemization in the front line there with the Randu and Zoman, plated steel caps on the Renekton. You can't just walk past Fed Renekton that had no lane opponent. He knows he's going to have to go through that, and he's building the right items to accomplish that goal most efficiently.
Yeah. They're going to need some armor penetration. Also wants an Infinity Edge, but you got to choose. You only get one, so.
Infinity Edge is flashier. It makes you feel cooler with massive crits, but LDR just going to be more effective at cutting through those meatballs there on the front line. Shadow Flame completed here as the second full item for Blue. You've also got Bloodthirster second for Neo's Caitlyn. This has become so popular, especially in the face of this incredibly powerful poke from champions like Corki. Makes it so one rocket doesn't send you back to base.
Yeah. Build up your shield while you're pushing up, so you'll have some safety from the initial rockets. And if one of them does land, then you also have sustain for trying to sustain back up after some of the, those unfortunate rockets.
Exactly. The unlucky rocket.
Honestly, though, I want to see how much they will do to Renekton, because you're talking about all this armor stacking for Fake God. If they do come to the 5-on-5 and they have enough time for JoJo to fire off a bunch at Fake God, there is no magic resistance there. So it actually might even be effective trying to pelt some of this magic damage into the front line to soften him up first. Is going to be one of the big things there for EG. Can they poke effectively with Jinx W and Corki rockets a little bit beforehand? Because, as you said, it's so beneficial for the Caitlyn Lux to get to an objective early, set up your traps, and throw out your bindings.
Well, you were talking earlier when we first got done with that last dragon, and I asked you the question, what do we need to see here? And you were talking about, hey, apply some pressure before we get to that fight because they're going to have items. We're less than a minute away now. LDR is now complete on the Jinx. Corki just completed Maw of Malmortius. We are at 3-item power spikes on both the hyper carries for EG. Impact finally has his first item. Vulcan moving in. Evil Genius is seeing if they can find someone, forcing the flash out of River here. Neo going to continue backing it up here in mid lane. Does not want to be very close to those EG players.
It begins, Flowers.
Okay.
The only pressure that they've mounted is my blood pressure here, because the comeback is looming. This 5,000 gold lead has not increased. Multiple items now on the EG carries, and they get a very free summoner spell in Burning the Xin Flash. That can be very detrimental for your team fight here, leading up 10 seconds into the Dragon area. River already taken by River and the rest of Dignitas. See if they can actually retain control over this vision. Package picked up for JoJo. Rockets coming out, level 16.
We're ready to go. Oh my goodness, there's what we're talking about. That one rocket, Biofrost lost a big chunk of HP. EG with control over the river, they are totally unafraid. Biofrost just died. Corki's a fair and balanced champion, by the way. Here goes JoJo dropping off the package delivery. Oh my goodness.
That is why you needed more immediacy after the previous dragon. When you had the 4 minutes leading up and my blood pressure starts rising, you start having fever dreams.
Oh no,
of this comeback
Corki's
fight.
coming. Where's he at?
The Corki rockets. I'm getting hit in my bed. I'm getting hit up here on the caster tower, Flowers.
This summer, no one is safe. When the rockets start flying, the supports start dying. I'd watch that movie. That would scare the hell out of me. Anyway, that's the Drake Soul stopped. It's going to be 5 more minutes before Dignitas get to make another attempt, but they're not worried about that attempt right now. Instead, they will start up the Baron, but a trinket is immediately there. Spotted it out. Evil geniuses know what's going on. If it's not a sneak, Dig's not going to get away with it. They cannot bear to do that while the Corki rockets are pouring in over the wall, so they have to back away.
And now they have realized. Biofrost has definitely realized. Dignitas, they were a little bit lackadaisical for far too long in the mid stages of this game. And EG were left to pick up gold off the ground. Corki now hit the 3-item power spike, so JoJo's feeling very active. You saw him, zoning multiple members in the entry into Dragon previously. Now they also don't have to worry so much about the split push because there's still some secondary towers left standing for EG. They've got ground to give as they try and force with their 5 members, which is where they're really strong and where they can bully the members of Dig off. The only hopes here for Dig are trying to find these picks. Lux binding with the increased range or Ahri jumping in. Now, they did change Ahri as well a little bit when we were talking about the spread of the damage.
Right.
You can still kill people without landing Charm because you'll still have a decent amount of damage. You don't need the damage amp on hitting Charm, but you actually can't hold any of these people in place without hitting it. So you still actually need the CC. So the game plan is still the same. Like you have to hit either the Charm or the Binding, or else you're not coming back in this game.
Okay, Laser's not going to find Danny there. Dignitas, honestly, Kobe, it's just felt like after Dignitas got that second turret top with Renekton at 10 minutes, even though they were in control of the game for so long, that kind of felt like the climax of their story for me. It was, oh my God, they got the top tier 2 turret. And then that's.
Oh my God! And then what happened?
Then
what happened?
Then you see the author's notes at the end of the book, like, "Hey, thanks to my loving family for helping me write this book." The end. And I'm just, where's the rest of the story? Where's the rest of what this was supposed to be? Because Dignitas have not done anything more with it, and Evil Geniuses now feels confident to continue moving forward, to look for their own plays and force their own flashes.
How many books or TV series or movies have you seen the first one and just like, oh my God, this is so good. I can't wait for the sequel. And then the sequel drops and you're like,
wow,
WTF, mate?
I really could have waited for that.
Is this Matrix 3? What's going on here? Nothing is happening in Matrix 3. They had all the cool changes. All of the, well, we don't want to spoil what's it, like 15 years old now, movie?
There's a lot of stuff that's like, oh man, it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, there's your total gold at the side of the screen. The 2 richest players in the game just so happen to be the 2 hyper carries for Evil Geniuses. Kobe, this is looking disastrous for the Dignitas boys.
Who could have seen this coming? Unfortunate now situation for Dig. All right. We gotta play hard mode now because you can't think about the past. You know, if you dwell on the past and you dwell on failures, then you're never gonna get anywhere. You gotta deal with the present and how can we get out of this situation. Yes, we may only have a 10-15% chance now, but you're gonna have to create some pockets of fog of war, cause some chaos. So go split push, force someone to answer you. You know that EG want to play as 5, so just send the Ahri with, Renekton trailing or something. Maybe you can, or maybe the Renekton showing and the Ahri trailing, so you can try and have a surprise play.
Some sort of bamboozle.
Exactly. You're going to have to bamboozle because no straight-up trade is going to be in your favor.
Well, we've got 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. It will be Soul if Dignitas are able to take or steal it. However, it'll bring EG to Soul Point if they grab it, and then the pressure will be on Dig 5 minutes from now. You remember back when I said we've had 3 kills in 23 minutes? Well, now we've had 4 kills in 32 minutes. So 9 more minutes, 1 more kill.
Yeah.
Still a slow-paced game.
I mean, this is kind of what's also cool about League of Legends. We're saying all this and all this pressure when there is still a 4,500 gold lead. And what you get to trade is Baron pressure for Soul pressure. EG don't have vision on either of them at the moment, but they've got the power of 5 people being able to push you off. So this is where Dignitas can throw that extra wild card into the game. You've got an extra objective.
Vulcan with the flash Q, but Blue's gonna get away. River now in the middle of everybody else. Zonya's gonna keep him alive, but Blue's grabbing the kill on Vulcan, and River's gonna die in retaliation. 1 for 1, but critically, it's the Dignitas jungler who is dead. Neo and Danny trade auto attacks back and forth. Ace in the hole is going to find Danny. Laser will not hit the target. Blue getting himself back away with about half HP left. Super Mega Death Rocket not finding him either. Danny with plenty of shields, plenty of support here from Impact. Dignitas still trying to challenge here for the Drake. Remember, they have no jungler. If the Drake is taken low, this should be a guaranteed secure for Inspired. No Ragnarok left, but it doesn't really matter. This won't be that big of a deal anyway. Fake God goes in, Jojo goes out. Rockets flying out here. Drake taken low, secured by Inspired. Evil Geniuses, they're on Soul Point now too. We get a 1-for-1 trade and an objective for EG.
Team Rocket strikes again, Flowers. They've got the Jinx Rockets, the Corki Rockets, all finding purchase onto Dignitas members. And then what did Dig have to say about it? A flash Renekton stun that immediately you're going to have to slice and dice back out afterwards. It just becomes so difficult to manage these fights. And praise the Vulcan here. Flashes on Vulcan. As soon as Blue is in range, flashes on him, gets the engage. Blue's now at 50%, so even though Vulcan goes down, you know, River exchanged initiations there by jumping in on the Xin and ulting. Maybe if you retcon that and you go back as a team trying to review, they should have just left with the disengage from blue, and he had gotten out, and maybe they could have kited into a situation and still got a 1-for-0.
River having to use the ulti there just to survive, does the same thing with his flash, and neither one of them means a damn thing. River's out of the picture. Kobe, I smell something. That smells like Baron, my friend.
What does Baron smell like? Should we get...
Smells like victory. What do you think it smells like? That's what you take to win the game. After you take down the enemy jungler. Now Dignitas have to try to answer this, have to try to defend this, but they can't get anywhere close. EG gets the pick they need, and they get the reward. Baron, 35 minutes in.
I feel like it's got a little sweet, tangy after smell there. You know, maybe a little coconut, little mango.
You know what it is?
Tropical.
Lulu, dude. When Lulu says that tasted purple, that's Baron. Baron tastes like purple.
It's all coming together. Well, guess what? Danny and EG are wearing purple. That's the perfect colors for this squad. They've fully scaled up. The chanting all worked. We farmed for late. We farmed for late. Guess what? They made it, Flowers.
Scaled, man.
If someone types that to you and you don't believe them, they're gonna point you to this VOD and say, "Hey, I'm not insulting you, Flowers. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being facetious. I truly believe that we scale. We are EG
in the scaling. Okay. All right. Well, Evil Genius's evil plan is working out beautifully. 2.5 minutes left until the Drake. It was Soul Point for the past couple of them for Dig. EG have responded with 2 of their own. The next one must be the Soul, one way or the other, and pretty much everything is leaning EG right now. JoJo's hanging out nearby over the wall, not grouped up with the rest of everybody else directly, still within range though to support with the rockets. Inspired is split pushing down bottom, just using the extra pressure from the Baron there. The remaining 4 players not too worried about getting engaged here in mid. That lead for Dignitas. It is still a 2,500 gold lead for Dig, but the state of the game and the pace of things would not tell you that.
Your money's no good here. They're rolling up, rolling up to the Evil Geniuses store and getting turned around at the door. You can go window shopping. That's about it.
Oh, there's the ulti for ulti trade. Blue and Vulcan gonna swap those back and forth. Not really a big deal. As Danny goes in with a Gale Force. 2 shots. That was a zap plus an auto attack on Biofrost.
Lucky for Bao, Danny doesn't have his ultimate ready, or another rocket would be flying his way. But I mean, he sent the message there, and the message is, I can also 2-shot you. You've died at the hands of JoJo already, but so can I. And the Baron rewards will continue to flow in and fill the coffers of the EG squad.
There you go. Top lane tier 1 turret finally down. That was EG's 3rd turret of the game. They have only taken that much. They had not removed all of those outer turret pieces yet, just because they've been in defense mode for so long. We're seeing these scaled up carries. We're seeing the power of the scaling, but it's not been a state of control for them throughout that big first chunk of the game that honestly, Kobe, just feels like a decade ago now.
And we are getting, I feel kind of bad because we prefaced the match here with the possibilities of, you know, Dignitas Party Bus and what is going to be the journey over this season. This game, they invested really heavily in their champ select in early game. Renekton early game, Caitlyn Lux early game, Xin Zhao is kind of more of a bridge between the two, but a lot of pressure on the early game, and then not being able to actually manage that, which is more difficult, to be fair, to push ahead, the mid stages lead and actually end the game versus this EG squad. But now they're in the situation where they kind of missed a big window earlier that they had to jump through.
Well, now it's time for the Drake Soul, Kobe. We've got the Ahri top lane. Blue is split pushing there.
Episode 7.
But it's EG on the Drake. They're saying, all right, we'll trade that. We don't care. Inhibitors can respawn. The Drake goes over to EG. The Soul goes over to EG. JoJo and Vulcan are back inside the base protecting the inhib. JoJo will scare Blue away. Yes, they lose the tier 3 turret, but they don't lose the inhib itself. They secure the Soul. EG are happy with that trade.
And I like the attempts here from Dig, because they know they're outgunned, so they're trying to force that hard split push, create that chaos.
Well, we've got a stun onto Leona, and that does about as much as you would expect it to do. Vulcan losing barely any HP. The Mountain Shield doing plenty of work there, just minimizing any of that damage they would take. And I'm struggling, my friend, to find really what is the hope for Dignitas at this point, barring a major error from EG, because it just feels like they're suffocated in their decision-making.
Yeah, the hope is all just hope. It's not really based in science or fact at this point, you know, and that's fine sometimes, you know. Placebo effect also is very strong. 15 to 20%, you have real changes. So just believe in yourself, Flowers. Belief is a strong tool.
Okay, so Dignitas's only hope is some anime BS protagonist.
I mean, placebo effect.
I gotta believe in
myself.
I believe in myself.
Honestly, though, my question to you is anyone gonna remember the beginning of this game when Impact kept getting picked off and we were flaming?
That's what I was saying. Is the first part of this game feels like a decade ago because it was like, holy moly, man, Fake God got rid of the second turret before he cashed in his call. Impact's randomly dying here in the river, getting caught out. This looks like doom and gloom. And then, no, it wasn't. It started off looking like some horror movie because we had spooky, scary skeletons and stuff, and then you realize it's Nightmare Before Christmas. Jack Skellington's wearing a beard and giving out presents. Everybody's happy. Evil Geniuses is loving the state of things right now.
Maybe the only unhappy one is Impact, because we just reminded everyone that he had a couple early ins.
No, dude, that would make me even happier, because that just means that it's like, yeah, I died early, so what? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, what?
So what? Doesn't matter. Maybe a less good player, that would matter.
I
Not for
like
Impact.
that. Impact is actually setting expectations very low so that people won't get mad. Well, here we go. Maybe we have a chase down.
A little bit of chunk onto Neo there. River tries to get away. Axe not going to chase him all the way through. EG try to make something happen there, but a disengage coming out from Dig. It will cost the heal of Biofrost, the flash of River. Of course, let's see if anything else happens off the back. Doesn't look like it. Dignitas just continuing to play defense as Ari continues to split. It'll be blue in the bottom lane this time.
Yep, split is the hope.
Oh, but we're not done yet. Fake God taking half his HP and damage. River looking to maybe find the knock-up here onto Impact, but only gets Q3 onto the minion. Blue and JoJo still here in the bottom lane. No, don't do this now! Okay.
Time for a deep breather. You know, we're getting a little off the rails here in this one.
What do you mean off the rails? We've been on the rails for so long.
The rails were boring. That's why we got off them.
I want to stay off the rails.
Exactly. Please don't put us back on the rails.
No more rails.
Honestly, you know what else that reminded me of with you know, Impact and like setting the like low expectations, you know, because
what do you got?
Okay, people won't get so mad now that he's like, look, you can't expect a lot from me. It's like when your mom tells you to do the dishes and then you do them, but you miss a lot of spots. And then he's like, what is this? You wash the dishes like a baby here? What's going on? There's still food left on these. He's like, well, I tried that. And then she doesn't ask you anymore because you do such a poor job at it.
Exactly. It's like when you have to do a report in school and you turn it in at the last possible second and you put it in the Courier New font. If you're in high school right now, listen up to this. If your teacher doesn't specify font, put it in Courier New every time. It makes it like twice as long. That font, for some reason, is just huge. Always put it in Courier New. But I will warn you, teachers, when they see Courier New, they know that this is an old school scam and everybody does it. So, but when you do that, you're setting expectations. Yes, I am a Courier New player. I will be turning in my papers in Courier New.
I would like to be graded on the curve.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
Courier New is there for a reason. And it's the reason for the season. And the season is called having fun instead of writing papers.
All right, we're going to beautiful look at...
Twitch.tv/LCS is not responsible for anything related to education or the grades you may or may not receive in your educational courses. Thank you.
Hey,
we're back in the game. Hell yeah. All right. Now, let's see what we've got with EG going over to the Baron, as it'll be Dignitas shooting off the laser, trying to answer. Baron dropping somewhat swiftly, but not drastically, down to 5,000, 4,000. They're taking a low. They're going to burst it down before Dig can get in position. River's going to get slowed up there. Remember, no flash left in the Dignitas jungler. Blue has been left alone in the bottom lane, split pushing. Dignitas will send JoJo back to deal with her, EG will send JoJo back to deal with Dignitas' mid laner. Danny separated from the rest of EG. He'll try to walk back to the safety of his team.
This could be the chance. Dig gotta take this
isolated.
one.
Okay, River's gonna find him, but now River's alone. No backup means no shot. EG are just fine.
Those scrambles are the only thing that really pump blood back into your veins when you're this far behind. You see the AD carry running by themselves up the river. You gotta scramble on that, attempt up at an opportunity. They aren't able to find anything there, so they're gonna have to reset and get back into base. But those openings are what can breathe life and excitement back into one of these situations, going on that chase. Live a little, Flowers. Take a blast cone forward. See if you can get an AD carry pick.
Well, they're continuing to pressure the side lanes. Fake God got top lane shoved up. Blue was getting bottom lane shoved up. Dignitas is doing whatever they can to avoid these 5v5s like you're talking about, but it's still EG that aren't really feeling any meaningful pressure from it. Again, the inhibitors themselves are still standing, even if the tier 3 turrets fall. Dig has to get something more than this.
I don't think EG have felt meaningful pressure since the second time that Impact died.
I would concur.
Since then, they've been hard chilling. What's the meme? They've been Bing chilling.
Bing chilling.
They've been Bing chilling over here.
Just shout out to John Cena. He follows me on Twitter.
Me too, actually.
Yeah, John Cena gang. Okay.
Is he one of those ones that just follows like 20?
We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to worry about the fact that he follows 400,000 people. We're special. We are special boys. All right? We are.
Nice.
We stand out of the crowd. Anyway, Evil Geniuses currently have about 45 seconds until it's Elder Drake time. They have secured the last 1, 2, 3 Drakes in a row. I expect them to do the same here at this Elder. You can see Blue is marching up top lane for the Dignitas side. He has his teleport to join up with the fight if he wants to. But man, Dignitas, the idea of a 5v5 for this Elder Drake is so frightening, especially when JoJo has package.
Or is it exciting?
If you're Dignitas, no, it's frightening.
It's about how you react to stress, though, Flowers. If you just reframe how you view stress, you can turn it into an exciting moment because no one expects you to win. So
this sounds like what I would write in that Courier newspaper.
I'm trying to come up with Dignitas Party Bus Anthem.
Okay, we're Party Bus Anthem. All right, Party Bus Anthem is a go, but Evil Geniuses are just looking for that inhibitor turret instead. Blue's still split pushing there in the top lane. Fake God just might die in bottom if he's not careful. Blue continuing the split here in the picture-in-picture. Are we going to get a base race? I don't think we're going to get a base race. Baron expires, so they don't have empowered recalls anymore to get back. Looks like we'll get an inhibitor trade. Blue will take the top lane in hit. Evil Geniuses getting everybody back. They want to make sure that whoever they send can at least complete their back. Blue is on to Nexus turrets, my friend. EG has not successfully recalled anyone. The Nexus turrets are falling. JoJo made it back. Blue now has to deal with the enemy mid laner as Fake God's going to be taken low and taken down here on the bot side. Inspired about to die now as well with 2 different Guardian Angels coming up and bringing people back. Dignitas is losing the entire army. Dignitas has lost every single man here in the bottom lane. Blue cannot get through JoJo and his wave clear here on the top side. They got both Nexus turrets, but that's it. Blue has to make some sort of a hero play, but you're not going to kill Corki through Maw. Not like that. I expected something from Dignitas. They went for the play at the end. They tried to get the split push, but EG outmaneuvered in the 4v4, and EG will take down Dignitas 46 minutes in.
Hero play of the game, Flowers, is getting off a recall. Hero play by JoJo getting his recall off is the biggest moment here for Evil Geniuses. Whoa, that was an exciting end, honestly.
Yeah, I love the fact that Dignitas went for that because they were just going to bleed out die if they tried to 5v5. It wasn't going to work. They got both Nexus turrets. It was dangerous. It looked like they might have been able to stop all the backs, but just one was one too many. JoJo got back there. He was able to keep things going. Dignitas showed that they could get things rolling early, but it was just they ran out of gas there in the mid game. We didn't actually see that lead go anywhere.
That was the problem. They didn't fill up the tank this weekend.
The party bus didn't have enough gas in it, so they weren't able to gun it down the highway when they had the lead. The Corki scaled up, the Jinx scaled up.
It was all loaded up. They've got all the drinks, they've got all the lights, they have everything set up in the party bus, but no gas.
No gas in the party bus means an end to Dignitas's undefeated record here in regular season. They'll be at 2-1 now. Evil Geniuses also going to be sitting at 2-1. And hey, despite the fact that it looked like a pretty bad start for the Smite support top strategy this time around from Evil Geniuses, I'm not going to lie, I was not impressed. It looked like they weren't able to get big enough advantages early, 2 deaths from Impact. But then it's just, hey guys, I'll say it, don't worry, we scale. And they were just able to sit back and let it go. Evil Geniuses bring it back. They'll defeat Dignitas. So now we're going to be joining the Tigress and Impact for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. We got to see the Smite Enchanter top once again, but from a different team. I am joined by Impact. Why did EG decide to bust this out today?
I thought that the enemy team come and maybe not bad to try. That's I thought and try that and might be like in 30 minutes, might be like I'm on jump list. Like I'm just looking map, looking enemy champion, and I don't know what to do. And I was fine because Corki power pump, like Corki keep catching side, both side lane, and Olaf catch side. So yeah, we know that we're gonna win late game, but might be like boring, you know?
You did bring that Corki out actually, and this is on 12.3. So do you still feel like this pick is viable and offers a lot to the comp?
I think so. I mean, Corki just strengths his package too, but to me, poke is really big. I mean, when Corki got 3 core, I don't know how can play game.
And the thing about any of these games where we have seen the Smite top is they go quite the distance. There's a lot of back and forth, which makes sense with the new strategy, right? So what is the greatest difficulty in getting the victory, especially when it's so close like it was in the end of this one?
I mean, it's not, I mean, to me, bored, even mid, because I don't know what I did. I just give shield. But, I mean, I just want to tell the lie of both top lane freeze, you know? I'm just, you know, like doing freeze both top, you know?
So even if it's boring, then you think the victory is more important than having a good time?
Of course. I mean, if you lose, I mean, this feeling better than C9 game, so.
Yeah, well, you do have the opportunity to have a 2-0 this week as opposed to the 1-1 of last. 100 Thieves are your next opponent, though. How do you think things are going to go down?
They looks strong last week. So, I mean, they play like basic step, like playing to Hobojack and just looking bite. But I think we can win that. But yeah, I guess I'm playing my top again. So let's see.
Well, yeah, we'll look forward to it. We'll keep an eye on what you end up locking in that Impact. Thank you so much for stopping by. More for us to break down on this game. Let's head on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, the Tigress. 3-0 now is the Smite top lane
It's broken.
in the LCS. It's broken. It might be ugly, but it's broken. This game, though, I don't.
Rest
Ugly
up.
and effective.
We prepped you on how bad that
told
was.
you
You had the
not to-
opportunity to
We have a
not
base
say
race
that,
to
and then you
watch.
did.
Come
But
on.
we had a base race here to close it out. I'm left wanting a little bit for Blue to have gone for it. Really, he just needed to make a choice. Either you go for the win in the base race, or you need to really back off and attempt the defense. One of the two. He did neither.
Shifter did it. Look, he probably doesn't know what's happening bot side, so he's like, I haven't had the chance at this. He sees his team gets wiped. He's like, oh, snap, I could have
Someone's got to be communicating. They were losing that fight for a solid 15 seconds. I was losing my mind, being like, dude, you have to go. Someone just has to be like, we're getting wiped. Blue, do something. You know, like, I don't know.
It just looks bad because that Corki's going to pop you. But,
I mean, you probably lose it. Don't get me
Yes.
wrong. Like, I'm not saying Blue was going to win the game if he played correctly, but you want to see the attempt.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, you're going to lose anyway in that situation, right? So, like, why not go for it?
Yeah, go for it because you're going to lose if you don't. So you may as well lose while trying. Either way, an exciting game from the perspective of getting to see another Smite top. And at first, I want to talk about why it is that maybe EG came in with this Karma Smite, because we were talking a little bit, Emily, about specifically the matchup team-wise.
So Dignitas has already shown previously that they have a pretty strong understanding of how to play Kate Lux. So, you know, where they're getting all of those early turrets quickly, this looks like a very comfortable composition for them. Xinjiao, you can do effectively the same things that you can as a Jarvan, where you're affecting your lanes early and you're leading your team that way. And so into something like that, you attack bot lane so aggressively, you don't have the push in bot. So it's not a bad strategy against what Dig have been doing thus far.
That combined with the fact that the Karma was a flex pick, so they saw it early. The Renekton's taken blind because at that point, you know, Fake God still doesn't know if he's about to get counter counterpicked and try to get slammed in lane. And then as a result, you have a Renekton who's getting hella farmed and fed from turret plates and free CSing. And no offense to Fake God, but he's not the carry of this team. He's always the weak side player. So when it's a Renekton champion and Fake God in particular gets really ahead, it doesn't actually really scare you for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and so like, I will start this off, as you can see from the footage, that it wasn't starting out well in the strategy.
No, I mean, Impact himself said that in the interview, right? He's like, I didn't know what I was doing here.
So it was definitely hard. And so,
I'm a mid laner.
This one was interesting to me. Yeah, he does get to see Karma taking the wave mid, so like he gets to see him ult past the terrain to pick up the Karma. So Karma was dying a little bit early. Also, 4 minutes into the game, the Jinx takes a pretty poor trade. So Danny actually has to base, lose a full minion wave and everything. So like your bot lane's behind, your Karma is dying a little bit, but it don't matter because as the game goes on, she gets back into it.
But that's why I wanted to show it, right? Because this is yet another example of the Smite top team digging a bit of a hole, right? Stumbling, and then but still managing to navigate through a mid game that kind of gets stalematy, right? And ultimately, the way they did it is very interesting.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about who got funneled in this game, right? Because typically when we see EG give their CS past 15, it's to CS percentage past 15, it's to Danny, and he's catching a lot of those side waves. But as Impact even said for me in the interview, I promised I was going to bring this up before he said it.
There we go.
It's Olaf who's catching all that farm. So Inspired and Jojopian are the two catching side waves, and you could see later on when that Olaf is going in and buffed by a Karma, it was killing him.
So first we take a look at Danny's perspective, because as you mentioned, a lot of times in previous games we're looking at, okay, here's an AD carry building a ton of advantages, and to your point about dealing with that Caitlyn Lux lane, took some bad trades, is definitely finding himself in a hole. But by 14 minutes, okay, great. We're starting to claw that back.
Yes.
But now we jump forward to that post 15-minute mark where it really did start to slow down as a game, Inspired on the Olaf being the choice ultimately for the team to funnel those resources into. You can empower that with the Karma later in the game, and you start to reap the rewards.
I think that's the key part about this strategy is we talked so much about the early game. You should be controlling the neutrals. You should be snowballing your bot and mid. But even when things go wrong, you're still funneling gold more effectively into better scaling champions like Jinx, like the Corki, and even an Olaf becoming a fat meatball that can just charge in there and not worry about poke is a huge advantage. So the amount of farm that they got onto Inspired was absolutely critical for why they could come back in this game after falling 4,000 gold behind.
And it kind of brings us back to week one. FlyQuest is a team that was going for Jhin in this strategy, right? And so it did have a cap at a certain point. But as you can see here, 22% in terms of like the CS percentage that he was able to get. Anyways, it kind of like, much like what we got to hear from Impact, he was the one catching waves alongside Corki. So the point that I'm making here is that, yeah, two damn strong hyper carries in Jinx and Corki, that now you just feel that you are going to win team fights, that Renekton's going to have a real tough problem, even though he was farmed early, to impact these fights.
Fun fact: the only one of the junglers who would be higher than him would be Blabber, Pridestalker, and Jose Deodo, who were
also,
all funneled by their teams and their strategies. So
I also just it feels made even more effective by the fact that it was an Olaf pick into this composition, because you're thinking charm, you're thinking binding from Lux, and the ability to say, I'm going to put a shield on you, you're going to ult, and you're going to run face first through all of that and go put pressure onto the back line, makes those team fights very hard to navigate for a Caitlyn, for an Ahri, whose damage definitely starts to fall off as compared to the the Corki and the Jinx. Final point?
That's why I liked the adaptation Blue went for as the game went on, that they couldn't contest for Drakes anymore. He just put himself on side lane. Of course, it didn't work out because they already accelerated.
It helps when JoJo kills Biofrost before a dragon with the poke rockets. JoJo had a great game.
I love it. The 1-0-1 player of the game. It was an interesting game because it was, relatively kill-less, but ultimately EG navigates their way to a victory to land at 2-2 in their scoreline. On the other side of this break, though, Immortals is hopping back onto the stage in a hunt for their first win against the reigning champs in 100 Thieves. We'll see you here.
Impact, though, going to have to
Flash! Nicely done. Flash for Flash, and the follow from Blue means first blood.
With the direction that Ahri's headed.
Blue, you're in trouble, buddy, and he's gone. EG with control over the river. They are totally unafraid. Biofrost just died. The ulti there, just to survive, does the same thing with his flash, and neither one of them means a damn thing. River's out of the picture. Kobe, I smell something. That smells like Baron.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where that'll never not be funny to me, Raz. Thank you so much. I had a game 2 of the day between 100 Thieves and Immortals Progressive. Immortals hunting for that first win. 100 Thieves looking to stay atop the table, undefeated, looking at 3-0 possibly. But that's where we have to start. The fact that 100 Thieves had that 2-0 week yesterday, following a disappointing performance in lock-in, I think for so many people, immediately reversed their you know, their whole, oh, the sky is falling.
You're overreacting. The sky is falling.
Right? The first week, like, I'm sure the first week from practice after the lock-in, it was just a slap in the face. Just,
They were angry,
They were
practicing
pissed
angry,
off.
I bet. Yeah,
Feel
without a
bad
doubt.
for whoever they're scrimming against, or their opponents that they have now 2-0'd. So, like, they've done incredibly well. FBI is at the helm with his Aphelios and Jin gameplay, being able to be the player of the week. Such dominance there that you would expect from Huhi and FBI that they're able to show.
Yeah, and I was glad to see FBI come back just because a lot of people, again, during lock-in were like, I don't know, they were playing these pushing bot lanes we thought were going to work really well for them. And going back to this kind of signature front-to-back team fighting style works so well with Huhi on engaged supports and then FBI just being able to fire from the back line.
I think Abadaga as well, stepping up a little bit was a big deal because he was one of the other factors in that, quote unquote, collapse from lock-in tournament, just not being able to have an influence on the games.
And so while they've impressed us coming out of week 1, you flip to the other side of things, and right now, Immortals, they just feel largely directionless, right? Not only is it an 0-2, you're just kind of left wondering even how does this team view what success looks like for them.
As the IMT hater, Mark, I wonder what your opinion
What do you mean? I think that all they need is someone to step up and find a big play, be a little bit of a hero, hopefully in the early game that you can then play around that power play.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, a lot of these plays are just not being on the same wavelength. There are moments like this where Akali's trying to come for a long flank, but, IMT is already committed to an engage. Or this game where your AD carry is a little bit far in Ecuador as your team is taking the team fight topside. And so I do think that there are moments where the early game is fine, but it is just simple points of either miscommunication or just general poor planning that gets them in these holes.
Well, Immortals is hoping for a hero, holding out for a hero, rather.
Yeah.
Who do you think it has to be?
I mean, the weird thing about this is it's such a veteran lineup that you're like, why can't it be anyone?
It could have been anyone, right?
PoE could do it, Turtle could do it, Xerxes could do it. It feels like almost anyone, and Revenge as well being one of the young focal points for them.
Yeah, I mean, there are actually a lot of options, right? And we've seen them cycle through a few, and it's been like either parts of the composition maybe didn't work if they're trying to give like a Revenge a really volatile matchup, or like Xerxes was put on the Kiana, but then he doesn't end up having pushing lanes and like stuff like that. So it's still like weird, slight misexecution and like lack of communication.
I know you'll be with me on this one, Raz.
I'm ready.
Power of Evil. Ari.
Let's
Face
go.
Race.
Let's do it.
Actually ends it.
He's going to end it.
Let's go.
He's going to do it.
1-2.
That's the one
Hunter
game
Thieves.
here.
Let's go. What's going to happen?
Start this one strong.
Lich Bane by, TP into the base.
Boom.
Let's go. Captain Flowers, Kobe. Enjoy the game. Take it away.
They agree with us.
Hell yeah, I agree with them. I want to see some violence. I want to see some blood. I want to see some action. All in the in-game. In-game, by the way. I want to see all that in-game.
After last game, yes, we are in need of some more action, some more blood. I ran into Revenge bathroom before this game, and I asked him if he would pick Quinn top for us to make it exciting. Because Quinn got buffed on this patch and has seen some play in Champions Queue.
What was his response?
His response was a laugh and a nod. So he didn't.
He was letting you down easy.
He wanted to acknowledge it, but he didn't want to give it away because there were other players around back there, though. So he couldn't verbally say yes. So he was trying to sneaky like.
Okay.
You buying it? You buying it?
I don't know if I'm buying it, bro. I don't know.
PoE draws an Ari ban.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not gonna be an Ari in this game, so the desk is not gonna get what they wanted. Jarvan banned out, Karma banned out, Zeri and Caitlyn banned out. Immortals is zeroing in on FBI in this 80 carry champion pool.
Yeah, I mean, PoE has no one to blame for the ban but himself. He tweeted it out, just reminding everyone that he was a big-time Ari player. So the permabans remain true. Zeri and Gwen, and then either Caitlyn or Karma are the super frequent ones on red side. No hesitation on this trade. Aphelios Jinx is going to be the most common trade. Catch up real quick here too. Xin, very popular, but again, we're playing versus closer here. Could very well go Viego in response. So the Xin kind of early pick from Xerxes does give him some stability, some early playmaking options, but I don't think it's going to hinder 100 Thieves at all.
Curious if 100 Thieves is going to put priority on a Thresh here. You often see something like Thresh paired with Aphelios, so oftentimes considering we also get those supports and 80 carries picked in the first half, I wonder if we're going to get that. We will get the Rise. Remember, that was banned out last time, so we will get to see it this time. And there it is. Hey, the answer, just like you talked about. Xin Zhao, closer's happy to play the Viego.
Yeah, it's a really fun matchup to me because whoever gets the lead then, has dominance in the 1v1 and can push the other out. Viego does have, execution damage, and Xin doesn't have escape. So a lot of times if there's any sort of early lead for Viego, it can get, kind of scary for him. But if Xin, as expected, is able to get the early lead, and especially with a Syndra mid having a very devastating 2v2, could definitely snowball his way. Rise, though, the reason it's been so prioritized and has been often first banned instead of even let through to the picks phase here is because of the importance of roaming right now. There's a lot of difficulties in coming up with the answer to Rise. Even like some of the old school picks like Casio or something being thrown around in some of the Champions Queue games, but being able to push and roam early on for Rise and being able to have Realm Warp for these side lanes has been really, really big in snowballing a lot of these games. Plus, he has the flexibility. You can go still damage build Rise. You don't have to go with the tank Rise Fimbulwinter, but Fimbulwinter tank is very good, especially when you've got a carry jungler on your team.
And of course, when Rise is that popular, when he's so useful in the meta, it makes sense to pick him even before the second part of the bans come through or whatever. And then Immortals felt the need to answer that, lest the mid pool get pinched even further. So we still have mirrored picks, just different roles from what we got in game number 1. Support pools, both being zeroed in on now since neither team has drafted that role. Nautilus banned out by Immortals. Lulu banned out by 100 Thieves. Leona banned out by Immortals. Are we going to get 4 out of 4 support bans here in the second half? What do you think?
Yes! I put all my money on yes.
Okay. Who's it going to be? Double or nothing?
Well, we did get a touch on Janna already. I'll put my money on. I'll put my money on the Janna.
Oh, Flash instead.
Dude,
okay,
yeah,
so
I feel
Cody
like
goes bankrupt.
I feel like Janna's getting ignored, overly ignored early this weekend. I still think she's quite good.
Well,
especially because she just works so well with Glacial Augment, but is going to be ignored this game as well. Yeah, Thresh got the ban. Tahm Kench gets the pick very quickly here. You have 2 low mobility carries. Can be used here to save people when Viego goes for the execute and deny those resets. So the Tahm Kench is a big pick in response to Closer himself on one of his most feared picks.
Okay, what'll the lock-in be here? 100 Thieves set locked in. Now, I'm thinking this is a potential support set.
Yeah, for sure. This is Huhi. Not only is set good into other melee carries like Tahm Kench. I don't know about the balance after Tahm Kench's recent buffs. He's actually very good bullying melee, so we'll have to get a strength check update on this matchup. But Huhi, I don't know how many times I've said this, but my favorite moment in Huhi's career was after switching from mid lane Aurelion Sol aficionado down to support. His biggest carry games from support role were on the early set days, and his Hex Flash plays and his proactive playmaking with FBI. I was just so completely impressed and blown away as far as one of the first supports in the LCS to pick up set in the first place. Very happy to see him back on it. And this is another set game this year for him. So I have full confidence in him on the champion and in the matchup.
Well, the last 2 picks that we got to see from the teams here were our top laners. It'll be Renekton locked in blind for 100 Thieves. The response from Immortals is the Graves. Now, in game number 1...
El Quinn, man.
Game number 1, we got to see Renekton have a very strong early start into a whole lot of nothing. How are we feeling about the Renekton pick into this game? Obviously, you're not having to deal with the Smite roaming top laner or anything, but Graves is pretty strong, man.
Yeah, I actually quite like Renekton into this.
Okay.
Graves is very versatile, and you can control the wave super well. But let me remind you, this is Someday. He is literally one of the most famous Renekton players in the world. He made his early career in LCK on Renekton. One of his most played champions still to this day. And so this game is actually turning into iconic champions for these players. We've got Huhi set. We have Someday's Renekton. We have Power of Evil's Syndra, his second most played champion of his entire career. One of the champions that he gave TSM a hard time with way back in the day as well. A lot of history here. So I really like when we get these specific players on their iconic champions.
Closer
Viego, all of these things coming through, in the picks for this game. You really, when you get to associate yourself with a, pocket pick is kind of a meme because of the.
Hey, I will tell you
videos
that being
we did.
associated with a champion is very fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I've got the perfect co-caster for this one, because we've got some good ones here. I mean, I still see who he is, the Aurelion Soul guy, but as support, Set is the one for me. So.
Well, we've got both our supports running Ignite this game. Plenty of kill potential there. Wild Turtle does have the cleanse versus the heal because, I mean, honestly, you have lots of CC threats on that enemy team for a Jinx.
Faceplant, as we were saying, mechanics on the set, great, but the a little bit close to the wall there gets pushed right back through. If you get it 50% over the midpoint in a wall, it'll bounce through to the other side. But,
Just like placing a ward.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Meanwhile,
all right. Let's see what we got. Huhi and FBI are positioned in the forwardmost brush here. Xerxes is going to see Abadaga, or is he? Okay, nope. Abadaga is right there inside the brush. They're thinking, okay, maybe this is a trap. Maybe this is bad news. Revenge will step forward. He will not get to put a free auto attack into Someday there, but he will see that the blue buff will not be started on.
See, that's the difference between pro play and solo queue. Solo queue, both of them are into that brush.
Yup.
Dive bomb this guy. Get this rise. We see him by himself. I don't know where everybody else is. Let's go.
Yeet, go get him, but not this time. No, sir. We're in competitive play instead. So our jungler's going to be starting on opposite sides, both no leash.
I don't know if that bodes well for our bloodthirsty call, asking for a lot of action for this game.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
The first opportunity is bypassed, but bottom side push does go to the Immortals here with Jinx Rockets coming through. FBI should be fine to heal up off the wave, but both supports holding until now their execution Targon stacks. Destiny uses both to move it on up, and they should secure themselves. Yep, level 2, no problem.
And speaking of level 2, Someday uses the chance to just immediately go in, but Revenge does a nice job getting the attacks on the back end of it there. Empties 2 reloads worth of shots into him there, and Someday's way worse for wear in the trade.
Certainly is, but he's got the Doran shield start for the Renekton, so you're making the most of the regeneration, even when you're getting low life there. Still has a potion for himself as well, but Destiny...
Oh, Destiny goes in, but he won't find the knockup. Does get the heal out of FBI for that little bit of extra move speed to make sure he evades the knockup. So good job getting the summoner spell out there. Closer's up top, but Revenge is not going to be far forward enough for him to find anything really to do here. So Closer right back down into the river. Scuttle Crabs aren't ready yet, so he just has to go back to his normal farm path.
Yeah, they had a ping there on Closer. I believe Revenge's ward just expired that time. So good defensive posturing here from Revenge. Able to back off, knows that Closer was just around, so Revenge playing it well, trying to waste as much opponent jungle time as you possibly can, while remaining out of reach of a kill threat for the jungle. Passes by another one here on his way to the Scuttle Crab, and that'll just get traded out, no problem. What I really want to see, though, is jungle action around mid, because Syndra, Ryze both have good setup. Both of these jungles are very good. Yeah, very good follow-up. Good setup and no escape.
They can both dish it, but they can't take it. That means it's a jungle type of lane, my friend. We're all too familiar with that sort of scenario.
Exactly. This is, especially for solo queue, that's how you just evaluate your whole game for the early stages. You're loading into champ select, and you're just like, who can we kill? Who's not getting away? Abadaga, though, dodges out on the stun, so both of them are going to be fine. Not a lot of kill threat anymore because they both use so much of their mana focusing on the wave, and we'll get the resets.
Kind of hard to set up a kill when your mage can't do anything but auto attack for 60 damage over and over again, just throwing little orbs at him. But Destiny in some trouble down here bottom side. Haymaker comes out, hits him with the sweet spot, but he knew he wasn't in danger of dying. No reason to use any summoner spells on that one. Someday jumping in here after Revenge, just finds the initial burst and walks back away, trying to take these short patterns and utilize the fact that he still had minions there, so when Revenge tried to get any auto attacks on the back end, they would be intercepted. Remember, Graves a unique champion in the fact that minions can block those.
Yeah, I think Someday's doing a lot of little things really well. You know, possibly blocking some damage for minions. Also, he utilized the time where Closer moved up towards topside, and we're pretty sure got seen by an expiring ward very effectively, because while Revenge was able to back off and not succumb to a gank there, Someday still made him pay in a few CS at the tower as he's trying to play safely, and try and get himself up to the point where he can go for this kill threat on the Graves, looking for the level 6.
Yep.
He's constantly looking for these slice and dice trades, fully charged up. Rage, and here comes
Closer. There go. Someday with the flash, and he gets the heal as well from the Q. Closer's ready to clean it up, mop and bucket. First blood over to 100 Thieves, but Immortals now looking to get something back themselves. Power of Evil and Destiny trying to work together to find Abadaga, but some nice fancy feet just steps out of the way.
100 Thieves looking clean in this early game, Flowers. Just
Yes,
as we're
sir.
talking up Someday, he perfectly baits in Revenge, waits, fully charged up Rage Bar, flashes in as Closer comes for the repeat, who also flashes to secure this. The timing is just so good. Someday starts communicating very, very early. Let's see at the point between going for Gromp, you can tell on the minimap, okay, he's coming now. So he's like, hey, wave is pushing. I'm going to take some early damage. Walks through. Hey, I'm baiting him. I've got flash. By this time, he's dead. Revenge is dead. Closer comes up, has the flash, goes for the stun. Someday also knowing his margins so well there with the heal, that one cut it real close. But that's what you get when you've got
unironically
almost 1,000, Renekton games over the course of your career. So good combination between the top and jungle, but then also Abadaga, just as impressive escape in the 3v1 with the fancy footwork. With our German mid laners going head-to-head in this matchup. Abba gets the dodge. He is losing out on a bit of CS because he got chased all the way down to Kruggyville, but didn't die.
Dude, what? Kruggyville?
Nobody wants to go to Kruggyville. Junglers even sometimes don't like going to Kruggyville. It's far away.
It takes so long to kill them, and they're in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. Kruggyville's got some good gold in it, though. It's got good golden experience if you make your way there. It's just that the journey is so long. It feels far away from everything.
It's like one of those gold rush towns, like back in the Wild West or whatever.
Yeah.
It's out in the middle of nowhere, but there's gold in them Nar Hills, so go anyway.
There's gold in Krugville.
Well, we've got plenty of gold here in the hands of 100 Thieves, who are up about 700 after grabbing themselves that first blood there in the top lane. Someday rushing towards those plated steel caps. We know how important Boots Rush is in a range versus melee matchup. Down here on bottom side, Huhi doing a good job there again with the face breaker. You already mentioned he knows how to play this champion to get those stuns, and in Destiny knows how to set it up to kill FBI. The man died with the flash, still ready to go. Immortals win a 2v2 bot side.
That's what we need to see from this team. Immortals have lost 6 games in a row this year. They need a win on the board. They would love nothing more than to do it against the defending champions, the 2-0 currently 100 Thieves. And it coming from the bottom lane is big. This is something people expected a lot of coming into this year, because Turtle actually, despite the failures of CLG last year, had quite a good individual performance in some of these micro situations when you're dissecting VODs and trying to look for positives in a kind of desolate year for the team. So happy to see Destiny come up. Really good Tom Kent's usage there with the re-engage on the W. He zoned upwards FBI, so even though FBI had flash, they still get the kill on him. Turtle gets excited. They get some gold on the right places for themselves. Maybe they can use this to change their fates so far this year in the LCS.
Turtle back underneath the turret for now, though. FBI fires off the ulti, but does not land that one. Misses the Q here as well, so Turtle's health bar not under any big threat just yet. But it is 100 Thieves moving into the enemy jungle. The blue buff is up. Closer and Abadaga working to take that one away. Remember, their own blue buff is currently on Abadaga, so Closer will be fine just smiting this one away to guarantee that they're able to secure it. But now with Huhi coming up, Destiny's the man in trouble. He tries to get away, but he's pulled right back in. Get over here. Closer picks up the kill.
Oh, it is a scary thing when Closer's Viego starts to get kills, Flowers. Remember Champ Select, and we talk about this matchup with Xin. Yeah, it gets really, really dangerous now for Xerxes.
Oh boy.
He's going to find himself defending this tower in the 2v3. Looks like as soon as 100 Thieves see that, though, they decide not to risk it here. No reason to overexert themselves. They walk away. Closer's got a bounty on his head already as well, so don't want to be giving that up.
If that was just a jinx, that's 300 gold for free, right? But as soon as his Injao's there, you know it's going to get sloppy. It's going to get messy up here in top lane. Someday in Revenge. Someday's still about, what is that, 1 wave ahead of his opponent. So into the Graves matchup, you're happy with that. Still has that 1 assist from earlier here too.
Yeah, and by the way, just a little tack on to the bottom play. We should be complimenting Immortals in those situations where you deny that play.
Yeah.
You know, and calling Xerxes down, and just the little defensive opportunities where they are able to play it. They recognize the danger here. Xerxes hugged the wall also. You can tell the whole time as he's moving up, the positioning, you stay away from that tri-brush. You don't want to let them jump out at you. And so those little things make the earlier play not so bad for the bottom lane. And yet you're still left in a scenario where it's pushing out against you. You don't have any deep vision, and you know that Closer still has ult flash on Viego.
And especially being good at that, considering the context of what we're looking for from this team, right? It feels like for Immortals, the comms have been falling apart. People aren't on the same page. Well, this is saying, all right, we did the homework. We know what we're supposed to be doing. We're getting everybody on the same page, coordinated. And that's exciting for me to see because it means that they've recognized sort of what these problems are, they're working to fix them, and they can work towards actually being able to find these wins. However, things are still pretty tough here. It's a 1,500 gold lead for the side of 100 Thieves. Second Drake of the game is alive. Immortals got the first one, but it was just the Cloud Drake, and it's 100 Thieves with control over the bot side river. Look at the vision in this river from the blue side here. Immortals will summon up the Rift Herald in mid lane. They're going to get the 2 plates with that, but not much more. Abbedagga doing plenty of damage to the Herald here. One more auto attack on the eye kills it. And nobody starting up that Drake just yet. Still control for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Abba's been a popular boy. Bottom lane, though, for 100 Thieves with the 3-person pressure again. They want to just cut off this only avenue of a lead that Immortals had opened up with their 2v2 kills. With the constant return of pressure, they keep on zoning out and trying to take away any of the advantage that Turtle and Destiny had built up. Meanwhile, Immortals spent a lot of resources towards mid. There were multiple times, 3-person pass to try and deny Abba these roam timers. Dragon, though, 1,500 counting.
Here we go. Xerxes decides to jump in. Abbedagga is the target, but he disengages. The Drake down to 100 HP, and Closer's going to take that one. Now Xerxes has to try to get away, but Xin Zhao has a tough time doing it. Has to flash, stays alive, but Immortals still lose out on the objective.
Yeah, that is a terrible sign when you have your jungler on the Dragon the whole time. So it's effectively a 3v4, and you're getting chased out of the river and bullied through. You know, that charge in there from Xerxes, now he doesn't have ult or flash either. Right. So if you ever are within range of Closer, of Viego, you die. Good flash from Abba.
Ooh, yeah, nicely done.
But he
there.
doesn't know.
Xerxes ready to go after him, though. Wants to get away with a realm warp, and he does it. Goodness gracious, that was close.
This is the best looking 0-0. Never mind. Turtle from downtown, baby. He still got it.
Oh my goodness, that's what you love to see. If you're Immortals at least, nice shot from Wild Turtle.
Abba just finished off his perfect 8 out of 10, maybe 9 even. We go real high on the Olympic score there. Escape out of mid lane with that realm warp.
Wait, what's the perfect 8 out of 10? Perfect 8?
I said, it's a perfect 8, you know? You can have a perfect 8, a perfect 9.
Perfect 10.
No, you can have a perfect 8. Just go with it.
Okay, all right. Perfect 8.
Perfect looking 8.
Perfect 8 until the rocket arrived. And then there were problems.
You can have like an 8, an 8.1, 8.2.
I have never heard of
8.3. So an 8.3 is an imperfect 9. How about that?
Dude, this is getting too complicated. No, this is way too close to math. I'm not doing this. Okay, anyway, we got Power of Evil. He's gonna yoink away the Scuttle Crab. My crab now. And I always hate playing against Syndras because of this reason. They are adept at stealing Scuttle Crab.
Yoink your lunch money?
Yeah, I like being able to get the crab, not have Syndra just steal it away. Anyway, Closer's still hanging out down here on bottom side river. This bottom lane tier 1, man, it is so close to falling over. Turret plates are gone, so there's no extra protection there. Top side here, a bit more of a scuffle between our top laners. Some days, still always. This goes back to what you were talking about. He's so experienced in this champion. He's never just going to sit back and let Revenge just run the lane. He'll always look for those windows whenever he gets them.
Yeah, I mean, when you play a single champion that much over your career, you have so much muscle memory. You have so much feel for how much damage you can give, how much damage you can take, even though it has gone through patch changes and varies obviously with items as well. Just really nice to see. And that's why we enjoy the fact about this game where there's so many of those champion player combinations on display for us. Wild Turtle on his Jinx, which You can debate whichever is your, Wild Turtle pairing for a champion, but the Jinx, he has stolen so many Barons, Dragons, giant objectives, and gotten sniped kills,
Kill snipes.
which we all saw in this game. So again, that proficiency really does come up when we see some of these players that, while yes, they are technically older, they also show plays like that, which have a lot of value.
Speaking of value, Revenge with that first item Hull Breaker here on the Graves means that in these split push scenarios, he's going to feel plenty strong, especially at taking the turrets. But we'll see how the team fights look as Immortals are going after the Herald, but 100 Thieves are ready to try to stop them. Bringing in multiple bodies from both teams. Sumday's not in the fight, but Revenge is. Now they're going to try to make that play here onto Huhi. He's brought right back into everybody, goes for the Haymaker, stays alive with the shield. Revenge dashing back over the wall, staying alive there. Xerxes going to grab the Herald, and now they're going in after Closer. Rift Herald Eye still on the ground. Nice two-man stun coming out, and the Ruined King goes down. Someday tries to get away. He'll be taken pretty low. They can't find another kill here. Nicely played there from Immortals.
Massive from Immortals, and they get to push out as well. This mid turret is so low. Only FBI is going to be able to defend here against Power of Evil. When you've got blue buff on Syndra too, he can even threaten at the tower. Took a tower shot there because he got some harassment down. And doesn't have the backup of the rest of the squad. Immortals, though, it's still such a huge team fight for this game because they also got the Rift Herald. So here's a look at the initiation. I popped again, gets chunked down, Graves smoke screen, and being up against the wall did so much. But then Huhi goes for the initiation. They've got the outside coming here. FBI, even with the white gun stacked up, they aren't able to pin down Revenge in the back. Xerxes gets the kill onto the Rift Herald. They force them through with a split because Destiny chases them off to the other side, but now Destiny's gonna get chased himself.
Talking about Destiny, man. Wrong place, wrong time. Nice capitalization coming out from 100 Thieves, but now Closer's got to get away. Uses the ulti reset to get back over the wall and stay alive. 5 seconds left until the Drake spawns. It's a 5v4 map state for the side of 100 Thieves. And Revenge and Xerxes both stepping forward. Got to be careful around this zone, though.
Yeah, that was such a huge pick. The timing on Destiny earns you a dragon. Getting that kill off of your reset was so big for 100 Thieves. Very smart to get to the river first. These are why the rewards and why coaches always emphasize getting there early matters so much, because even though Immortals win that Rift Herald team fight, the reset earlier from 100 Thieves, being in the brush when Destiny comes through to try and get vision for Immortals, means that they get the trade objective. They get the dragon entirely off of picking off that support. And 100 Thieves bounce right back. So that's dragon number 2. They continue stacking.
And Immortals are going to respond by taking down a turret there in the top lane, using the power of that Herald that they won in the fight beforehand. So that'll bring the gold back a little bit closer, but it is still a lead for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and they're trying to open up.
Oh, nice stun. Xerxes tries to use the ulti to defend, but both of these guys are still in melee range. It's not blocking anything. Destiny gobbles him up, tries to get him away to safety. But now you got the Realm Warp coming in for a little bit more backup. Abadaga, he's going to root Destiny. Can't get away from that one. Destiny's stuck in the river, and 100 Thieves beat him down. But now the problem is they're going to trade support for support. Wild Turtle steps out of the way of the root here from the Everfrost. Abadaga drops. Sumday's here in the middle of everybody. He's going to grab the kill into Power of Evil as Xerxes tries to get away, but FBI has arrived. Closer grabs another as Revenge dashes over the wall, and it's 3 for 2 for 100 Thieves. Closer ain't done yet.
Oh!
Here comes the slam. Here comes the kill for the Ruined King.
This man is too good, Flowers. Closer is picking up right where he left off in the finals. Honestly, stellar performance. Charges onto the Raptor to get range for the W. Turtle doesn't flash the W. If you don't flash the W, then you're already dead because the slow lands, the damage chunk is there. Closer is going to be able to follow up, gains the distance with the ultimate into the W for the Spectral Maw. That was just so well played by Closer, but should have just resulted in a flash. Anyways, here's the early pick where they gain some of the momentum, and you look at the mini-map in these situations to see, as the team is converging, what are they buying time for? Aphelios actually just had to flash off screen to the 1v1 from Wild Turtle. So Wild Turtle got excited off that turret, forced a flash from Aphelios. He joins first, so you think that Immortals have the advantage, but Aphelios then can join from the backside, and they get the big chunk down there. Someday picks up the kill, and since Closer can reset, he comes out of the body, instantly stuns with Syndra, picks up the Xin Zhao body, then you can charge to the chicken just to get distance. He hits the W onto Turtle. Gotta flash those Ws.
Yep. Turtle thought he might be able to walk it away, but the range on Wind Becomes Lightning is so far tough to deal with.
Sometimes, like, you don't give enough credit to the threat of this ability if you see the Xin already use charge. Because if it's just a Xin, then the Xin can't close that distance. But he's not a Xin, he's a Viego!
That's
holding
Viego
his body!
Playing Xin.
Exactly, so he can then just ult and Spectrum. Closer's playing Xin and Viego. Just better.
Well, Closer is 5-1-2, man. He has the Divine Sunderer. He has the Blade of the Ruined King, his namesake item. If this dude is able to free hit somebody, they're gonna die. Because when we're looking at the itemization on the enemy team, in terms of defenses, it's health. And then it's also health. The front line, the Graves and the Xin Zhao and the Tahm Kench, they've got health. And Blade of the Ruined King is exceptional at killing that. It's armor that would normally be able to mitigate some of that, but there's not a ton of it available yet.
You guys can't see at home, but Flowers right now explaining health to me every time he turns. He is the picture of that History Channel meme.
The alien.
Exactly.
Health.
That is Flowers right now. Health.
Well, that's all there is. There's only health.
That was perfect. That was perfect. We're also going to have a dragon soon, and it is a mountain dragon, which gives shields if you get the soul.
No, he's doing it.
So number 3 getting to soul point will be huge here, 400 Thieves, but it is Immortals into the river first, so they get the priority on Vision.
All right, Immortals trying to control this. They don't want to allow 100 Thieves to get that soul point, especially with the jungler being so strong like this. 100 Thieves is stepping in, though. It's Abadaga leading the charge, now backing up a little bit. Destiny keeping Wild Turtle alive, but now who? He's pulled Revenge right back in. He's going to have to flash away. Power of Evil looking for the stun, but he won't find it. Immortals does not get a punch back. Some injured health bars on either side. Revenge and Turtle both with a chunk out. Abadaga at about half. Who he has no ulti here. FBI at 200 HP. Barely getting away from that as Power of Evil used the ulti to take him low. 100 Thieves still hanging around. They've still got Closer at full, but he has no smite to try to steal this away yet. That is still cooling down. Now they're going to force another flash. Immortals doing a good job chasing 100 Thieves away. Immortals now going after the Drake. 100 Thieves has conceded this objective. It's not worth fighting over. Drakes are going to be tied 2-2.
Range can win you games, Flowers.
Yeah.
Really good poke there from Immortals. Getting health bar chunks, getting summoner spells blown, all just from landing your skill shots here. Huge plays there from Immortals, bullying it out, bringing this back to 2 dragons to 2. Still within reach here of the 100 Thieves. Even though Closer is on fire, he's got a bounty on his head. So you got to, there are a couple different chants. Last time we talked about, typing in team chat, we're just scaling. You also, pinging bounties is a viable strat here and is critical, especially when it's a carry champ like Viego. Trying to hit a Syndra stun on him.
Ooh, and look at the chunk. Closer just kaboom. As soon as Syndra kicks that orb into him, 1/3 HP gone.
Exactly. Syndra, one of the best champs at picking up those bounties. And again, if Immortals can continue to use their range effectively and start a fight out that way, if you burst him down, you get not only a big bounty of gold back for you, but you take out the biggest threat and leverage yourself towards an objective.
Someday trying to go in on Revenge here in the bottom side. This is 1v1. He's got the Black Cleaver so he can get those stacks, shred through some of the armor on the Hull Breaker and on the plated steel caps. Someday just continuing to try to apply that pressure. Both these guys at about half HP. Revenge goes back into the jungle. He'll just use the Gromp to heal up there. A little bit of a gas station fill up. Just go ahead, get the extra HP back, right back into lane. There's that ward there that spots Someday still maybe looking for something here. Remember, both these guys have their ultis ready. However, Revenge is not going to put himself in a spot where Someday can cut him off. He'll just back right on away.
Yeah, honestly, Black Cleaver is the perfect buy against Graves. You shred the armor and you get the move speed. You see all these chases, these little trades that Someday goes for. He's constantly playing an aggressive crocodile. This is not a tame crocodile.
No. This is not a crocodile in the zoo. This is a crocodile in the wild, in the river, munching on what do crocodiles eat? Like gazelles.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure they eat any sort of meat.
I don't think a crocodile could eat a hippo because a hippo's bigger.
Okay, they could eat a hippo's meat, though, if the hippo's meat was there for the taking.
Like eat a hippo's leg or something? Okay, yeah, sure.
If
I
it's
guess
detached from the hippo.
Okay, this is getting kind of morbid. I guess. I was just going to say crocodile chomp is not as big as a hippo chomp because a hippo is bigger.
Yeah.
So in a battle of chomping,
I
hippo
have
wins.
always been told that hippos are super dangerous, and yet I'm not scared of hippos at all.
Dude, why are you not
explain
scared of
that to me.
hippos? They can chomp you in half.
Probably because of that Child's Game, Hungry Hippos.
Oh, yeah, dude, that game, maybe that game prepared us for being shoutcasters because it's like the loudest thing in existence. So even when we're at a 10 out of 10, we're not as loud as Hungry Hippos.
I see.
My mom hated that game. Whenever I would play it, I was only allowed to play it for like 10 minutes because it's so loud.
Is it a perfect 10?
Yeah, no, it was a perfect 8. Perfect 8. Anyway, Immortals are setting up around Baron here, trying to get control over the topside river. Someday in Revenge, it just never stops with this scrapping down here in the bottom lane. We're never really seeing anybody get close to dead, but there's always threat from either side.
And that is important that it never stops because that is how Someday is keeping the threat there. He himself has been able to earn a gold bounty because of the extra kills that he's picking up moving towards these objectives. Renekton does provide CC. You know, yes, the smoke screen can be used effectively in some scenarios and is one of the most annoying abilities, but flash stuns.
Ooh! Shield from Huhi there. Absorbs most of the Super Mega Death Rocket. Turtle gets rooted up. But man, Huhi nearly getting picked off.
Yep, strongest tool here for Immortals is this range. PoE, Syndra, second most played champion of all time throughout his entire career. Keeps on fishing around, finding these stuns, and Turtle being able to follow up. Him on this Jinx this game has been quite good. So Immortals carries want this win, Flowers. They're poking out 100 Thieves members left and right, trying to get some advantages for their team, trying to get the setup. 1 minute on Dragon on the clock means this is where you recall to get your control wards. I want to see control wards through these inventories locked up so that you can set up properly for this one and make use of your biggest advantage here. Biggest win condition for them is trying to land some of that poke on either closer. Honestly, though, any of the frontline members would be big, juicy targets to get an early health lead on.
Absolutely. Immortals with 30 seconds left. Power of Evil will teleport into the mid lane. The bottom side river, they've got that Scuttle Crab vision, but that's about it for the Immortals side. 100 Thieves has been in here in the past 20 or 30 seconds, clearing out the vision that was there, placing down some of their own, and now the ward battles are going to begin. Huhi is here in the brush. They've got wards all around him just in case there's any sort of a play to be made here. He has the flash, he has the ulti ready here on the set. Let's see where Immortals want to approach from. Revenge separated from the rest of the team while everybody else will come from the mid lane. Huhi goes over the wall and he just finds Revenge. The smoke screen immediately right on top of his head. Revenge now has to be aware of Closer's presence. Closer and Huhi are cut off from the rest of their squad. Abadaga approaching from the left, but all of Immortals will zone him away. The Drake has been started up. 100 Thieves are onto that one. It's FBI and Someday. Closer's also got to get closer to that one. Xerxes ready to come in and maybe smite fight for this. He jumps into the middle, but it's going to be secured by FBI. 100 Thieves, they grab the objective, but Huhi's already down. 5v4 on the map, but the Drake goes the way of 100 Thieves. What can Immortals get from this? There are pings onto the Baron pit.
Yeah, that was a quick sacrifice. Huhi ults him out, but immediately, where'd that set go? Deleted in the animation. So while you do get the dragon, what did we give up, Flowers?
That is the question, my friend.
I'll give you a hint. It tastes purple.
It tastes purple, but can 100 Thieves stop it? The Baron already down to 4,000. Closer has no smite. Even for a smite fight, it will not be there. Xerxes taking the damage. FBI providing the lockdown. Immortals trying to scramble the fight. Abadaga's gonna drop. However, they've also lost Power of Evil on the side of IMT. Xerxes gonna be taking low double kill back over to Closer. Someday now on top of Wild Turtle. 100 Thieves slam them into the ground with an ace from FBI.
100 Thieves are gonna be happy with that one, Flowers. Baron buff, soul point, everything in their pockets.
Yeah. What did it cost them, Kobe? It cost them throwing Immortals into a bamboozle.
They stopped that cost at Huhi's life. That was such a valiant sacrifice. In the end, let's take a look at it. Flip the switch replay here, come in a little bit slow. How they get such a great initiation, instant Zonias by so much time, and FBI is firing during the time that's afforded, and then Closer flashes to the back line to pick up the kill and the reset. Then charging through FBI, nobody can get on him. Someday and Closer do so much insane work creating space for him. He even flashes to the other side of Someday so that Graves' bullets can't get through, even though he goes down in the end. Absolute monstrous play from the frontliners there. Someday and Closer demolish this team fight. Someday with the stopwatch, then Closer flashing into the back line to get the first kill and reset.
FBI's guns also swapped. He went into that fight with blue gun and purple gun. He exhausts the purple bullets halfway through, gets red for a little bit of extra sustain and fighting to keep him alive till the end. Team comes in and backs him up. Beautifully done stuff. And once again, we are left with an eternal question, my friend. How the hell does Closer keep getting Viego?
So, this one might confuse people for a long time to come. But I would also remind you that if you go back to finals, he absolutely stomped them on Lee Sin as well. This man is just a good jungler. Yes, Viego is a very snowbally jungler, and when you crush people, it will have a tendency to go legendary.
But Xerxes has to use the ulti to stay alive there. Closer also very low. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find a cleanup kill here this time. 100 Thieves, though, trying to really push this lead.
But I would also agree with you. He's also just overly disgusting on this champion. So
very, very good. Very, very good.
This does bring up a good meta point, though.
All right, what do you got?
Red side has been more solidified in bans over the last couple of weeks. I want to see if 12-3 really rocks that much at all. But since you have to ban, or theoretically have to ban Gwen and Zeri, and then have either some sort of plan to deal with, Caitlyn, Karma, bottom lane range situations, or ban them out, your red side bans get really stacked up quickly, so you don't get the luxury of banning out people's iconic champions. And then you end up with games like this, where you have so many players on their iconic champions, and you're thinking, wow, just ban Closer's Viego. But what if Zeri was in this game, and what if he's playing jungle Zeri, actually? Closer, you didn't think I was going to take that turn,
no,
did you?
I did not think that is the direction that we were going, my friend, but hey. All right, I'm on board. Let's see it. Anyway.
What's the greater evil here, I guess, is always what you have to ask yourself.
Sir, we live in a world, we live in the timeline where Smite Janna top. We are in the evil world.
Point.
We're in now. We're lost in the sauce right now.
That's a pretty great evil.
Anyway, we've got some turrets being taken top side here. We got 30 seconds until what will be Mountain Soul for 100 Thieves if they can secure it spawns. Power of Evil getting away from Closer there with that blast cone. 100 Thieves with control over this bot side river. If you're Immortals, you got to make the call right now. Do we fight for the soul, or is this just an instant int that loses us the game and gives them the soul anyway? They're saying, all right, we got to fight for it. Revenge is coming in. It's a 5,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves. Everybody from their side is going to be here too. He's coming in. Goes for the face breaker. He grabs a couple of them. Haymaker comes out, but he's going to die first. Turtle finds that one. Someday's going to die now too. He goes into the resurrection. He'll be brought back up here in just a moment with Revenge and Destiny going after Closer. Someday's going to be killed off to the side. Abadaga cannot get away. He will go into stasis, but that's all he's going to get is a golden tombstone. Closer stuck in the enemy jungle. Here comes the bullets, baby. It's a 12-gauge death sentence. 4 dead for nothing. Immortals fight it beautifully.
I can hear the Immortals cheers from here. Flowers, they are pumped on stage while Turtle gets excited. Yes, Huhi dunks PoE into the rest of the team, but Turtle gets excited off that kill. They finish him off, and they run straight through mid.
They're just going straight for the end. It's FBI and Huhi versus 5 players of Immortals for the next 20 seconds. IMT want their first win in 7 games, and they're looking for it here. FBI in the stasis, trying to buy himself some time, but he's already down. Huhi is down. Immortals will get their first win this year, and they'll take out 100 Thieves.
Let's go, Immortals. First win of the year for this team on this LCS stage. That one's got to feel good, too, against the defending champions, who were currently 2-0, now 2-1, suffering this loss. Huge stuff here from Immortals. They've been questioned at every turn here with the sluggish start that they had, but they always kept their focus. Big game here from Immortals.
Hell yeah, boys, take a bow. You love to see it, man. You love to see it.
I like that the sponsor is progressive as well, and that's what the team has to be. They have to continue to progress, continue to move forward. They're making progress, and it's looking good here. They also drew the Ari ban. Hopefully somebody forgets about that. You know, maybe when they're on blue side and you can't afford to ban out those specific champs, we'll get to see a little bit more of it. Do think after the changes, you know, Ari on live right now is quite fearsome.
I just love the fact that final team fight, they played it so well, and they played it from a difficult spot. You're going into a fight where your opponents are threatening taking the soul, so you're already under the time pressure, and they're 5,000 gold down, and they 4-0 them. That's not just an incredible team fight, that is a perfect 10. And so, on that note, Immortals are taking down the reigning champs. They end their 6-game loss streak. And to learn more exactly about how they pulled that off, we're going to join La Tigress and Revenge for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. For the first time on the LCS stage in spring, I am joined by Revenge and Immortals victory. I know it's been a bit of a bumpy ride so far, so tell me about your thought process coming into week 2 to pull off the win.
Well, obviously, we haven't won a game yet since lock-in, and it's not been great. We've definitely just been trying everything we can do, you know, trying all different kinds of styles to win. I feel like we were just having an issue where we couldn't really play on stage like we were playing in scrims, and I don't know why, but it just wasn't working out. And I think going into this week, I mean, both the opponents we're facing were 2-0 from week 1, 100 Thieves and C9, and we just, you know, told ourselves, like, we have to turn it around, we have to do something, and finally just show what we've been doing in scrims, because, yeah, it's just been unreal.
I know the coaching staff was also transparent about that on social media as well after week 1. When it comes to making those adjustments to get it done, is that a lot of individual work, you all kind of taking care of it your own on mental, or working as a team to try and translate as much as possible?
I mean, I think there was just a lot of issues that was going on, so we had to kind of tackle each issue one by one and kind of really look into our stage games and see like what issues were really, you know, making us struggle. And I think that like everyone on our team is super competitive and really, really like wants to win. And we have a group of veterans on our team, so they kind of helped us, you know, kind of step back and realize like it's still the first week of spring. We're a new team. We're gonna bounce back from this. We're all really good players, and we have so much time to show it.
And what a way to bounce back. Taking down 100 Thieves, the reigning champions. They had some significant leads in certain areas as well. So walk me through this game.
Yeah, I mean, I died first blood to the gank, which I didn't really expect. I think Closer was really creative, I guess, this game with that gank, and I was really caught off guard. But thankfully, it didn't really swing the matchup that much in my favor. I went to creative build with the Hullbreaker and kept push on him the entire lane still, so I was still doing my job, and later on in the side lane, I was still able to, you know, keep him tamed, and I think some team fights really didn't go our favor, and that was getting a bit scary, the Closer Viego flashbacks, but I think my teammates were smurfing in team fights, setting me up really well on the Graves, and we were able to just win the game from the last couple of fights. I think they mispositioned really hard, and we just took advantage of them.
Yeah, team doing really well. Well, Turtle, for instance, having pop off there in the end. What was the energy like in those final fights?
I mean, it was a bit hectic. We were like, I mean, because I think 100 Thieves was kind of fighting all over the place. So we kind of, like I was killing Viego the whole time on the side. He couldn't really do anything. And then on the other side, my Syndra is like stunning everyone and my Jinx is getting resets. And we're like, okay, wait, this fight's won. Honestly, I actually think it was more calming after we got the first kill. Like after we get the first Jinx kill, we're just like, okay, guys, the fight's over. What are we doing? And I'm like, I'm going to kill this Viego. And yeah, and at some point we just pressed tab and we're like, oh wait, there's 50-second death timers. Let's end the game. And it was like, we were like, okay, wait, we can't end. And then we're like, no. Actually, Power Vivo was like strong calling us like, trust me, we're ending this game. And we all just trusted him, and yeah, we ended the game, so.
I could hear your voices carrying through the mics that were on the other side and hooked into my ear. So getting excited on the Rift, getting fans excited off. Revenge, congratulations on picking up the W today, and thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
For more on that game, let's head on over to the State Farm analyst desk.
All right, let's go, Immortals Progressive. Taking
getting the victory over 100 Thieves, just pulling the rug out from underneath them there, too, with that final team fight. And then I love hearing from Revenge the conversation about how it was Power of Evil saying, no, we're going to end here, right? Having that definitive voice, that definitive call in comms to be able to direct everyone. And then they all commit to it. That's what you like to see.
We heard that similarly last year, I remember, when PoE was on TSM. It would be him and his other teammates deciding when they want, like, he would be the one making those decisive calls. So it's cool to hear that he brings that to every single team he's on.
Yeah, and I mean, Kobe said it within the game of like, sure, it's just week 1, but they lost their games in lock-in. They're coming into this one like losing every game.
0-6.
Like
0-6. Yeah.
And so you could feel it where the players, the veterans on that team, feeling lost in a way, like going through all of their problems in review after the first week, and it is working.
I think you can see the relief on Revenge's face in the review too.
For sure.
Yeah, it's only 0-2 in regular season rankings. It's still, from their perspective, a 0-6 slide to start the year. So breaking that streak, probably felt really good for them and showing like, hey, we're good. We can compete. This is 100 Thieves who is 2-0. Like when we play well, when we get these advantages, we can end the game.
And made that much sweeter that it was against a 2-0 team. He mentioned very tough week for them because both their opponents are 2-0 coming into it. Taking a look at that draft real quick, I think one of the things we want to call is, of course, the fact that who he gets, quote-unquote, pushed onto his set. That's definitely a scary thing because this was a sick play right here, pulling him out, finding that early kill. He's always terrifying on that pick.
Yeah, it was cool to see him bring out the pick. Obviously, Revenge brought up his Hullbreaker Graves from that draft as well. Another thing that this cuts out on is Closer using the little
Abyssal dive.
Abyssal dive. Yeah, keep wanting to say Abyssal Voyage. But his Kench, good, actually. Like, Closer's Tom Kench is actually very good.
I swear to God, the reason he's so good at Viego is because he's so good at every other champ. He landed multiple teamfight knockouts on Tom Kench. I watch support Tom Kench is unable to do this. So in this fight, when it's getting really scrappy, multiple members are dying, they had to go in here and kind of save this potential Baron situation. Like the fact that he's
right
able
there,
to come back
bottom
in,
of your screen.
Yeah, get that knockup and buy space for FBI to kite it out a little bit longer is a huge reason that he's such a good Viego.
Yeah, when you see fights like those, you're already like, okay, where's the end game screen? Because that was an incredible flank from him, and you already know from just his playoff in the previous split, like what he does on this champion. So he's doing really well. FBI and the Aphelios is getting stacked. Like they are incredibly strong, and they have about a 2K gold lead at this point, and you're like, okay. So
game
that's 28.5 minutes into the game. Yeah. You jump 4 minutes forward, and then boom. Immortals wins. Like, what is going on?
You said someone pulled the rug out from under them. I think it was actually Huhi. This engage was pretty brave.
He slipped. He tripped.
Yeah, he was the cause of the rug coming loose. Because after this engage, when you flub and engage versus Jinx, you are in deep trouble. You get Reset City coming on top of you.
Yeah, and of course the repositioning from Rise so that it is now at this point kind of unwinnable. You can't really run away from it. So there are now 2 points of this fight. On one side, Power of Evil sweeping the Rise. The other side, as you heard from Revenge, taking down Viego. So it was a complete one fight. The engage itself was pretty poor, and then, as Revenge said, resets galore for the Jinx.
Turtle picks up player of the game. Nice performance there near the very end. We're going to forgive him for that little overstay by the Raptors. That was maybe...
What are you talking about?
Sorry, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But I think in a number of ways, though, I love seeing him pick up this honors. It also kind of goes back to the conversation where you're talking about who's going to be the hero for this team, that it actually does feel like it can be anyone when you look at that roster. And so for Turtle to have a pop-off fight, but then for Power of Evil to be the shot caller in that moment, to call for the end, you start to now understand where those successes can come from this, from this roster.
Exactly. Like, when I saw this team, I'm imagining, like, team fights with control mages, with, with Power of Evil, and Xerxes, because they have done this before. And in this game, Revenge had a great game on the Graves.
Yeah.
Like, he performed incredibly well when, after the gank that he had topside that killed him. Like, he performed really well in team fights. He was assassinating backlines, as you'd expect. Rise was having real difficulties versus him. And then Wild Turtle team fighting with his Jinx was perfect. So, like, you need more games like these, then they'll find equal. By the end of this week, they can be 2-2.
I think
that's how math works.
Yeah, there you go.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you pointed at her, but she pointed at me, so I was like, is it bounce off? No, I was gonna say that this POG voting system, like there are multiple players on Immortals who got votes. I think PoE got one. I think Revenge got one. So it was a game where a lot of people had to step up to win.
Well, and to return to something that Raz said, now because a lot of Immortals issues were like not only who's going to step up, but also when they did have a player who was in a position to carry, there'd be a miscommunication around a team fight, right? Now, if you get the fact that you're not on a losing streak out of the way, I think that helps massively. Like we already talked about how we saw the relief on Revenge's face in that draft.
Yeah.
So going forward, now I think they've broken the streak. Hopefully they can learn from this and move forward.
And this is why lock-in is a blessing for them. Because when I said like they could be 2-2 after this, the fact that they were face-to-face with their problems as early as lock-in, and now the records from that does not matter.
That's a big point.
So like going into the next day makes it much easier to know that okay, this is what we need to do to get back to floating in 2-2.
Well, they end one streak. I think they're looking to see if they can kick up another one as they've got one more match ahead of them this weekend. But either way, taking down the defending champs, that's the way to do it. After the break, Team Liquid, they're going to take to the LCS stage to face the unholy power of Cloud9. We'll see you back here to preview that one in just a bit.
Immortals trying to scramble and fight. Abadaga's gonna drop. However, they've also lost Power of Evil on the side of IMT. Thursday's gonna be taken low. Double kill back over to Closer someday. Now on top of Wild Turtle. 100 Thieves slam them into the ground. Abadaga cannot get away. He will go into stasis, but that's all he's gonna get is a golden tombstone. Closer stuck in the enemy jungle. Here comes the bullets, baby. It's a 12-gauge death sentence. 4 dead for nothing. Immortals fight it beautifully.
Shields, shields, and more shields. In this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. On day 1 of the LCS, Golden Guardians and Cloud9 went head-to-head, and Golden Guardians started to pull away early. At first chance, Cloud9 wasted no time aggressing on an overextended Golden Guardians as they tried to lock in their early game lead with a dive bot. With a pseudo-engage from Berserker, Winsome and Fudge began rolling out the shields, making Cloud9 unstoppable.
Nobody will get away. Look at the shielding on the man. God bless, that is a lot of extra HP.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Welcome back to the LCS. Next up in our third game of the day, we got Team Liquid looking to take down Cloud9. I want to start on the Cloud9 side of things because 2 games into the split, and I have been so into their drafting, Emily.
Yes.
I am such a huge fan. I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I love the fact that LS is backing up his League of Legends philosophies with what he's sending his team out onto the Rift with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coolest thing that I can think of about this draft is twofold. One, Fudge's willingness as a new mid going into this to say, I'm willing to play these champions that are maybe a little bit more funky matchup depending. But then additionally, the thing that I want to call out and the thing that I know we're going to talk about in a little while is how they are enabling Blabber specifically and how he's able to play his natural play style, which I actually like a lot and is very aggressive, with the added shields and healing that he gets in these drafts.
100%. And if you just have carries that are willing to just go straight forward, and in Berserker's case, just flash over the wall as Aphelios, because you know you have these enchanters that are ready to protect you. Him and Blabber have just been phenomenal with that confidence. So it's just great. I mean, you've been able to get that strategy rolling, and with the carries, we can just fire off.
And so this is where I turn to you, Mark, in terms of like how these champions are specifically enabling those threats on Cloud9.
Well, I think one thing people get confused about with the double enchanter is the idea that it's a scaling setup, when it's really not. As soon as you hit Moonstone, you're pretty broken. So in this clip, just watch how much healing Fudge does to Berserker, all those little green things getting shot out, while Licorice is trying to finish him off. The amount of healing that comes in over the course of this, you know, this is a 14-minute replay. That's like Berserker's flat HP basically gets fully healed over the course of that fight. It's insane how much value that single item gets in early game skirmishes. In both games, they actually won pre-15-minute team fights. It's not like this is a scaling comp where it's like 30 minutes, we're online. Like, as soon as you get your mythics, they actually become really good at skirmishes.
I mean, over 700 health there, right? Picked up. And when you contextualize it with how much health does an 80 carry have at 100% at 14 minutes into the game, you've essentially like added 50% of their health pool back onto them.
With the shielding as well and all the other parts of the kit.
Right, absolutely nutty.
And it makes it difficult for your opponents to guess what you're going to be playing next. If it's the same idea with Ivern, Soraka, if you stop that, like it always feels like there's a different strategy that hits the same idea of what Cloud9 wants to do. Of course, there's like they can fight early with the early spikes, but also scale better.
Right, it feels like they always have the option to go back to what is considered standard or meta, and we haven't even seen them be forced into that position just yet. But last week, Fudge actually spoke with Latigris about the way that C9's playstyle has unlocked Blabber on the Rift, so let's check it out.
It is 2 back-to-back games where we're seeing a lot of the faith in the Blabber basket to carry. How much of an internal focus is that, recognizing his skill when he's on these aggressive picks and having the entire team enable him to really see it through?
Yeah, I think, as I said before, like I think Blabber is a player that's very, very good at pushing his limits. And I think when you play enchanters, you can really, really play on the very thin line and play like diving them. Like, for example, in the Victor died like in the dive. I think most junglers wouldn't go for that, but he really he understands his champion very well, and he understands my champion very well. So I think he's able to enable me to be very useful in these games, and I think that a lot of the credit should go to him as a player.
And I'm glad that we have that like confirmation from Fudge, because I feel like Blabber going into the season was a player that people still weren't sure about. For whatever reason, they still had that stupid crab meme in their heads from MSI. And I think they were undervaluing just how strong of a jungler he can be, especially on these carry champions. Like, I really liked the Gwen flex, which I had seen in the LCK in a worse composition in my opinion. And then his ability to go forward, go for these plays, start off fights while being buffed is an insane boon to C9.
Crab 9 becomes Church 9.
There
Whereas
we
to me, all of this that we're watching here, all these highlights of Blabber are only magnified when we apply the lens of EG's win from earlier today. On a pick like Olaf, we've seen what investment into a top-tier jungler with a supportive team behind him can do. And so far, it's now worked wonders for both Cloud9 and EG.
And it unlocks your champion pool where you feel like you can, counter pick more effectively as jungle, knowing that you have support from both Winsome, who's playing really well, by the way, and of course from Fudge. And so you can think about it a little bit more. Okay, is Kindred viable here now because he is a damn aggressive player? So there are things like this, and even if you have a more standard gameplay through your jungler, Berserker is going to be able to do it. 2 games already of his Aphelios, and in both games, his team fight's been stellar.
Yeah, this guy has been phenomenal in his debut here in North America. Of course, another tough task for him up against an AD carry like Hans Sama today, but we'll see if he can step up to it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup go. Hans has basically been the best AD carry in EU for a while. There's a little bit of discussion there between, Upset or Reckless or whoever, but he has been an elite AD carry for a long time, even on the international stage. And so if Berserker can go and actually have a successful laning phase against him, outperform him in team fights, their stats are almost identical across the board. Like, they're number 2 and 3 in a lot of them, the damage per minute aside. They're both playing very, very well.
For us, somebody who's playing like a psychopath, he has not died yet, Berserker. So, I want to see what's going to happen. Both these teams are definitely going to be playing through their bot lane. They have full confidence in Hans Sama and Berserker. I just want to see that game start.
I mean, in so many ways, we've talked a lot about what Cloud9 has done successfully because I think the onus is on Team Liquid to find a way to dismantle what Cloud9 has kind of created for themselves over the weeks. So we'll see if they can do it. You look at this star-studded lineup on Team Liquid, and you would think if anyone can, it should be this slate of players.
This is the first time we're seeing them in studio, too, right? Is this the
True.
That's true. Why is Wimbo on stage?
Stepping onto the LCS stage for the first time in person.
I missed that smile.
I am so happy to see that smile and know that it's only a couple hundred feet away. We'll see if they have what it takes to take down Cloud9 as we head back out to the arena for our Clash of Titans, Team Liquid and Cloud9.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome to the caster desk. I am Freak. Azale, what are we?
I'm not doing it.
What are we, Azale? I am excited to cast today's games here. Team Liquid, honestly. I'm here for you, don't worry. Whatever you ask, I'm here to help out. Team Liquid here on the blue side, Cloud9 undefeated, and I gotta say, I am just very excited to see more of Nick's drafts. And by the way, Nick is LS. I call him by his first name because we're close like that. Yeah, I know top coach, but it's not a big deal. I think it's just fun to see what he's been doing.
Okay. All right. Moving past that, straight into the draft.
I was talking about the drafts.
Were you?
Yeah, that was a segue.
Were you? Okay.
I want to see some more of Nick's drafts.
Yep, let's see it. Thresh Open, that's going to be staffed up here for TL. I think the question on everyone's mind is, with a week of prep, and you just have the biggest smile. You're so proud that you got that coffee pasta in there.
Yes.
So proud of yourself. Think about what you've done. The question really, I think, on everyone's mind is it going to be another Enchanter mid here? Aurelia, snap locked. That could be top, that could be mid. It is a flex. My big question is just, what is TL's prep for this, right? Last week, this could have been a bit of a curveball. Obviously, that was the arrival of LS. That was the arrival of the Korean squad. In lock-in, they played more standard. They brought out Enchanters mid back-to-back games last week, so it can't take you off guard this time around, right? There was the Karma band out. Obviously, Ivor and Janna, Soraka, etc. are still all up. TL's read could also be, hey, both those teams that got an early game lead over Cloud9, they should have won, and we would win if we were playing those games. And if that's your read, you don't actually have to do anything different. You could just go Victor and try to outfarm, try to outscale. If they believe that they can outscale those Enchanters, of course, C9's read is that it's okay to fall behind early when you have the power of the team fight that these Enchanters do bring, and that they were still in winning positions. So it does become so exciting to see these different teams' approaches to the game and how that's really going to work out.
There's 0% chance LS lets Fudge lock this one in, obviously. I like the Garen Hyper, though.
Blind Renekton mid?
Yeah,
That's not the play?
Blind Renekton top. Who knows? Vigard, by the way, is very, very strong, as well as...
Okay.
Ooh, we get hard farm with a Karthus, almost certainly in the jungle.
It could be bot. Karthus bot is actually...
locked in?
Oh, excuse me. I'm trolling.
Jhin mid.
It could be, mid, I guess. Could be jungle, but probably going to be jungle. Expecting that to be the case for sure. You are right, of course. This would be a very different style of champion for Blabber, though. I don't really associate him with the mage style champions. When you think back to the Rumble Morgana meta, that was one that I think he kind of struggled in. It wasn't one where he was nearly as effective as he has been on a lot of these kind of aggressive melee champions. He's known more for the Lee Sin and for Olaf and things like this. This would be his first career game on Karthus. It could be Fudge playing it, though. I wouldn't be absolutely shocked, because that is kind of feeling like a bit of an LS style champion.
Sure.
But there are options here for C9 to move things around, and Zilean going to get banned out against Bjergsen. He's the only mid laner in any of the major regions that is playing it, but he had a 46 KDA last time I saw, and he hadn't lost on it, so it turns out it's a pretty good pick, at least for Bjergsen.
Yeah, he's overall 14.3 KDA.
Okay.
Outdone by, like in the season, not just Dillian.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Overall in the season, Bjergsen's at 14. Zerko's at 18, by the way. 8-0 and 10, or 10-0 and 8. Obviously doing very well. Again, less in the hard carry position here on the Jhin. But yeah, definitely a star here as we wait to see mid laners for both sides. Both teams have locked in 80 carries. Both teams have locked in junglers, we presume. And now here's the support match as well. Rakan plus Jhin, very crowd control heavy.
Okay.
You can leave Jhin alone. He's decent at wave clearing after you're at like Noon Quiver. And Rakan can go make plays for someone else.
And this gives you your hard engage, right? This gives you your ability to move around the map for Winston, to be able to pick those 5v5s when you want them. You know, I do think it's important to have primary engage when you're playing with an Aurelia, unless you want to play exclusively through sides. Aurelia is much better as a follow-up than actually the primary engage, generally when you're talking about 5v5. So, Corki picked up there for Bjergsen. Some of his kind of flavor champions have been banned out, so he is going to go towards scaling. We're still waiting to find out, you know, what top lane is going to be. They don't know if this stuff is getting flexed around, so they're kind of just going safe. They're going standard. Should be Gragas top, Corki mid, TL, very standard stuff. And now we'll see, is this going to be a 5th pick enchanter mid, pushing Karthus into the jungle? Is it going to be, you know, a GP coming through and that being an Aurelia mid? You know, what really is the take here for Cloud9? And this is going to really tell us a lot about how they want to actually play out this game.
So Aurelia Corki is an absurdly Aurelia favored matchup, by the way. Like, as a meta call, Aurelia is there. I'm a little shocked that Bjergsen picked himself into what I believe to be an absurdly hard counter pick. Again, it was a flex pick, but that was the entire point of picking her on 2 and saving top lane for 5 to get the matchup. So he is happy to go mid. And I want to call out that this is good by C9. They read the patch notes. I mean, LS himself does a rundown every 2 weeks. And Ruin King got buffed. Ruin King is a core Aurelia item. She loves that. She's happy to buy Hexdrinker against a Corki, by the way, right? Against the magic damage that's like decently here on this team. So her suite of tools got stronger. She's going to be happy to play with the new patch. Her matchup's amazing. I mean, Fudge should be in a great spot to take over the game.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting, though, because this is such a different style than what they've brought out. You know, you are playing, I think, a much more early mid-game focused comp. There's that splash of late game with maybe a hard farming Karthus here. You know, maybe you want to play side lanes and actually use the Karthus to help get you those solo kills and kind of quotation marks with obviously the assistance of that Karthus, but maybe more side lane kills with the Aurelia, with the Aatrox. Aatrox is actually Summit's career most played champion. He is more known for the Gnar. That is kind of what he played a ton of last year. But career-wide, 42 games on the Aatrox. Aatrox, I have been seeing gain a little bit more popularity in solo queue. So this is going to be really, really interesting. It is actually phase rush for Bwipo on Gragas, so very likely at least going a splash of AP. Almost always you do go phase rush when you're going that route. And it is going to be Blabber having to show us something different, right? Like, can Cloud9 play that same sort of style,
right?
That they're used to playing, with Blabber kind of leading the way and starting out a lot of these fights? There's going to be way more onus on Winsome to be the guy getting that done, because Blabber generally is going to be having to play a pretty safe style. It's not like he's doing the kind of more cheesy, you know, exhaust smite Karthus where you can even, you know, get aggressive and duel out and win some of that with that early exhaust. You know, he has got to play relatively safe, look to scale, and really look to just be assisting these lanes largely with the ultimate.
I do like this look, though, right? So Karthus is the only magic damage threat on the team. Steric's Gauge as a bruiser tank item is basically dead. Very few champions should be buying it, which means you're seeing, you know, a Death Stance, or in this case, a Ruin King on Santorin, which means he's got 300 health from his Divine Sunderer and no bonus health on item 2. So he is just taking almost true damage from Karthus. He is going to get burned down. He's not going to buy MR anytime soon. He's probably not going Merc Treads here. And Blabber, as the 1 AP threat, is going to have a great time getting a ton of farm and just being a huge carry.
It'll be interesting because he is playing First Strike. He's playing Ultimate Hunter, you know, Cosmic Insight, so, you know, pretty heavily going into the CDR. And if you can get those early Ultimate Hunter stacks and you can kind of get that cooldown down, you can actually farm a hilarious amount of gold with First Strike on Karthus by kind of just ulting pretty aggressively. Of course, you don't want to just use it absolutely needlessly. You want to be able to create windows where there's threat for a kill and then drop it, at the very least to get some sort of serious lane pressure. Karthus is also one of those champions that actually really does test how well you know the clear. Because really, really expert level of Karthus's can do these clears sometimes 20 to 30 seconds faster than what we were seeing even pro players do it as when it came into meta in the past.
Yeah, if we're doing it really well, the entire jungle is dead before 3:15. You are 6 camps before Scuttle spawns if you're doing a good clear here. So we'll keep track as this one goes. Obviously, you're kind of plugging E on and off. You don't have enough mana to always have this happen. You're trying to optimize around single target Qs on the big camp. It does double damage if it hit only a single guy. You're always kiting towards the lane, so as wolves die, you're already in mid. Flash play on the bottom side. The Berserker already ignited, stays alive. Nice little bit of CC from Winsome trading back on a Hansama. Early ignite is down. Ayla down Flash, but of course has Hex Flash for round 2.
Yeah, they do have the HP advantage, but that's a boot start for Jhin, so he has more than enough sustain to actually get right back, and all they ended up getting was the heal for both the Flash and the ignite there from Ayla. So I would say, all things considered, pretty darn good for the Cloud9 bot lane. And Blabber seems to be actually burning through this very fast. I mean, he had a leash, so of course you can do it even faster, but this is going to be like a 255 full clear here, which is ridiculously fast. He's going to be able to be, out towards that scuttle, continue that power farm, and if his lanes can stay stable, he is going to be feeling really, really good.
Yep, only difficulty can be the health bar gets a bit low at the end here. Early game red buff regen is not terribly high. Easy lay waste to knock down most of them, and got every single one. So beautifully done. 304. 304 camp is done. He's looking top lane. Yeah, he goes through a ward, but he's there in cases of play. Whippo just burns the first body slam, and now a play in the bottom lane yet again. Winsome has to be careful, cannot jump over the chompers. Flash away. Second shuttle kill, and that is an over-aggression by C9's bot lane. And now Santorin's here for round 2. Berserker has no way out. That's the kill. Beautifully done. Team Liquid crush the bottom lane.
Not long into this game, and they've already gotten Berserker's first death since playing in the LCS here, taking him out. It was incredible last weekend, but early on, TL running the show here. The aggressive plays on the 2v2, calling Santorin down, top to bot clear, ends up behind him, and they get the wraparound for that second kill. TL off to an incredible start here. It's not even 4 minutes in, and you're 1k up.
As Whippo takes some farm down there, it's going to be 6 CS lead in the top lane. We have to fight again. Chomper's really good, by the way. They block out Rakan's way out after this fight.
Yeah, so he goes in kind of aggressive, I think, trying to almost, dodge out on the hook, but then he has to walk the long way out. And this is really, I think, showcasing the power of Glacial Augment. Just landing the Flay and putting that slow zone meant that it took him so long to actually walk around the chompers there. You were getting free fired on by the Jinx that entire time, and that is why people are taking this and actually foregoing Aftershock. But to have that additional utility is so incredibly powerful. If you do not have a way to actually dash out of it, you are just basically full on CC'd.
And it means Winsome kind of read it wrong, right? Because he can flash over the chompers and just cut his losses really early at half HP, but didn't think, oh, I'm already dead here. And, again, misjudges it. Okay, fair enough, it happens, but we're onto the map now with a 1,000 gold leaded Team Liquid. Sure, the Karthus has cleared more camps, but TL's, to be fair, TL's bot lane got a 2-on-2 kill straight up, and then also got Santorin for the second one, so obviously looks really good down there. Whippo has taken his first recall, his first TP back, now stacking a tier with his Doran's Ring. And just doing okay so far early on.
And I wonder, with the tier, I was thinking he was going to go into AP because generally you see Phase Rush a lot more with AP. When people go full tank, they're often just kind of scrapping with Grasp. But with the tier, that's making me second guess that and thinking he may be going into a more of a tanky route here. It's possible, of course, he just gets tier for lane and then grabs some AP items. But I am kind of second guessing my initial read.
Both versions though. Like I've seen tier go into Seraphs because it is health and it's health on spellcast and whatnot. Like it's not, you can go that way or you can obviously go Fimbulwinter as you're kind of alluding to. Ruby Crystal doesn't tell us anything new.
No, but I have a feeling. I have a feeling that it's going to be Fimbulwinter Rush and just kind of playing that style. And if his job is to just kind of answer sides, I think a tankier build makes more sense. Maybe his feeling is, hey, I'm not going to win the side lanes against the Aurelia or the Aatrox, so I'm just going to go tanky. I'm going to hold the wave, and I'm going to use Phase Rush to disengage any potential all-ins. Because you have Corki and Jinx, you don't really need more damage. Even Viego is very high damage, so I think that it actually makes quite a bit of sense, even though it's maybe the less common of the kind of pairings, tank plus Phase Rush.
Well, right now, I'm going to check on Fudge's build path. Right now, it could go Triforce, could go Ruin King, which I think is most likely. Also, Stridebreaker is a possibility. I think that item's actually been pretty good. After the other fighting items got changed around, it's not, less tanky than the other options, so that CC can be valuable. So we'll see where it goes in as time goes on. Cooldown Boots Rush for Summit gives him a ton of priority over that lane. He's got a ton of basically total AD ratio, so spell-based damage is quite high. Can just kind of stack haste early game and then go towards the... by the way, Stridebreaker Aatrox, by far best Aatrox build. even with the healing amp, it's like a 4% higher win rate than Gore Drinker. It's actually just like amazing on him, and the setup CC just makes your other stuff land. So that is a build I want to see happen more over time. Is Striberka Aatrox, though it is pretty uncommon right now.
Yeah, fairly uncommon, but I do think it can work really well. You're talking about setting up for the CCs, and the slow into your W, the slow into a sweet spot with one of your Qs can be incredibly high value. Of course, people really do like some of those kind of more tanky options, obviously going towards Core Drinker, so that seems to be the autopilot. And a little bit of a mess up there. Not going to slow him down too much, and has just been kind of power clearing through. He has his blue, his ult is ready, so I think that they would like to try to look for a play here. If you can get some sort of aggressive move where you can get value out of the ultimate, you're going to be feeling really good about kind of getting that on cooldown early, getting some value out of your first strike, starting to farm some additional kills, and look for those ultimate hunter stacks.
Worth noting that Santorin has kept up in farm, though. Obviously, again, got that gank down to the bottom lane. Blabber tried in top, but Little got to play around it pretty well. Similar camp count, though, for the jungler of Team Liquid, so they're kind of just chilling right now as the lanes are going really close to equal. Mid lane is identical. Bot lane's ±6 with after the kill, kind of expected. Top lane basically identical as well, so a pretty chill early game. And as you mentioned in the early draft, C9 maybe a bit more focused towards early mid game. 8 minutes in, it's not like early game has ended just yet, so it's not like there's an immediate timer. But, do want to see them get something done before too long.
Yeah, it's really just such a different look than what we'd seen in other games, right? They've actually lost all 3 early games so far, in their LCS season. The other ones, though, was kind of the comeback based off of these dragon fights, utilizing their enchanters. If they can pull off the same thing here remains to be seen. If TL will even give them those fights remains to be seen. Because they could try to use some of the early game power, of things like the Aatrox, the Aurelia on one item to try to go towards a second dragon, start to snowball that themselves. But because TL grabbed the first one, you're not really in any threat of a soul snowball. So I'm curious to see where they want to go. And right now, it feels like they're happy to just kind of farm it out, play it really slow. And TL is going to be very happy to do the exact same when you're playing Jinx and Corki.
You can see Bjergsen playing it pretty far back. Fudge going for his second attempt here. His stun is on cooldown. It doesn't go for the ulti out of the tower. That would have been a bit too much damage. Valkyrie back would have meant Bjergsen was safe, but obviously Fudge wants to play this lane as both of them at half HP. He's got more sustain. He's got the Paga Karthus ultimate. That kill can come through if he gets him low enough. An attempt towards bottom lane, not really going to happen. Zap sidestepped as well as Blabber says hello. He's going to walk back and kill his Gromp in about a second.
Blabber's just really trying to maximize farm, but they're... Oh, nice hook!
Good hook into Zap, into a ton of damage, and Berserker will die for the second time. Halves his KDA in 9 minutes, and now Winsome so terribly low. Sidesteps the rocket, no problem,
Herald.
but Turret, yes, with a Rift Herald is going to be under fire and may drop here.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can actually keep the Karthus away from that tower. Blabber looking like he doesn't even want to try to contest, so they're probably just going to give up at least 4 plates here, unless Santorin wants to hold on for later. Oh, nice ult back into the tower.
One
Doesn't
turret
have
shot.
mana, though.
Yeah, and I think Body Summon's already on cooldown, so can't get much more done. Summon ults just to make sure he can sustain back up with the Qs. And it's ult for ults, and you can see the farm lead has grown now. Summit has run Whippo out of mana, and he's running him out of farm. May even get a turret plate down here as well. Keep in mind, Karthus ulti is up. If Summit finds the angle for an all-in, Whippo only has flash to outplay it. Ooh, that second Q. That's good damage. That could be a flash kill. That, I think, flash kill plus Karthus would have maybe been lethal damage. Would have been really close. Could have maybe, just maybe, looked for a kill on Whippo.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. They could have gone for it. Would have been really close. It's hard to know because the W is such low cooldown, gives damage reduction, and you have the passive heal coming through. And if you commit your flash there and it kind of goes sideways, can feel a little bit rough. Another Ruby Crystal coming in, so very likely going to be Fimbulwinter, but he is kind of committing to the early game a fair bit here. It'll be interesting to see where Summit can get to. Generally, if Aatrox can have the push, you're feeling pretty good in a lot of these melee versus melee matchups because you hard shove the wave to the tower and then you harass them trying to farm these range minions. Every single range minion Gragas really has to work for because Aatrox can stay out of range of that tower while still hitting you with the Qs, harassing you with the W. So you only really get access to the melees for free, and that is going to make these CS leads grow and grow and grow unless the Gragas can kind of play it perfectly.
Yeah. Well, the build path for Summit is going to be Gore Drinker. Caulfield's going to that one now as Package is burned out and Fudge flashes the Q back to a minion to stay alive as the Whippo attempted gank could have been too much for him. Ulti was down, wasn't sure on the cooldown though. TL regardless going to get second dragon now in the bottom lane. They are heads up winning the bot lane 2-on-2. Ayla and Hansama crushing it. Here's another one, flight into the chompers. The charm going to mean almost nothing, but Jin's going to open up for a bit more. Will it happen? Ayla gets low, they got to block the shots, otherwise Karthus would kill. Low health bar, Santorin may pop. He might die. Ooh, just barely lives. But Fudge is in for a cleanup on the board. Cloud9 find a kill. Santorin at 1 HP. Smites for health, finds a stun, finds a bit more damage, but will die. Cloud9 on the board with 2, a flash away for Hans Sama.
This is 3 straight games, fights in this area of the map that Cloud9 is behind on. They're able to find a fight. They're able to get a bit of a comeback play on that. Starting out there, TL looking for the pick on Winston, but just didn't have the damage to get that kill right off the bat. And C9, with the collapse, with the turnaround there, getting high value out of this multi-man Karth assault that everyone can kind of follow up on. Fudge was around, and now they're even looking to follow through here and try to get Hans. At the very least, they'll be able to get a plate or 2 here for themselves. But we'll have to back it up.
Speaking of getting a plate, Santorin didn't summon Herald when they were sieging bot. So I agree with your synopsis that, like, that would have been a lot of money. He wanted, I think, to get the entire turret, and you want to wait till it's down to 3k health before you summon, and they never got that far.
Wait, he actually
But he
did summon.
Yeah, but now it gets summoned somewhere garbage, and, you know, maybe it still crashed, right? Maybe it still works to get the money at the end of the day. But that's a bigger risk, as they are playing towards bot side. If C9 can roam down, they can prevent a lot of gold from going over.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber's moving down, Fudge is moving down. I think they're too slow, unfortunately for them. They're not going to be able to stop the actual charge, so they will get that off and grab that 4th plate. So disaster kind of averted there for TL. It ends up being okay. But you can see all of the emphasis on vision towards this bottom side. I mean, look at all these wards. This whole section is just all Cloud9. That is where they have really made their money in the LCS. All 3 games, finding fights in this bottom side river, capitalizing on opponent mistakes, opponents overextending, has been incredibly, incredibly effective for them. Fudge now does have the Blade of the Rune King off that, so he's on a really strong item power spike. But Bjergsen is going, you know, a fairly defensive build here. This is not the Luden's kind of AP style. This is going to be shield bow. It does give you a lot more safety against an early all-in, just to have that defensive kind of pop. And if you're expecting there to be a high amount of sustain between the Aatrox and the Irelia and these types of champions, and you're thinking poke is going to be less effective, having a higher DPS AD build, I think, can be more effective.
For sure. And so he's going to be surviving, and he's going to be team fighting quite well, knocking down some of the melees, as he'll probably be attacking Summit a lot in these team fights. Gore Drinker is in for the man. Over Ruby probably turns into a Bomby Cinder for Gragas when he buys. Turret plates are down. 14 minutes in, and we check in. 200 gold lead to Cloud9, but 2 Dragas to TL puts me in the driver's seat based on just the scoreboard at the top. And we can see if there's a top push to happen, but not really going to come through. Summit going to clean up most of the wave, and Hansama will go for some poke, but will it mean much is the question, as most of the waves dies. Single cast minion is dropped, not a big problem.
Gonna be interesting to see if it's a second item Shadow Flame here for Blabber, if he's just gonna try to go like straight towards Death Cap or something. Already has the Leandries, so likely gonna want to get some Sork Boots in there pretty soon. I do think Shadow Flame is really, really effective with Sork Boots when you're the solo AP threat, because you get so much of that magic pen and no one's building any defensive stats. Bwipo though,
he's gonna find the knock-up, ignited as well. Bwipo's gotta be careful, has an ulti, looks for it, doesn't find it. No one's back into the tower. Winsome sadly claims the kill, didn't want to get that one, but Ignite got the tick. That is still going to be a turret dropping in the bottom side. First turret of the game, 150 bonus gold. Almost all of it going towards the 80 carry of Berserker. TL now going to overload top side for real. Seeing that Blabber's on the far side, they'll trade a turret back.
And they have a second Herald here, so we'll see if they want to continue the push. Based on the positioning of Ayla, they are just going to back it up after this and try to use that Herald very likely to crack the last tier 1 mid. But Bwipo, I think, getting a little bit overconfident based on the fact that he is a tankier, that he's building defensive. Thought he might be able to hold that turret, but honestly, the CC chain between Winsome coming in, knock up, you have the route to follow, you're getting multiple guaranteed Karthus Qs off onto this guy who doesn't really have any MR. I mean, built up a null now, but he didn't even have that prior, so Karthus was really shredding through him. Sork Boots do come through, so I am expecting probably you go towards Shadow Flame, you just stack up that spell pen, and really look to do massive, massive amounts of damage, because you don't want to be building any MR against Irelia, Aatrox, and Jhin. It's just not cost effective, but it does allow Blabber the chance to really take over in this game. And he's 2 levels up on Santorin currently. It's probably not a full 2, but that's a big deal. I mean, he's just been cruising, power farming this whole game. You know, he has as much farm pretty much as some of these, you know, farming carries.
Yeah, and it's going to look good for him. I mean, individual gold's going to be pretty high up there as well. I think he was able to share in, he might have shared in some of the bot turret gold. Obviously, he got to share in the assist down there on the Bwipo kill, but is farming well. Top lane under a bit of fire. Right now, though, it's going to be an ulti to, I don't know if they're stopping recalls. Just, I mean, he can just earn some money. Of course, he is level 11, has I believe, yeah, 3 individual stacks on Ulti Hunter, since there's only 3 individual deaths. He's got all the assists, so pretty short cooldown.
Yep, and first strike off of 2 ultimates has given him 390 gold. So, not bad.
He also ganked once.
He did gank once. I'm not sure how much he actually gained off of that, but pretty much, off of those 2 ultis, he's gotten that. And his ultimate cooldown is about 2 minutes, but if you're saying, well, we're not going to fight again until the next dragon comes up, well, it's not that big of a deal. Farm a little bit of gold here. Maybe that gets him an item completion. We'll see when he does actually go back to base, but yep, 3 stacks of Ulti Hunter. Has Futures Market available, has First Strike available, so that second item, Power Spike, will come in probably pretty soon.
And looking at that ulti, he hit it when his team was finishing killing Dragon as they claimed Dragon number 2. And it's like, well, second Herald's down, Baron's up for 3 minutes, Dragon's up for 5 minutes. In solo queue, don't make this play.
Yeah.
In solo queue, someone's gonna just run up there and fight somebody. In this kind of game, C9's gonna play it slow. They'll wait 2 minutes.
And I can tell you, they are all very well aware of this. Everyone on their team, as soon as he pressed R, they're spamming Karthusar 70 seconds, Karthusar 50 seconds. Fudge is pinging it, Flabber is pinging it. They're very clearly saying, hey, do not fight until Karthus Ultimate is ready, and that's generally the way you want to play with this champion. It's such a powerful tool that you need to really kind of craft your fights around it and make sure that you have it ready to go every single time you're looking for a major engagement, whether it's a 1v1 in the side lane that can get that assistance or a major conflict around something like the Dragon or the Herald or the Baron. You've got to have that ready. And so far, it is Cloud9 with the vision advantage towards this bottom side river, but TL want to move in and try to reclaim that. They do have the Dragon advantage right now, but most of their vision had been towards the top side of the map, and you're kind of in this split map situation where Cloud9 has all these wards down in this area, clearly trying to set up to allow Fudge to start pushing out more heavily in that bottom lane. And up on the top side, it's all this vision for TL, trying to kind of emphasize different sides of the map, and that really does show you where they've been putting their priority.
Yeah, but of course right now, Dragon's the part that matters, right? You mentioned it before, 3 games in a row, it's the bottom river fights that have worked for C9, now TP to the bottom lane, careful to 2v1, explosive cast back, and Fudge has had no chance against Whippo. It's gonna happen again, Bjergsen shows up, sends him back down, there's a kill on the board. That should not quite kill Whippo, indeed it will not. It was up from cooldown, that's nice and all, but he is a tanky Gragas with a Mythic.
So he was at 390 gold. A little update, 618.
Wow.
So he got 240 gold thereabouts off of that. Pretty huge amount. That's almost a kill. And that is one of the powerful things about this build, is that you can actually play this setup, and especially if you're playing in solo queue and you can get 5 early Ultimate Hunter stacks, you can start to kind of spam this out and get very, very rich. Of course, if you're being too silly with it, you get 200 gold, then you go into a fight, you don't have your ultimate, and your team loses. Well, that's not worth it. But still, seeing that you press R and you get almost an entire kill's worth of gold is pretty crazy.
Yeah, so your ultimate right now is a pass that reads, you gain 2 gold per second. Congratulations, you're roaming Janna. That's... that. Now,
it sounds cooler the way I said it, Freak.
It is cooler.
Take it back.
I just like, recalculating things in terms of other numbers.
Yep.
And to be fair, in a game where nothing's happening, earning 2 gold per second is not bad.
Especially when he's at 9 CS per minute now, right? He is farming very, very effectively.
He's richest, except for, the other 2 on TL, but richest on his team.
He's richest except for the people that are richer than him.
Yes, richest of Cloud9. we'll recalculate and use that as our barometer.
Recalibrate here.
Yeah, my bad.
Get back on track.
Yeah, my bad. But there we go. See, total gold. Bjergsen and Hans Sama, the marksmen of Team Liquid, are the ones with the money. 2 dragons to their name, and Infernal Soul is the name of the game here as time moves on. 1:14 to go. We know Karthus ult will be back up. This is the fight to look for because now both teams have everything ready to go. Second item spike is in for both the bot lane AD carries. 2 item spike is in for Bjergsen. We're almost there for Fudge. Minute to go until he has a finished Trinity Force, and that'll be the big fight.
And man, you can actually see that they're getting pretty worried about this Karthus. It's actually a Hex Drinker coming through here for Santorin, right? And that's something that you definitely do not want to be forced into when these are 3 of the big carries on the other side. You're going to get no value from that. I do think Ma is incredibly effective now, overall. The magic damage shield scales with your AD. You get the lifeline passive again, so it's a really, really strong item if he's going to be building towards it. But that being said, not nearly as effective as it would be in a multi-AP game, which you would kind of be expecting. Even the stopwatch, I feel like the stopwatch is more about the Karthus ultimate and being able to deny that on the side of Bjergsen. There is high value there. and he can later build it into a GA, but it's going to be rapid fire third here for the Corki. Likely pick up an IE later, so probably going to be sitting on that stopwatch for a long time.
Interesting risk taken here. The ulti is down for Hansama, but it stopped Blabber's recall, so no death cap, no reset, no way back in as the Dragon setup is here. TL spending resources to make this fight a little bit easier, but they are without Super Mega Death Rocket. They have Corki package, but no death cap on Blabber. Level 13, so all his damage abilities are maxed. He stopped scaling aside from gold from this point on, basically.
Are they too slow?
And they're trying to burn it.
It's going down.
I mean, they're keeping him zoned out, right? You've got some chompers down pretty soon, and that's going to be a burn. That's going to be the kill picked up. Karthus ulti for a little bit of something, but is it going to matter? As Summit is dropped low into the front line. Winsome wants it, flashes back to safety. Jindal opens up as well, but Summit will drop as TL scale and find that kill. Out they go. Dragon and a kill. Team Liquid playing the mid game better.
And playing it much better there. C9 just couldn't find a way in, and they tried to kind of force it there pretty hard. They dropped the Karthus assault. Yes, that's a couple hundred more gold in the pockets of Blabber, but that combined with the Jin ulti is supposed to be their opening. Summit goes over the wall, but he was so low when he did go in that he's able to just kind of be knocked down here, and Cloud9 are in trouble because that is sole point now for TL. Their carries are outscaling, and TL is just playing stock standard game here. Cloud9 doesn't have an enchanter in the mix, doesn't really have anything too crazy unless you kind of consider that Karthus to be their real big trump card. But even that, I mean, it's paired with two solo laners that I don't consider to be real big scaling picks. So they're not really playing a super late game comp, and they're playing it slow against a team that has both Corki and Jinx, and that is going to be very, very difficult to deal with here unless they can get some sort of side lane pressure, unless they can get something going with this Aurelia and this Aatrox that have been pretty absent throughout the game.
They have been, honestly. Fudge was trying in the side lane. We saw Whippo actually handled him in the 1v1. We saw Bjergsen TP down, but it looked like Whippo won that one anyway. Like, he was already ahead, 80% health, and so that's looked really good. Unfortunately, Fudge, hasn't quite made it work. Like, his best games have been on the ones where he's on Soraka, right? He's just like, yeah, I'll just heal Blabber. It's fine. We'll just, play through him. And his individual plays haven't quite been there, unfortunately. We'll see as time goes on, though, as he's got his second item. Triforce is in. Death Cap is in. Death Stance now here for the Aatrox as well. I mean, these are some good power spikes to be sure, as Hansama goes towards a Bloodthirst to make sure he stays safe. And we're seeing that TL are forced into, against Skarner's the QSS tax, against this Karthus, it's like the defensive option tax, where, we've got against 1 AP, Hexmaker second. It's Bloodthirster third for Jinx when she would...
An early stopwatch.
Love to go IE. Right, the shield bow Corki build, he's not going for poke, he's going for, let's make sure I don't get one shot by anything. And, that can matter as the team fights open up if no one's building against the Jhin yet.
It definitely can, but I actually think it's pretty smart, going into the lifesteal there, because Karthus, especially now on Death Cap with that spell pen, that is a very threatening ultimate. If you don't have lifesteal in the build, just that ultimate can say, okay, now you can't fight anymore because the threat of someone diving onto that Jinx and finishing him off is incredibly high. But with the shield bow and the Corki, with the Bloodthirster coming up here on TL, can't do that, but they're going to look for the engage, and the TPs are coming through. It's double TP.
Flank not quite on the toppers yet, though. Is going to be enough. Those to the front line, looks towards the bot lane. It's a flash to save the Hansama. Summit getting low, but he's healing back up against the Corki. Never delaying his death, and he will finally. No, he cleanses it. If he didn't kill Bjergsen, he was going to die, as Death Stance would have ticked him down. So Summit solo kills the TL mid laner.
And this is huge for them. That is their big swing, and now they're going to try to turn it into something more. They need the Baron here, so they're starting it up. Whippo is there. Hansama has healed up off the Raptor camp. He's coming over, but that Baron is going down so fast. Santorin has ulti, but no flash. Can he actually get in the pit here?
Stealth, can he find his way in? Wards, where are they? Vision is needed, and jumps in, can't find it. He'll die as it's Berserker, who claims the kill, claims the Baron. Cloud9 have it. Cloud9 walk away the 3,000 gold lead.
Man, they pull it off again. It feels like they keep getting these rough situations, but they're finding ways to fight out of it. The double TP flank coming through. Beautiful setup there from Cloud9. They hard engage off of this, and these close fights end up going their way. This was just really nicely done. They're pushing out both sides. TL comes for the collapse, but it's an instant double TP. The ulti from Karthus in the back can't be stopped. Whippo tried to move forward to actually ult it on the Gragas. Unfortunately, it was a split second too late, and that meant all of these health bars were softened up. Their three-man core had to kite back in mid lane immediately. Hansama had to Gale Force and flash out. He was incredibly low. And we're back to live. Nice sidestep.
Huge by Fudge. A lantern there for safety. Whippo will live, but mid lane turret will not, as that one's answered after the Baron play. And so far, Rebel Baron buff, 2,000 gold lead, Cloud9. Not going to quite siege mid yet, going to play for the bottom vision instead.
And this may actually prevent TL from being able to play for this next dragon here, for looking for that soul point. It's a TP flank now, though, from TL. Oh, the ultimate got stopped!
Oh, that's big. Bjergsen is packed as well. Will he team fight? Looks like not just yet. They flay and win some, and now they can look for a fight here. A flash away for Blabber, just barely alive. Bjergsen holding the package. In the backline, we have more action as Whippo shuts down one. That's going to be rough for Santorin. Jumps over the wall, just barely stays alive. Whippo lower and lower, but Fudge can't kill him just yet. Bjergsen now looking for a bit more as they push back on Hansama. He will drop, and just barely Fudge will live. Santorin on the way out, a knock up there for Summit, and he wants that kill back. Whippo on the way away, just barely living. 2 dead on TL's side, 2 slain for Cloud9.
That is such a close fight, but C9 fight their way out of it. Berserker and Summit staying healthy. That means they will get the ultimate prize of this dragon, stopping the soul there from TL. It looked like it was TL's fight to win on that initial play, because they were able to actually prevent the Karthus ult from coming through. You thought that might be the difference maker. When Karthus goes down early, he doesn't even die at a good spot. He can't get the ulti off. But the rest of C9 getting so much value, and Blabber just too close to actually these wards when he's starting up the ulti. I think he thought he was safe here because they have the Jhin ult creating space, but he just does it in their face. Santorin W flashes in, stuns him up. Blabber has to flash out, and you can see the flank here from Whippo. He's going to wrap around, and as Blabber is actually pushed out, he comes in for that cleanup kill. But Summit now on the corner here. He comes around to arrive as they hook in onto Berserker. Summit straightforward, gets the kill, gets the reset, pushing Santorin back, and he is incredibly healthy here fighting from the side. Fudge queuing over to those minions, regrouping with the team, getting the kill with his W. The Triumph heal keeps him alive. Slim margins, but great team fighting there from Cloud9, fighting their way out of what was a very difficult situation. Off of a great capitalize there from Santorin, punishing Blabber for being a little bit too far forward. That could have been game-changing. If they win that fight and they get soul, that could be game-losing, but credit to Cloud9 for being able to make it work.
Summit's done a lot. I mean, honestly, he has been such a huge factor that obviously he can't be really the one killed first. He's too tanky and able to wear someone down in the topside fight, right? He solo killed Bjergsen, basically. In this one, he did so much to force everyone else away that it created space for everything else to do nicely. So Cloud9 are able to claim that second dragon. You can see their gold lead growing and growing. They still have to face Soul Point. They know it's always going to be a consideration every 5 minutes.
And one of my concerns is the lack of actual heal cut, over on this TL side. When you look through, there's a Bramble Vest and then an Ignite, and that's it. And Summit's self-healing is getting ridiculously high. He even goes in towards the Spirit Vestige third here, so going to be able to help him deal with Gragas and Corki, but also really amp up that self-healing that is already getting to these ridiculous levels here with this high-level Aatrox, level 16, Gore Drinker in. Aurelia self-healing is going to become pretty high as well. So they're going to have some heal cut, or if Aatrox gets in the middle of your team, he's going straight back to full with 1 Q that lands in the Gore Drinker. Oh, wow, interesting. So Hansama did actually just make a pit stop for the Vamp, not going into full BT, feels that he needs the higher DPS, so I think this is a great adaptation if you just feel like you need a little bit of sustain to be able to heal through that poke, expecting the ultimate to soften you up, heal back up off the wave, go towards the IE to really emphasize that, and now does realize the problem, picks up the Executioners here, and I think that is an important buy. But Blabber is becoming terrifying. He now completed the Shadow Flame, so a lot of flat spell pen. There's 0 MR on someone like Hansama, on someone like Bjergsen, and that is a lot of AP that is going to be behind this ultimate. He is level 16 on the Karthus. You're talking 900 damage before procs, before the amp from first strike as well. So well over 1k damage that's going to come out from that button on every single player. Of course, mitigated by your base magic damage, but still, that is a lot of damage coming out. And if Cloud9 can capitalize on that with an immediate follow-up from Fudge, Winsome, Summit, etc., they can win a fight off it.
Yeah, because keep in mind, he's got 30-something magic pen against pretty much every target. So it is going to deal almost 2 damage to Hansama, and that's going to be a pretty big threat. So what is next on the map? 90 seconds until the dragon comes up. Once again, that would be Soul for Team Liquid. We've got a Baron, though, even sooner, 15 seconds away. Hansama just keeping the farm going. As he mentioned, there is that pit stop for the Executioner's Calling, so delaying and actually just never gets to buy now a Lord Dominic's or anything else for higher DPS. Just going to be doing his best to wear down an Aatrox on 3 items. Be careful. Body slam is in. Pulled around explosive cast. Ulti is solid from the Karthus now. Is it enough though? Whippo tanking the front line. Out they go. A bit of poke is
They're
done.
gonna try to start Baron off of it.
Whippo's almost dead. Does size up last shot that hits Ayla on a half HP. And so they try with lower health bars. Do TL walk up? They might have to try, but the vision's not there for him. Blue Trinket used and not going to find the root just yet, but they're just going to burn it down. That is Baron claimed. That is TL zoned off map. We're taking the fight now afterwards. First kill's going to come down. Ayla is gone. Fudge walks away. Summit goes back in though. 1v4 for a bit. Very tanky. Zonya's Hourglass. That's going to buy him some time. That's going to kick him out and they will reset down. That's one in for Hans Sama. But the other second, there's Blabber going down. No ulti, nothing else to do. Trade it back though as Centauran is down. Could not find a corpse. Explosive cast. Rocket 1 is not a threat, but the red buff does enough. Hans Sama on for 3 kills.
What a game so far, Freak. Back and forth. These two titans in the league are slugging it out. Cloud9 utilizing the Karthus ult to just get a chunk and actually start up the Baron, and now they're trying to go for Soul here. Blabber is dead, Berserker is dead, Summit is dead. It's up to only Fudge and Winsome. I don't think they can test here. I think it has to be.
They're not allowed, right? It's illegal. It's 3v2. You're gonna package again.
All right, so back to the previous play. This is post-Karthus ultimate. Cloud9, just immediate rushdown on this. They get that first kill. The start of the play looks great for C9, but then you're kiting back and you're going through these corridors where it is very, very difficult. Ayla dropped the box that everyone had to walk through. Bjergsen is safe. Hans Sama is safe. The TL frontline have done their job. They get those resets, are pushing them back, allowing that scaling to really take effect from the Corki, from the Jinx, and then over the wall here, they get vision with the rocket, with the chompers coming through, with the ultimate coming through. Doesn't get the crit, but does have the red buff. The burn is enough to get him a kill. Now he has the BT completed off of that play. Hans Sama truly online here. Highest damage dealer, just barely over Berserker in that last fight. And he is going to be such a huge threat because they couldn't force the flash in the last play.
Oh, that is a great cast backwards. And yes, the Infernal Soul was claimed, and they've also gotten Blabber's head. Down goes the Karth. Level 18 as he dies, knocking down some minions, so he is absolutely done scaling on levels. That last damage graph probably didn't show the Karthus ult. That would have added probably 2k as well, but even post-ult, 2,000 damage done in that team fight, 5k for both bot lane marksman. Hook attempt, not going to find anything. Whippo holds the tower for a bit. He's tanky enough for not to die just yet.
And thankfully for Cloud9, the Baron buff is actually a great anti-siege tool because those minions can help you push out, can become very difficult to actually push through here. They don't have great wave clear, though, with this squad. It's pretty much just up to Berserker. Everyone else has very dangerous wave clear, and Ayla is lurking around the side here looking for these hooks, but they're going forward.
Good early damage. No Karthus. Why are you defending a turret? It's 4 versus 5. Cloud9 sends, they lose a top laner, and they may just lose the game. Blabber is still dead. No business defending their base, and they may lose the game for it. As we have an ulti, it's gonna be some decent damage, a locket shield. A stopwatch is late for Whippo. Will that be a kill? No, Cloud9 cannot get back in. They're missing a top laner. As the mid inhibitor is down, C9 can farm it for 5 minutes, but they do not have map control anymore.
And Cloud9 was trying to thin out those waves. You know, Summit trying to utilize the Qs to help clear it out. Whippo had a great ulti, punishes him on the step forward. They get the kill, but they can't close out this game. Can they stop the recall here?
Oh, no.
Oh, they spotted him.
Whippo with the greedy recall, rooted in place, charmed as well. This has got to be a kill, and it's going to be picked up. Suddenly, Cloud9 get a sign of life. And there's not much to take is the problem. Neutrals are down, and the turrets are far from reach, but they will be 5v4 for 45 seconds.
You buy themselves a little bit of time. You can push out the side waves, try to really get the map state in your favor, then potentially look for some sort of play. But these carries are becoming very problematic. The IE is now done for Bjergsen as well. GA comes through here for Santorin, so big pickups for a lot of these key members. Berserker does have his IE. He is big, you know, working towards probably the last item, GA. The GA is probably going to be finished up here pretty soon for Summit. Fudge working towards that as well. So everyone picking up a lot of items here. But it does feel, unless C9 can find those good engages, can find those kind of tricky angles and plays, it's very difficult to just straight up fight against Hansama and Bjerg, who have those summoners who are so incredibly powerful when protected by the front line of Bwipo and Ayla. And it's difficult for Aurelia and Aatrox to fight through the Thresh Box and the Glacial Augment Slow and the Gragas and all of these difficulties. So they need to find, clever plays like the Baron Rush or multi-man flanks and double TPs like they were able to orchestrate mid lane. But those are much more difficult to pull off than I would say the win conditions that TL has.
Take the team fight, get a Locket, group up for the Karthus ulti. Keep in mind, Locket's shield decays instantly, so time it well. If you're late, you're really trolling. If you're not too early, it's going to block most of the damage.
And Ayla has been very good, with that Lantern shield as well. Not something that you can kind of overlook. At this stage in the game, the Lantern, is 170 shield to that one ally, so he's been throwing it on Hansama every single time. You add that in, with the Locket shield, which is up to about 385 shielding there. That it does decay down from, so that's a significant amount that you can mitigate. And GA now done here for Han, so he is fully kitted out. BT has the lifesteal to heal through it. That's going to become much less effective unless you drop the Karthus ultimate and immediately force a response. You can't actually drop the Karthus ult and then wait 30 seconds because he will heal the full off of a wave. You kind of have to set it up like they did last time, where it's Karthus ult, instant Baron Star. Karthus ult, instant Elder Star. Karthus ult, instant flank, or it's going to get no value.
Exactly, they just regen back up, and that's going to be dangerous. Keep in mind, there is a Bloodthirster on the Hansama Jinx, so if she has access to a wave at all, your ult did literally nothing, and she goes back to the full BT shield. Yeah, Hansama, of course, gets to block like 1,000 damage with all the shields combined, BT included. We got to play maybe towards mid, slow, could have looked good. Karthus ulti for the disengage, damage on a Bjergsen.
It got stopped. He got cast on it again. He was too close. Bwipo got in there, hits him with the ult on the Gragas. That is a big deal. Late game, this ultimate is such a big part of their composition, and it's a 100-second cooldown still, even with the ultimate Hunter stacks. So that means it's not going to be available for the Elder fight.
Time to play for Dragon, time to play for Baron. Bwipo! And Bwipo in the front, he gets the charm, and they got the kill. Shut down for one, Trader now, no, just 2 for 0. Look at the rest of the front line, GA popped now, and that's gonna be Summit left to simply die. The skill shots come early, but he is still gonna drop, buys some time valiantly, but it's not gonna be enough. Overextension though, Ayla gets himself knocked down. They're gonna try in the 2 versus 4, do everything they possibly can, but Bjergsen, or Berserker, doesn't have the damage. Azonius for a second. GA popped on 1, that's the kill, that's gonna be the ace, that's everyone down, and Cloud9 will drop their first game of the Spring Split. Team Liquid fight back valiantly from a loss in game 1 of Spring. They will knock down Cloud9, and Team Liquid 2-1 in the LCS.
Bwipo with the big plays when it counted in the late game here. The ultimate to stop Blabber's Requiem, then the engage over the wall there, finding the perfect angle onto Cloud9. Bjergsen and Hansama able to follow up. TL coming away with a strong win here, but this was a tightly contested game. The early game, again, going heavily towards TL. They had a very comfortable start to this game, but Cloud9, you've got to give credit where credit is due. They found great TP flanks, they found great setups, and ways to actually make use out of this Karthus ultimate. But at the end of the day, it was TL that was more solid, that really, I think, showed up in those final moments when it counted, and was able to have such great performances from their carries, such great performances from Bwipo, to really be that difference maker in the final moments.
Well done to Bwipo. Huge ultimates from the wide Bwipo himself. And, I mean, Blabber on your screen. It's 2 Karthus ults that were whiffed for casting that spell too aggressively. And you're not expecting every single time, die, then ult. Like, a lot of playing Karthus as well is going to be preemptive ones out. Keep in mind, you actually can't get first strike if you die first. You've been in combat already for too long. But they were too far up. One of them, he got blocked by a Viego walking at him and pressing W. Right?
It was a flash W.
Okay, it was a flash W. Walked and flashed the W, but that turned into a kill. And it gave him a close fight. The other one, I think, Body Slam, max range cast.
max range cast.
So it's like they were too close up. It's credit, of course, to TL for reacting in time and getting those plays out. A lot of credit to me goes to Hansama, 8-1 and 7, or vice versa on the Jinx. Played really, really, really well. They won the 2-on-2 straight up. It then set up for the dive. Okay, great. But, I mean, they were just kind of great the entire time. Those 2 players did outstandingly. And then, they came back from a rough situation.
I mean, this was honestly a really, really exciting game. It was so back and forth. It did feel like in the early stages, okay, well, it's just going to be TL kind of cruising to a win. But C9 showed that was very clearly not the case. Summit was amazing. Fudge, I think, coordinating with him on those TP flanks really kind of changed the game. That made it very, very competitive.
Well, a very fun game. Team Liquid reign supreme in today's service. And then we'll be hearing from head coach Giotto on the analyst desk in a few minutes. But right now, we're joining the Tigers on stage with Whippo for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Freak. Whippo right here by my side. I'm so happy to have you in the studio, you and the rest of Team Liquid. So what is it like? It's been a while since you've gotten to be here in person.
Yeah, it's amazing. It feels much better. I don't know what to say. It is special still. Obviously, the crowd is missing, which is a damn shame, but still the experience on stage is very different, and it is just special.
And so much energy, not just from being on stage, but the way that that game was playing out. How do you keep yourself so collected to be able to pull off a lot of the plays in the late game like you had to pull off this victory?
By making some mistakes. It's the simple way, you know. It's trial and error, and you know sometimes you just have to feel it out. In these long and drawn out games, I had some whiffs. I had some good ones. It is what it is, right? Like I remember there was a really important fight where I didn't cancel the Karthus, and then I wasn't also there to peel from my backline, and it was just a total disaster. And like that fight helped me recalibrate how I wanted to play the next few fights, and then I was able to find a better success after trial and error.
Well, those mid-game adjustments are a lot harder to execute than, easier it is to say. And when it comes to Church 9, what's it like prepping for them compared to other teams?
We got lucky we didn't play them on Sunday, to be honest. So there was that. But I don't know. I tried to reassure my team. Is like, look, they're a team that can pull out special stuff. So let's just play a draft that's, we're going to be fine in the late game, and let's just see if we can match them there. And that was what I thought was the best strategy. Ultimately, Björk made the call to go for the Corki Gragas, and I think it was a really good call. Let's just match them in the late game and see how it goes. And it turns out we drafted a few better champs late game than they did, and it was good.
What is it like mixing all of those veteran voices? Because you just mentioned Björk making the call, but you've had a strong voice in games, Santorin as well. Does it jive together, or is there ever conflict?
I mean, there's obviously conflict, right? Any good team has conflict. The question is, how do you solve it, right? What are the solutions you find to the conflict you end up in? And so far, I've been pretty happy with the solutions we found. We're all working towards finding a solution. Like, the purpose of conflict is to find a solution. It's not just to, get upset, we lost a game, or, someone's agitated or frustrated. That happens, but it's all coming from a good place where everyone wants to find a solution to play better as a team. And it is very nice.
I do want to dig a bit more into the dynamic, because across multiple interviews, you've talked about wanting to turn a new leaf as a person and a player. You have Santorin, who's feeling a lot better because of a lot of the medical issues coming and standing on by. Bjergsen coming back onto the stage after a long time. Do you feel there's a lot of renewed energy across you all individually that's working well? For sure.
I think that having the right mindset is really important, and being, mentally prepared to do what you need to do, and, be selfish as well as selfless is really important in a team. And I think that having the right balance, especially, Bjergsen having the perspective of a coach. Now that I came in, I have the perspective of a jungler as well from last split. This really, I think, gives us an edge where we talk to each other. And sometimes I just tell Santorin, like, hey, dude, like, I would never move for my laner there, right? Like, I would never help him there. You should be more selfish. You're really good in the game. And I think that having these discussions really helps each other. And I do think, in a way, we're the comeback kids, like we didn't really have the best last year, or we didn't play at all in Bjergsen's case. And now we're planning on coming back strong.
Now with this idea of coming back strong, wanting to have a good statement on the stage, you're getting a taste of some of the other teams within the league. Who's standing out as maybe some early rivals for yourself and Team Liquid?
Well, my coach's draft's pretty good, pretty big rival. No, I'm just I do think draft is a really important aspect of the game in the current meta. I think that based on what you're drafting, I feel like there are some draft diffs in a lot of the games that we're seeing. I do think there are some champions that are very powerful in competitive play, and that's why I can't really say. In terms of like individual player skill, there's obviously some very talented players in the LCS. There's no doubt about that, and I haven't quite been able to measure out all of them to say with fairness who I have my own right now.
Well, we are actually about to get to hear directly from Coach Giotto on the other side of this. Anything you want to say to him directly before we head that way?
Good job picking late game. Like, good job.
Good job, Coach. Good job, says Whippo. All right, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself and the rest of the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, the Tigris. Straight from Whippo. Good job, Coach. Good job. But we are lucky enough to be joined by Gil Hoto of the victorious Team Liquid. Before we get into some of the specifics, I know we have a whole bunch of questions as a result of that game. I just kind of want to get a reaction straight from you. It wasn't an easy one. And so how do you reflect on that game and its immediacy?
I think it should have been an easy one from what the early game went. I think if our Jinx gets ahead, it gets a very hard game for them to play. But I guess our players wanted to make it a good game to watch and for the viewers. But obviously, C9 is just an incredibly hard team to prepare against. 1 week they're playing Soraka, Ivern's mid. This time they just won 2 Irelia. After that, obviously, we know that Karthus or Evelyn is coming, but it's still a surprise for us. And then the only idea that we had coming into this game is that just pick late game versus them and hope for the best.
That's the counter strategy there. Just go late. I was going to kind of ask how preparation works for a team like this because they've already shown such a willingness to, flout what other people might consider strong. And then, of course, you know that with a bunch of capable players out there on the stage, they can always return to what is maybe considered normal or meta. So how do those discussions go with your players, for example, as you're trying to hone in on what strategy you're going to bring to the stage?
I mean, if we see even C9, obviously there's like a lot of talk about them being off meta. I think this is the first very different draft that we see from any other regions, because in other regions, the bot lanes that they're picking, top laners, junglers, were all the same. Just there was a change in the mid lane champion. This one was the first one that it felt that it was very different. Like it was very different of Jinx being open and not picking it and picking Jhin. And they obviously have a very strong idea of what they want to play. And from last week and this week, the change was, in my opinion, so big in terms of what they've shown that. It's obviously going to be a scary team, especially coming into best of fives. Now, they have great players, but I don't see them as unbeatable or anything like that. It's just you just have to be more diligent on your preparation.
You talk about like the strategy going in a little bit being you want to outscale them, you want to have that kind of in your back pocket as well. How much tailoring is it about your opponent versus like what your team thinks they're really good at? For example, like Whippo played Gragas this game, and he can play Gragas, but everyone so far has been excited, like, hey, the Whippo Graves and all the more aggressive champions. So how does it go into preparing for an opponent?
I think a lot of it comes through us, right? The adaptations that we need to make for a team should be much smaller than investing on what we are good at. Obviously, what counts will be playoffs, and we want to win every game, but at the same time, you guys are tired of hearing that bullshit, right? It's like
never feed it to me. I love it.
It's like preparing and yada yada.
Yeah.
It is true. Like we have to invest in ourselves and then try to make little adjustments. I'm also incredibly lucky of having 5 players that are willing, or 6 players that are willing to play.
I was going to say, who you? Core JJ is not flexible.
You're closing in on 10 whole players that you could. Yeah.
No, but at least from like the regular split, that are incredibly flexible as well, and it's just really good for us to be able to put Whip on Graves, but at the same time put him on Gragas and have a different duty, and somehow kind of carrying the game as well with that last engage.
That engage was sick.
It was insane. But yeah, I'm just lucky to have that. C9 has it, but so do we.
I think one thing that's really interesting to me about this team, and something I talked to Soren about before the season started, was the idea of a bunch of veteran players coming in and all having like a very set idea of how to play the game. He said that that's not as like dramatic as the community thinks. But then Whippo also brought up in his interview about how it's really easy to talk things through, even when there is conflict. So just generally, I wanted to know what the team dynamic is between you and the team, and then also the players themselves.
I think it's basically what they said in interviews. Obviously, everyone was very successful on the team that they were in, and they obviously have a very clear idea of how they want to play. But that doesn't mean that they are closed-minded in that idea. And the main thing about all players that we have is that their main goal is just to win and to do whatever is best in order to win. So if someone has to sacrifice and going into the other side or around their beliefs, and we obviously had discussions, we had a lot of discussions already like that I don't think that's good, but I'll do it next time to see it type of conclusions. So everyone is willing to go on to that. If I'm saying, if another player is saying, if Cold is saying, everyone has been very open-minded. Obviously, as a coach, I always wanted to be more, but it's something that is not a problem, and I feel like we are getting faster and faster on the same page.
All right, you're always a spicy guest on the desk. You're the first one so far this year. Who in the standings is a fraud to you? Up in the top, you have 100 Thieves up there, Dignitas, FlyQuest. I think a lot of them are a little surprised. You have EG up there, Cloud9. Based off scrims and what you have going on behind the scenes, you know, give me your hot take on the standings right now.
I mean, I said this on the previous interview. I think that all teams are pretty close, and that LCS is more competitive in the regard of like teams taking games off each other than the counterpart in Europe. Meaning that I don't think we have a team as strong or a team as weak. And so it can happen at IMT without winning a single game this year. Now wins against 100 Thieves. So who is the fraud? I think that if we look...
You're the fraud, Mark.
No.
You're the fraud for asking that question.
I'll give it the hot take. You know,
Okay, let's see it.
I just want to explain, like, this is who I think won't be at the top when it reaches to the end of Spring Split. That team, I think, is going to be Dignitas and 100 Thieves.
Ooh, that is a little hot.
That is hot. Okay.
No, just because I think that 100 Thieves came with the highest
expectation
starting point per se, but I still feel like a lot of their mistakes are similar to last year. And I don't see, if you had 1 year to work on something, it's harder for me to imagine that you're gonna improve on them in this year. I still think they are an incredibly strong team. I'm not here saying that like being a fraud doesn't mean that they are now not making it to playoffs or anything like that. I just think that when it comes to first place spot, which is still where they are with the 2-1, I think that them and Dignitas are probably the ones that can fall down at later stages of the year.
We've talked a lot about strategic diversity currently in the LCS, especially after week 1, but even prior to that and somewhat last year. So would you, first of all, would you agree that the LCS does have a pretty good, like, diverse set strategies from team to team?
Well, I don't know if I would call it good. I would just say that they have diversity. There is diversity for sure. Yes.
Some of those are going to fall apart later on in the year.
There is diversity for sure. I mean, I think we are the only region playing Smite top. Obviously, Cloud9 with all the different strategies. I think the other ones are pretty much standard. I guess we can say that like Dignitas has like the most ganking jungler in the whole league. So I guess that's part of the diversity. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot, but I don't know if I would call it good, just diverse.
Do you think it's at least good for the league to be able to have so many different strategies to go up against?
Yeah, no, that I 100% believe. I think I'm a firm believer that when what made Europe so strong was G2's ability to innovate and to play the pike top and the Cassio flex, that we would go into scrims and there was every game 5 there was a Shyvana lock in and you don't know what's going on. And then that's incredibly good for a region to, regardless of what champions you have, understanding the concepts that you want to make and how to win the game. I think LCS has that diversity. I don't think it's close to being as profound as the Europe golden era, let's say it. So I don't want to bring like the copium or the high horse. There's diverse, but it's not, I don't think it's going to have the same impact as G2 had in Europe that year. But it is certainly gonna have a positive impact in the league.
Well, I like the analogy, but I'll temper expectation then as
Not me.
Couch it. No, Mark's already.
I'm riding the
he's been tweeting it out.
And
NA's gonna win Worlds. Or you at least just gave Freak permission to tweet that out. Gilotto, thank you so much for jumping on the desk with us early on in the split. Congratulations on the victory today. On the other side, we got Golden Guardians and CLG ready to grapple to gain momentum and claim their first win of spring. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Wait, they're both.
But he's healing back up against the Corki, never delaying his death, and he will finally. No, he cleanses it.
Hooks, but they're going forward.
Good early damage. No, Karthus, why are you defending a turret? It's 4 versus 5. Oh, Ayla gets himself knocked down. They're going to try in the 2 versus 4, do everything they possibly can. But Bjergsen, or Berserker, doesn't have the damage. Azonius for a second. GA popped on 1. That's the kill. That's going to be the ace. That's everyone down. And Cloud9 will drop their first game of the spring split.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level. especially your hardware.
They blocked the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
thoughts on CLG, I think they're kind of like Golden Guardians were in 2021, where they had a lot of young rookie talent coming into the LCS, and I'm really excited to play against them. I think they have a lot of growth potential, and I've played against Palafox for many years. I'm very comfortable playing against him, and it's always fun to play against him. We're good friends outside of the game, so it's always fun.
I'm excited to see the matchup as well. I'm a big Blazala fan, a pretty big Palafox fan as well. And Ablalov. It's a good name, you know. I call him that every time I check out him on Twitch, and it's a nice go. Fun matchup though here today.
Copy fasting.
What's that? Oh, no. Yeah. We're gonna, I call him a blow if it's a Blaze Olive, by the way. Yeah, no, we're good. It's a fun match, though. So both these teams are winless. However, Golden Guardians could just as easily be 2-0.
Yeah.
They had a 7,800 gold lead against FlyQuest before the comeback happened, and even in the Cloud9 game, they had leads there as well. This team could have won their matches. CLG had their own topsy-turvy. They both actually had FlyQuest as their opponents. That's how FlyQuest, of course, 2-0. They beat both these squads. But now we're going to see what they can do out of this one. Xin Zhao instantly locked in. Pride Stalker no longer going to play an assassin in the jungle, sadly.
Yep, not going to this time around. Did get to see a couple, which was really cool, because that did feel like a unique thing to this team, at least in the LCS.
Yeah.
As they had brought out the Zed, as well as the Kiana, I believe, or was it Talon? Talon got banned, I think.
It was Kiana Yuumi, and Talon was his second most played champion of all of last year, and or Zed was, and didn't quite get over the line, though they had leads in both those games. Aphelios locked in here for Lost.
Yep. Gonna be interesting to see what CLG is bringing out. Luger, well known for his Jinx. This is a pick that he's really excels at, and I think CLG as well have definitely opportunities in their games to be able to win. Giloto was talking about it on the desk, and I really do agree that anyone feels like they can kind of beat anyone in the league right now. It does feel like the bottom of the league is still very competitive with teams in the middle and teams potentially up at the top. But as far as the impact of starting 0-3, it does really hurt, I think, mentally even speaking. So these teams going to be searching for a win, going to be trying to get some momentum, as Immortals was able to do it earlier today. TSM, the other winless team, going to be searching for a win in their next game.
And we're going to see what happens. Coach Anero there. Nick, moving on. Corki's going to be banned away. And I honestly had the read that the nerfs to Corki in 12.3, which we are on, was going to be enough to send him out of the pro meta, since the package is no longer going to really sync up with Dragons as easily anymore. Turns out people still really want to pick him as a generically safe scaling mid laner, so still on the table and dropped off.
Yeah, he is very strong, and a lot of the picks that are kind of traditionally used against him in solo queue, people feel are either too risky or uncomfortable to actually bring out, in pro play. Akshan is one of those champions that Corki is just abysmal against in solo queue, gets absolutely obliterated by in lane. When you look statistically, has an incredibly low win rate against it, but it's just not something we're seeing a lot of in pro because it is much higher risk. Most of the picks in general that are successful against Corki are ones that you have to play aggressive to actually capitalize on Corki's weaknesses in the early game. But that exposes you to ganks, and with coordinated play in pro, people often are feeling like it's just too risky to go for. I would be excited to see Veigar come out. He is really, really strong, scales incredibly well. And we have been seeing some different looks here from Palafox. He did bring out the Yasuo one game, the Victor another, so has showcased a couple of different styles of champions. And I do think this could fit for them quite well, especially if you end up going into melee-heavy teams. It's so strong.
Okay, so they go Silas Flex instead. Of course, stealing a Xin Zhao ultimate makes it a reasonable pick. You can frontline pretty well.
Leona is nice too.
Not bad either, right? So decent picks there for that option. Can flex it top or mid based on matchup. I think Veigar can still work. It's actually pretty good against Xin Zhao, right? He goes in for the hard engage. You just cage and walk back. You wait out his ulti and then just take the team fight afterwards. Or if he just face checks you melee, you're like, okay, I'll just hit all my buttons and ult you at the end. It's going to work out all right. Victor going to be locked in for the mid lane here. Renekton in the top side here as well. So Licorice back to a Renekton game. And we'll see now where Silas wants to go, if he wants to face up against Victor or Renekton. I feel like the Renekton lane's going to be pretty tough. And so I'm kind of expecting to go to mid here for Palafox, and Jenkins gets the answer with maybe a gangplank.
Yeah, I think Renekton is definitely very difficult for Silas, up on the top side. Would be going towards mid, very likely. Ornn coming through here for Jenkins, so likely playing weak side. This is one of those matchups where, in the earlier stages of the game, Renekton can get advantage, especially I think post first buy can be somewhat problematic. But as Ornn, builds up more armor, you can very quickly get to the point where Renekton can no longer bully you. You can comfortably clear at your tower and then bring those scaling options to the team fight. Gives you a somewhat guaranteed team fight engage. Lee Sin, Silas, Thresh become then more about the follow up than the initial engage. And of course, the Ornn items, always going to be really nice to kind of put things over the top when it comes towards those later stages.
I will say, though, outside of the Ornn, which I agree is just obviously the better late game champion in pretty much all contexts, every other lane, I actually take the Golden Guardian
You like
side.
Aphelios more than Jinx for late game?
A lot, actually.
Interesting.
So I think like Jinx, of course, is very powerful, and of course, she can play at 725 range.
That's what I really like, is I just think range is so valuable in late game when time to kill gets incredibly low.
But the thing I'll kind of bring up, though, is like, you get red-white on like an Aphelios, and he actually kills your entire team in 2 seconds, right? The big Inferno Molts brings your entire team to half HP like he's Karthus. Like, yeah, it's not every single time, but the good Aphelios is, like, they'll save white if they have to, they'll save green if they have to, there's just something there that he's always got access to that feels high impact that I personally just take Aphelios. Hey, maybe that's going to be up for debate and other people take differently, but that's just my own read on this one.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, it can, of course, be hard to play Sylas as well if you don't have a Sinja ult for yourself. And either way, it's going to be a fun game regardless. My eyes are going to be set on the 5-minute, 50-second chance at a top lane tower dive. Licorice should own top lane against Jenkins. I want to see if they want a first blood over there with Prize Stalker showing up, or something else happens in the meantime and the game moves apart from that.
Yeah, I'm also going to be following this mid lane. While Sylas is definitely going to have a better time against Victor than Renekton, it still can be a pretty difficult matchup early on because it is actually Ares Scorch. He's also going Tom or Tonic with the Corrupting Potion. So there is a high amount of poke damage that can come out in these early stages. And if you overfight for some of these early minions, you can really run out of health fast. And get pushed back to base at pretty bad times. As long as you can kind of survive the first few waves and be okay, get a few levels, Sylas can start to get to this point where you can at least spend your health to wave clear and then just continually reset and kind of stay healthy on the map that way. But definitely those early levels in a lot of these matchups are key. You know, how many lasers can Victor hit can dictate so much, especially when you're going Ares Scorch, because every single time it's very punishing.
And it's basically on charitably mind games, realistically just on the Victor, that his E hits you. Because it's instant cast, it's got like a 700 range, like initial location. So realistically, if he's paying attention, E will hit you on every CS you ever go for if it's up from cooldown. If you mind game him really hard, maybe you would dodge it, but it's on Victor to land every single one of those. Like if the auto attack's gonna trigger Aerie, his Q, if he needs to, will do the same thing with Scorch as well. So yeah, I expect it to be very difficult to lane well against Victor early on. Pride Stalker gets his leash and going for a pretty heavy clear, actually taking Krugs here on this Xin Zhao, as the mid lane is to fight for the wave a little bit. And in the early game, of course, Victor cooldowns are reasonably long, and it's not so hard to play around it. Contracts here with the early E gets to do Raptors a bit faster.
Yep, he's going to be clearing likely down towards bot side. You know, has the Thresh down there, could try to look for more of an aggressive play. These lanes can be pretty explosive when you have the Thresh, when you have the Alona. Both are playing Glacial Augment and Ignite, so not a lot of tankiness. They do have the ability to kind of lock each other down and look for those potential kills. Contracts, just going, red Raptors into the Gromp actually here. Yeah. So, going for a pretty quick level 3, and we'll see where he wants to go after this. If he's going to try to take an aggressive look or just fall back into more of a farming pattern and just kind of clear it out.
I like this ward as well. Lee Sin, I think pretty much always skips Krugs, so not a ton of information actually gleaned by that ward, but guarantees you know what's going on. Contracts.
He wants to go for Krugs very likely. He's going for a wraparound.
I think it might be towards the mid lane. Of course, keep in mind, Palafox should have CC. This bypasses every single ward. Is this going to be the volatile play you're looking for? Stun, should it land? Good flash to the side. That is Ablazal losing his flash, as Contracts can now go collect Gromp and Wolves. At most, Prize Stalker can steal Krugs, and even that's going to be a risk.
A nice little aggressive path there from Contracts. So just gets quick level 3, straight over, ward hops over the wall. Has the read that the ward is going to be in the side brush by the river here. And I think able to circumvent that vision, get behind. Yes, they don't get the kill, but they do get the flash, and it relieves the pressure here. Palafox is going to be able to farm up this wave, unharassed, so he's going to be feeling good. And doesn't really slow down the clear that much. He's going to be down, one camp or so at that point, but he's going to have the extra camp still available there to farm. And up on the top side, something you're going to see a lot of when you're playing Ornn into Renekton, those early levels, is your tower. And it's just going to be about how well you can farm these out. You can use E to help you prep those minions, and W with the passive proc is going to be more than enough, but you have to be careful about, as he hit that third range minion, didn't have time to actually get that last auto out.
Here's the expected counterplay. Again, new Krugs was up. Could have always surmised it based on just seeing Lee Sin's path and seeing the gank, but the ward, of course, makes it really safe. Top lane pressure means, yes, you can steal Krugs. Now, Cutter's coming over. He's going to bring Jenkins there as well. The ward's going to be killed. And level 4 Xin Zhao could be a threat, but it could be a fight all the same. Half HP. Jenkins the knockup. Now big damage to the Xin Zhao. 200 HP left onto him. Who's going to find it first? A flash to safety. Jenkins grasps, and he's got a teammate there as well. A 1-for-1 stays alive. Licorice forced to flash away. Steals part of the camp, but the extra gold, I believe, goes to CLG.
Yeah, that grass proc actually kept him alive long enough to get an additional attack off there and get the first blood. The painful part is that he walked away from a push wave, meaning that he loses those minions on the scrap and that it pushes away from him. A great trade from Palafox, but obviously spent all the spells, not gonna have enough to quite kill him off there. And Licorice did get a kill back himself, so Licorice is gonna be up in XP quite a lot, and that is kind of the problem there, but this is a very close fight. Starts off looking kind of rough for CLG as Jenkins is down half very, very quick, but the QW hits the passive proc, gets the double knockoff. That sets up for Contracts to come through. That grass proc actually helped live long enough for him to get the final Q and get the kill. Nicely done there. The presence of mind from Jenkins the turn, knowing he can't escape, he can't get out of range. You got to go for that grass proc, and it did allow him to get first blood.
Palafox is there soon as well, so even if the kill did go really poorly and Prize Knocker looked pretty good, you still probably get the rest of it off of the Silas showing up, so well done so far. That said, a Blaze Olive up heavily in farm. Some of that, yes, is the roam, of course, but Lane Kingdom so far for the Golden Guardians mid laner. Looking to see what's next up. 400 gold lead to Golden Guardians.
Oh, he sees
Jungle
him.
farm, mid farm, top farm as well.
He's going around. Yeah, he saw them both walk past it, so he knows that he's not there. And now Poom is showing, saying, "You're safe. Nobody's here."
Oh, meanwhile, Luger off of his teammate showing on the ward. Not safe, but the kill comes through in the mid lane. Well done. Luger lives, finds a slow as he is out of Summoner's Cleanse and Flash to get away from Ole at the end. Ignite was saved, knowing they didn't have the damage just yet. And that is going to be safety, but CLG on the board with the second kill gets the game a bit closer in goal.
Man, we need to get a full replay of that sequence from Contract's point of view, because that was actually really well played. Some nice mind games there from CLG. Capitalizing on the early flash that was forced was really, really well done there. The ward gave them the info that they needed, showed them that Ole and Lost had walked back towards bot, made him think he's safe. They get in.
They might force a flash, but Ole tanks all the damage, puts the shield up. Is he gonna die? Takes the E, flash the safety, and Lost just shuts down Boom. Glacier does not give you any tank stats, and they focus the Thresh, the flash auto, and Lost has won this fight 2-0.
That is huge for Golden Guardians. CLG, I was singing their praises. They created an advantage, and then it's just all thrown away right there, trying to go for Ole. And even if you get that kill, you're allowing a White Gun Aphelios to stack up those Chakrams, to fire back, get the damage out there, and Lost. So here is the play. So he has no vision, or rather, the Golden Guardian side has no vision. The plant just barely misses. They have the pink ward down. The red ward there in the brush sees them go by, and then as soon as they are out of line of sight, he has Poom come over here. Poom showing on this ward, as Contracts can just wrap completely around. Full awareness of where the wards were, played it out perfectly, even utilizing the Thresh to kind of give that false sense of security. That is a really heads-up play from CLG and Contracts. Unfortunately, it's followed up by this one, where they're moving on in here. They go in for the aggressive play, but Luger is not in position to actually follow up whatsoever. The only thing he got in range for was the zap. And then Luger not feeling comfortable to actually step forward. They're back towards mid, the hook connects.
Great hook for Poom! Thankfully for Blaze, all of his flashes come back from cooldown after the level 2 gank. Rocket not gonna land, yeah. Gonna be okay, but a lot of pressure on this mid lane. A kill on the board for Palafox from before. CLG trying to play it close, but it's a 1,000 gold lead to Golden Guardians. And Blaze all gonna ulti just for the wave clear here and misses some of it. As Luger just kind of sits alone in the bot lane. Ulti's gonna find a stun. There's a lantern, decent damage, will not kill, but 200 health is low for a Jinx.
Yeah, that gets really risky. He has only the one potion that is currently running, so he's got to be very careful now, and it's going to mean you lose plates. Your jungler is not there. That is, what, 10 minions, probably at least, that you're going to actually have to give up, plus the one plate. As Lee Sin is now down in the area, they feel safe to kind of move up and collect the last little bits of it, but a good bit of pressure there from Golden Guardians, not overextending, going for the kill. They know they couldn't get the actual full to dead lethal there, but are able to put on some pressure and utilize this small advantage that they've already created to extend it that much further.
Denies 100 gold or so from the minions he had to drop, and that's pretty good for a couple of ultis. And now on the top side, Golden Guardians. Infinite top lane pressure, 80 CS to 66, and that's, with the kill on each of them. Top Herald will be claimed, no problem. Pride Stalker smites it with, I believe, the last of his small smites. And then we'll see where it goes. Demolish has been used a couple of times top lane. Lickers have gotten a bit of damage done. You could probably go for the entire turret here. And indeed, you can see how far back Jenkins is playing. Yeah, obviously, he already knows Xin Zhao's top lane off of the Herald call out, and at 3K, you summon it. Pretty much guaranteed it's going to happen, and indeed that will drop. So a surge of gold comes through to Renekton and the Xin Zhao. The fighter squad is going to be very, very far ahead.
And they should be able to walk it in for a second charge. They see Lee Sin, I think, down on the bottom side. I'm not sure if that ward actually spotted him. Now they see him for sure. So now I would have thought that they would want to actually escort that in.
Hit it. If it's the eye, it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I feel like knowing Lee Sin's down on the bottom side, unless the call is to actually try to respond to this dragon if you think you can stop it, but I don't think they have anywhere close to enough time to do that. And those tier 2 towers are so valuable. Yes, the Herald won't kill it outright, but it'll put it low enough that if Jenkins is ever not there when Licorice gets the tower between Demolish and a couple autos, the tower gets finished off, and you get a really nice injection of gold. So I do pretty highly prize pushing in for that second charge anytime it can't be a 2v2.
Quick zap on with Champion, has lost 6 bit of damage, but with Red Gun will heal right back up to full. As you get the double Gore Drinker in. First mythics on the board belong to Golden Guardians. Thanks to the pressure around the top lane. The problem is they can't use it on anything just now, as Dragon was already taken off the table by CLG's bottom side, and it's just some golden pockets that won't convert for a while.
Look at the gold lead, though. Almost 3K here. Just past 10 minutes into the game. Feeling very, very good. You're happy about the scaling that they have on this team. Obviously, Aphelios Victor really, really strong in the later stages.
Yeah.
The Xin, for sure, is going to have more value on average than Lee Sin. Lee Sin always has. One of those things, I always really liked Peter Dunn explained it this way, where, Lee Sin is a champion that basically scales with player skill, right? And I kind of actually really like putting it that way because on average, your performance is going to be lower, your value is going to be lower, but if you can pull off the big play, you can have much higher value than some of these other champions. And I think it's a really smart way to put it, and it applies, I think, to a number of these really high variance, high skill champions.
They land the hook, but it's really just for the disengage. Pride Stalker up 2 levels on Contracts. Contracts hits the smite, though. Chipping in for a bit more, though, is the Xin Zhao kicked into the tower. And as you mentioned, scales with player skill. Almost finds it, but no! Oh. Well, keep it going.
Man,
keep the comment. It scales with player skill. I'm sorry, Contracts drops again, shut down by the Aphelios.
That is actually heartbreaking. When your bottom lane is losing, your jungler is losing, Pride Stalker's just walking into your tower 1v3, and you say, all right, punish this guy. What is he doing? Kick flash under the tower. Not only do you die, insult to injury, he just walks out the other side. That sucks for CLG. And off the back of that, they are monstrously behind here. The gold lead extending even further. Lost is the one that got the kill. They get more plates, you lose more farm. This is 5K now at 12 minutes. This is a stomp all of a sudden off of what was looking like a decent early game there for CLG. The wheels just kind of fell off here pretty quick.
That's too bad, but that is kind of the case we're in right now. Merc Tread's now done for the Renekton to shore off some crowd control. There is quite a lot on the CLG side, of course. And with the double longsword, I'm leaning Death's Dance here on Pride Stalker Xin Zhao, which is, outstanding. I know you and I were both checking fighter itemization on the new patch. Death's Dance is pretty much the generic #1 option for any jungle fighter. Ma comes close, so if you're more... Obviously, hey, we're going to do a Gorn Drinker or whatever. Mythics are not changing that much, but you're going Death's Dance or sometimes Ma based on composition. Death's Dance is generically pretty strong. And so, a pretty good, just if you want to brain AFK, just Death's Dance Ma every game, it's going to be close enough.
Yep. And when you're playing from ahead, as they are, you very often can actually, get that reset, get the heal from the Death Dance, and then it becomes such a snowbally item, especially on some of these kind of sustainy fighters, champions like the Xin, who can be very difficult to actually knock down. You start getting those kills, it can just become near impossible. Palafox looking for a flank, trying to see if they can find an angle here, but he's just trying to fight his way out.
Horn, knock up there. It's going to be enough damage. Palafox walks away for a second. Contracts on the board. CLG looking for signs of life. A flash to safety. A blaze all getting around the choppers. But that is a fight won by CLG. TP not even spent for that one. Jenkins was already there for the play.
Yeah, Jenkins just walking down. They know that this game is getting out of control. They're saying, okay, we cannot play standard lanes. We need to make a play. They call down the Ornn, but the problem with that is Renekton's going to be chilling in the top lane. We'll see if he can actually finish off the tower top or not. But this is one of those cases where, you know, if we can get a look at that top tier 2 and see how much health it actually got down to, it would have actually died had they gotten the second Herald charge. So this is one of those cases where it did actually make a difference. Had they walked in that Herald, it would have been a dead tower there, and that's another injection of gold that unfortunately for them, they missed out on.
Yeah, 4,600 would have been 54 as Golden Guardians goes to the resets. 50 gold to everybody plus 600 on Licorice individually.
And that's a big deal for a snowballing Renekton.
Exactly, right? You suddenly get to finish your, you know, some other big piece of Death Stance, right? Like it finishes Warhammer. Oh, it's a pretty big deal here. It's an expensive hobby, you know, Warhammer. So important that he gets that gold whenever possible.
Do you have to paint them and, you know, paint the items in League
You can
2?
buy pre-painted ones. They cost even more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I have friends who play Warhammer.
Do you play Warhammer?
I don't.
No.
I don't. My only tabletop hobby is D&D, but a fun game and much cheaper. You buy a source book, or your DM buys a source book, and you get to play for free. It's great.
All right. Well, CDR boots here for Pride Soccer.
Oh, that is big damage. Lost. Can he kill him? Not quite. The ulti comes out as the Lantern's already there for safety, but a nice try.
Yeah, Lost getting aggressive there. You know, when you have that early Gale Force completion, your burst gets so high on Aphelios. You know, when you know these combos, when you know your kill thresholds, you can start playing it very, very in the face of your opponent. Try to look for those kills. Contract's taking that in, but Licorice, the only reason you have to be scared is if someone else is there, so you're not really in any threat of dying in the 1v1. You just have to keep moving away back to your tower, make sure that someone else doesn't arrive and find that fight. And now Contracts may have overstayed his welcome. He's on the wrong side of town.
He has Smite, isn't using it. There we go, get some health back, and now Pride Sucker's here, kicks for one. Cannot channel because Pride Sucker's already there. He's in combat, I'm sorry. Contracts, but you have died. Signs that one with his own blood. Another death now, 3 on the board for Contracts.
Yeah, that is just a bit of a greedy play there. You know, when you show pushing the Renekton out, you do not have control on that side of the map. They have no vision on that side of the map, but Blaze Olive, though, may get ran down here. We'll see if Poom can find him.
That should be a slow, so a flash play, and no flash should make this one a very easy follow. A sidestep guarantees it. I like that to the left. If you dodge at all, you dodge to your doom. Sadly, Poom claims the kill. Ignite was unfortunately unneeded, but money on the board for CLG. Gold lead rests at still 5,000.
Yep, nice little kill there on that bottom side, but they do get Herald on the other side of the map here. So going to be able to either take down the tier 1 or even just kind of drop it up on that top side. Licorice does collect the gold from that tier 2, so they get that injection just a little bit later here. And now the threat of a wraparound around this mid lane is pretty real as they're kind of just moving forward, getting vision. If you step too far into your jungle, or what at least used to be your jungle for Contracts, it's getting rough. And I mean, you don't have to look any further than the vision on the map. This is so many deep wards. You know, we've got a deep ward over here. We have these wards all in this area. There's nothing on the other side of the map for CLG except that one ward hop ward that Contracts was using over by the enemy blue buff where he died.
Well, his body no longer a ward. It's come back up as a real champion.
Spotted, though. He's looking for the flank.
Unfortunately, yeah, so not going to be able to find that play. Another turret goes down 4-0. Golden Guardians have grown a 6,000 gold lead. Now it hits 7,800 against FlyQuest before it turned around, so CLG, never say never. When you believe in them the least, they start doing the best. CLG sadly had hype coming into the season, so y'all cursed it for them. Think about that next time, CLG fans.
Let that be a lesson to you.
Let that be a lesson.
Don't get excited about your team. What are you thinking?
Just saying, keep the cautious pessimism, and then you're gonna start getting the wins. That's all I'm
Glass is
saying.
half empty.
Glass is half empty. CLG.
The faith is half full.
The faith is half full. I think that's actually, that should be their hashtag. Uh-oh. That's a root in time. He can't lantern. Oh, Lost. He lands it all. Ole follows it up. And Luger gets dropped, his first death of the game.
Luger was trying to play it right to the edge. They're trying to wait till the end of the Lantern, get enough damage out, then take the Lantern to safety. But Lost had the better timing. They get the root right before it's about to expire. He can't take the Lantern. Ole flashing in. And Lost and Ole, it has been a bot gap in this game. They have been crushing. They have been the ones with the pressure, turning around ganks when they come down there, pressuring those tower plates. And it is a quick second item here for Lost. He is basically a full item up on Luger at this point, so We'll see if they can get Licorice. Licorice is strong, but 3-man bot.
Renekton ulti stolen, kicked into the wall to buy some time, flayed backwards. You gotta believe he dies. Gets a big heal. Gore Drinker into empowered Q, and he's got reinforcements. A Blaze Olive's here. Try to blaze a trail for the squad, and now Licorice to 1k help, but she's back up in a second. Here's a heal. Luger's gonna be around. Does Lost get the play? He's got teammates as well. Ole wants to get around. Long range ulti, can it land? Hex Flash, that'll get him in range. That's gonna be one target. Will it be more? They find a single kill. The rest get out. CLG walk away with only one death, but the gold lead is now 7,400.
That is when you know you're in trouble. 1v3. Licorice, when they didn't kill him at the start, he gets the Gore Drinker, he gets the empowered Q, pops the ulti. More than tanky enough to survive, and a Blaze Olive coming through. The flash now having to be popped by Luger because he just barely did not have the cleanse available there. Another tower gonna fall. This gold lead is enormous. 8,000 pre-20 here. Golden Guardians are just absolutely slaughtering CLG in this one. They are looking so aggressive, so confident coming out the gates here, and this is the kind of play you want to see. This is the kind of play I think a lot of people were hoping to see from Lost on TSM last year, where I think somewhat unfairly he received a lot of criticism. You know, he wasn't the best marksman in the league, but he was a pretty solid player, and I think the expectations were just so high when he's coming in trying to kind of fill the shoes of Doublelift, who had exited. That's pretty hard for a young player to do, and I think Lost, showing his class for sure in this game, has looked really good, has been playing it aggressive, and showing some of that potential that we know he has in this new pairing with Ole. And it's kind of, you know, the old and the new brought together here. Ole coming back, you know, from a retirement, making his entrance into the league, you know, wanting to really make this, you know, his career again, and proving himself, you know, by climbing to the top of Korean Challenger, showing he still had it, and now trying to look good here.
In danger, gets the lantern, but he's at 5 HP. I'm just saying, Collector probably would have killed him. Lord Dominic's went ahead, does not give you squishies. Obviously, it doesn't really matter.
He's playing Ornn later.
He's playing for the future, exactly. He's building for the future. He's playing like, hey, it's a powered trough right now, but, you know, when we're at 3 items, if it gets there, I'm at IE LDR. I will kill the Ornn. Like, it's a style choice here. You know, not going to give him too much criticism for it, but it is not like always correct. It's a style choice.
For sure, yeah, and this is something we've talked about a lot in the past, and I just kind of look at it like, are you playing for 2 items or are you playing for 3, right? You know, and Collector I think is a really powerful 2-item power spike. He's kind of future-proofing his build, so to speak, right? You know the Ornn is going to have a lot of armor later on. Between him and the Victor, though, they are already getting, you know, Magic Pen through. They have the LDR through. The Ornn is just going to be too far behind the curve, I think, to really stand up in any reasonable fight. So for CLG, it's going to be about the X Factor. Usually when you're this far down on gold, it comes down to CC. You know, you have to have the kick flash on the right carry and knock him in, get the kill instantly, because you cannot take, you know, even fights whatsoever.
Yeah, and you're seeing now, Jinx gets to play for a wave, drops the cast minion, Lantern's out as soon as he sees Aphelios on his screen, because careful, Gale Force Purple Q is a root that gets hit confirmed into death, and there's no Lantern without cleanse. And you don't want to lose cleanse for caster minion, so plays it safely. Golden Guardians keep the wards down, Hex Flash over the wall. Ole would love to keep controlling this side of the map. Only a 26 CS lead in the top lane for the Renekton, but he's gotten enough done here. Death Dance in, going towards some magic resist. As the mid lane is getting cleared out, Luger dropped a bit low, try to disengage. CLG staying alive as long as they can. They find that kill on the Victor. They got the CC lock, and they got the shutdown. So signs of life for the blue.
Yeah, they have gotten a few picks on a Blaze Olive, who has got to play a little bit careful. You know, got picked on bot, now he gets picked here around mid. You have to pay respect to the power of the engage. CLG does still have some really good engage and some really strong follow-up on that. But, you know, Licorice, though he's only up 26 CS, don't think you can blame him too hard for it, because he's at 11 CS per minute or so, you know? So he is farming really, really well. I think Jenkins has done a good job actually maximizing farm when catching those waves. And some credit deserved by him as well for not being too far down. Licorice, though, going to try to sneak out here, and Contracts maybe in the wrong spot.
Root trying to get the ward hop, gets away a little bit here. Got Palafox around, but is going to be enough. A flash E for Pride Stalker wants in for a bit more. Sinja ult to buy a second, but it's not going to matter. And he gets to click the Lantern, though. So safety for Palafox, but another death for Contract.
And they can go Baron. The Baron is spawned. You have the jungler dead. You're in the area. Are they going to make the retreat to it? I think they should. Just have a Blaze Olive kind of play bodyguard on the outside, and there's no reason that you can't at least draw them in and look for a turn. And that's exactly what they are going to do here. Try to force CLG to take a fight that they know they can't win.
They're gonna get a little bit hooked down, but 4v5 is gonna be tough. Ornulti not up for a little bit here. Same for the jungle, same for the mid. So that's gonna be a tough play right here. 3k health, just kill it slowly, let Pride Stalker gingerly bring it down to 900. Wait out the Jinx Rocket. Okay, that's gonna be good enough for us. 150.
That was a late smite there.
Yeah.
That one made me a little bit nervous.
Not the best. You know, that was a little Felios crit with Chakram, so it just keeps going chunk, 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 chunk. You get it eventually, but it's fine. It's fine. The Baron has been claimed.
Bombs right there.
10,000 gold lead. At CLG fans, and I mean this in the nice way possible, just for this game, just stop believing, and then you get the comeback. All right, just count them out. See what happens from there. I want to point out, though,
quite the comeback.
This would be a gigantic comeback. I'd say easily the biggest of the year, since this is 10,000 gold difference. Yep. Also worth noting that Hextech Rift is the snowballiest rift of them all, so that can make it really tough to play around as they get extra aggressive plays with the Hex Gates. And they're trying to get away, and so far it's going to be the case. 2v2 soon, though, as Ole is on the way over. Pride Stalker here soon, and CLG just have to walk away out of this one.
Yep, Licorice not in any threat there whatsoever. Even if he takes a little bit of damage, he had not used the Gorgon Interactive, he had not used his ultimates. You can't get baited in on that play. If CLG committed to it, they would have been going down. Pride Stalker, though, going to have the ulti forced out as he's kind of stepping forward pretty aggressively into Luger. And Luger's still going to do some damage. He is on 2 items there. You know, he is not a joke on the Jinx. Though he is far behind, so have to pay some respect to that. Make sure that this is a clean close out here at Golden Guardians, looking for their first win, and you want to make sure it's a clean one.
Objective bounty going to be useful. Those are guaranteed to be fully stacked bounties, so 6% more, 800 extra gold for that turret, 1,300 for the top lane outer. Brings it back a little bit, but instantly answered as mid lane inhibitor is down, bot lane being pushed in, and the mid inhibitor itself will drop after that turret was slain.
Fox back, they're going to go.
Trying right now 5v4. Gale Force gets lost to safety. And that is a big ulti down, which means probably no more team fight. A quick stun, though. We know no ulti on Pride Stalker could be playable as Firefox walks in for a bit more. They trade the ultis actually back and forth now, and that's forcing a Lantern back to safety. Thankfully, high ability haste for Pride Stalker. Let's get the ulti back again just in time. That's going to be double inhibitor down for CLG.
I mean, he has a super high CDR build. A lot of these new kind of bruiser items have a lot of CDR on them that you're building. You're not going Sterix anymore. He has Black Cleaver, a Caulfields, and he has CDR boots. So he has a lot of cooldown reduction and can afford to use that ultimate pretty haphazardly. You know, it's under a minute cooldown at this point. He's going to be building towards that Death Stance next, very likely, and going to have a really strong 3 items. Death Stance has already been done for quite some time on Licorice. Item is super, super effective, and this top half of the map is really, really strong at this point. The IE has come through for Lost, so he is past that power trough. He is really at a strong point of the game, and you can see on the other side, yes, Luger got his upgraded Ornn item. That is nice, but he's on just the pickaxe of the IE, so he has a very long way to go to ever catch up here with Lost. And for CLG, it's going to be trying to capitalize on mistakes. You know, they've got to try to find people overextending on a side, utilize your strong engage, get an instant pick, pull back, try to kind of just keep buying yourself more and more time to slowly scale it up and hope you can get it a bit more even later on. But, I mean, Golden Guardians have some strong win conditions here. Pilfer the enemy jungle, take away camps, wait towards Soul, which is only 4 minutes away, and even before that, you've got another opportunity for a Baron, which is going to draw CLG out of their base.
At least in the meantime, we've got a quick play here in the top jungle, and able to come back to safety with the Lantern. The Ornn upgrades are coming through. Both he and Jinx have upgraded Mythics, so every level add another 800 or so gold to the inventories of CLG, and they've got just that little bit of extra stats. I assume Palafox will be next up, and they can try to keep up in this game as they farm the inhibitors. Good to see Golden Guardians still getting the farm that they can, though, as Licorice shoves in the mid lane himself. Doesn't let the XP and gold go to waste, and they're looking at poking the top side. Will this be a turret they can siege? Ulti down for Lost, hits nothing. No play to be had.
Not going to find too much there, but really the name of the game is just keeping them pinned in a base. You know, one of the kind of unseen powerful things about keeping a team locked in like this is they start to lose vision on the map because all your wards will start to expire, right? If you keep them pinned up here for a couple minutes, the only thing they can actually have out on the map is a ping.
Try, double slow, nice attempt by Palafox with the Leon ulti, not going to happen though. Bot wave shoved in, both of them. It's going to be a pretty slow clear for the Ornn, but will there even be a tower dive? Flicker's on the way, so maybe so. Jenkins has to walk over. The turret's going to take some damage. Is there a play? Stun going to land on a 2, and here's the dive in from Pride Stalker. Is it enough, though, as the Ornn Horn comes across? Gets some CC. Will they shut down Pride Stalker? They're going to try. They trade him for the turret. 1 for 1 in that regard, but that is still a kill on the board. Luger cleansing, running away, staying alive. Decent damage on an Ole. And careful, it could be stunned. He is so, but No re-engage, so safety. Turret is down, but the Nexus turrets will not yet fall. A kill on the board buys some time. CLG stay alive.
They do stay alive, and critically keeping that third inhib up is such a big deal because it becomes so overwhelming if you actually do lose that. The Hex Gates, this is some of the power of being ahead, is it actually way more useful as kind of a defensive tool for the winning team than it is as an aggressive tool for the losing team.
Oh yeah.
You cannot just blind Hexgate into the other team's jungle when you are down 10k gold. You will almost always have that go bad. So really you kind of only get access to these first gates, out towards wolves to increase your clear speed and things like that. But even that can be very dangerous to take when you don't have any vision, and they have very little of it. They have this one pink ward that's kind of over on the right side of the map, and that's about as good as their deep vision is getting. Now they're trying to establish some wards to hopefully be able to move forward and actually utilize that line to then be able to check forward at the Baron. They're trying to use this as a staging ground to be able to get some wards into the pit, knowing that that's going to be spawning in 20 seconds. But as soon as the reset is complete, Golden Guardians back out on the map. The sweepers are ready. They're going to clear out all these brushes as quickly as they can, and just once again, turn out the lights.
The wards, though, not cleared away. There we go. Licorice spots it, and it gets the drop. I think Pride Stalker's actually the sweep there. The wards will die. Oranhorn sounds into the fog of war. They're going to find a knockup onto just the Renekton. Not a prime target, so it's not going to happen. Dragon Soul in 1 minute 10.
And Luger wasn't even there, so I don't think that they could have even followed up on it, no matter who it was, really. But Licorice now in deep. We'll see if he can get out of this. A Blaze Olive coming in.
1v3 for a bit. A Blaze Olive is here, as you mentioned, getting some decent damage, and poor Lee Sin. Contracts drops again as he was separated from the squad. The CC was there. The other three able to kill him. He'll be dead easily for the Baron play, and probably for the Dragon there as well. Golden Guardians get to just collect their victory here. I don't think CLG get to leave the base. They get to clear and earn some gold. We'll see it dip back below 10k for a second maybe, and then it's Baron on the board. It's Dragon Soul claimed, and Golden Guardians will probably end the game from there.
Absolutely. I think you just grab the Dragon Soul here. You reset off that, spend all your gold. I don't even know that they actually need to reset right now prior, but they do have the Hex Gates to get out, so they have enough time, with that additional move speed to get over. Palafox looking for a deep flank. Yeah, flip a coin, look for some sort of a pick, hope that you get lost face checking you, and see if you can get that kill. But they're playing it safe. They're playing it safe.
You played it really well, though. Had the blast run for the escape, so QE backwards auto attack is really clean for Palafox. Sadly, T's crossed, I's dotted. No way for a pick on a Golden Guardians. They're going to try. Contracts is here, though. It is a 5-on-5, but against Baron and against a sharp team at 11,000 gold. Licorice goes to the flank play. He's going to be jumped on. Now, can they win the 5v4 is the question, as Palafox tries to on the backline. Not going to happen. Oranhorn sounds. Knock up onto 3, but Boom is going to drop. Is it going to be enough, though? Will they find a kill back? Licorice so tanky, and Palafox cannot find the kill. 2 for 1 in favor of Golden Guardians, and it only gets better from here, as they've still got a jungler. They've still got the chance to play for this one. CLG will try to pull it out, but will it even happen? TP available for a Blaze Olive. They're going to send him back to base to heal to come back. Can they burn it down? They're going to try. Smite's going to be crucial, and they claim the bounty. Is it going to be enough now? Ole locked in place. Ole dives in, but Ole dies. And is it going to be enough now? 3-on-3. The retreat for CLG. They claim the dragon. They claim the bounty, and they've got to run. The Tifa was 2 for 2. I can't believe they got this much out of it.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. Golden Guardians playing very respectfully. They're very defensively. They had an extra man still in the area. I thought they were going to try to go for it, but they end up backing it up. They want to get the TP reset in for a Blaze Olive. Didn't feel comfortable, I think, moving into the fight at lower health. But as a result, you miss that soul win condition, and you are buying a significant amount of time here now for CLG, because some of the Baron buffs got removed. We can see this one more time. Licorice going for the flank, using the Hex Gates. He's going to kind of appear, right over here as they're moving forward. Palafox did a great job kind of kiting back and buying some time there for his team. And then as Licorice actually gets collapsed on, he gets stunned up. Luger is involved. He's buying time. You can see a Blaze Olive on the bottom of your screen is actually getting pushed out here by Palafox. The stasis are used by both the soul laners. And Ole, not able to help bail out Licorice there. He gets pushed back, but still, you're up a man in this spot, and I thought with the additional gold, they would have been confident to take the fight. I mean, they had GA available there on Lost, but they want to play it extra safe, and at a certain point, that extra kind of caution becomes a bit of a danger because you're buying a lot of time for your opponents. You can see Jinx now closing in on 4 items. Luger is a true threat. Palafox has hit 16. Everyone has their Ornn items. The scaling is in effect for CLG.
Knock up onto one. CC gonna land for a million years, but it's not gonna be a kill. Blaze Olive does not find his way down. It's gonna be Contract.
No.
Takes the Q onto a minion and just drops for it to flay out for a bit of time. Ole, tanky, gonna have to burn a stopwatch. Jinx ulti is down. Can they find this kill? Uh-oh, Jenkins is low. No more frontline. Ole at one hit. A flay back buys some time, but it's not a kill just yet. Licorice does stay alive. Lost knocks down a turret. Bottom inhibitor is gonna be open. That one's gonna fall now as well. 5 on the map, but the health bars are so low, Golden Guardians will disengage off a single kill.
They will have to disengage again. It's a TP flank coming through here.
These could be couple
Jenkins
kills.
and Palafox double TP. Can they actually catch them?
This can work, this can work, this can work. The health bars are so low, it is playable. Palafox is slowed, gets the, not a stun just yet, but has an ulti. Buys some time once you want to press that button. Pressucker just deletes him 1v1, almost wins it. The heal comes back in, pull back to safety. Jinx has a lock in and will find a single kill, but no reset. Jinx never got to deal damage. Ole dives in. Doesn't find much else. So again, CLG able to find themselves a single kill in this trade back.
Yeah, only able to get that one kill, but man, that fight in the base was so close to getting a reset for Luger on multiple kills. There was multiple people on the Golden Guardian side down below, what, 10% health there? Contracts, tried to go for a play, but just way too far in. Kind of overestimating what he could get done there, taking the Q in. I think he was hoping to find a ride in to be able to actually get a kick back. Meanwhile, on stage, we are having some quick microphone issues. We will hopefully have that fixed up and be right back in the game. But, it's so dangerous going for those types of plays on Lee Sin unless you can instantaneously find a kick flash.
Yeah.
Leona and Renekton will ruin your life. Point and click CC will stop any sort of delayed combo instantaneously. That's what happened to Contracts. And had he been alive, maybe those 5-10% HP bars are a kill. Maybe you can actually get that reset. And if Luger can get that, the fight can sometimes look very, very different. But the ready checks are going out, and I think we're going to be right back into it.
Lowercase r and all chat and a game to come back in. The 10,000 gold lead has remained relatively flat, and the fact that this happened to Golden Guardians last week against FlyQuest. Yes, a very different game where you're against, top Smite Karma, so it's a different texture here. But getting this big lead and then failing to close out that one, this gigantic lead where they got Baron, they're 5v4 on the map, they're then 4v3 on the map, and they don't claim Soul. I have concerns over Golden Guardians' willingness to close out games from ahead.
And the amount of gold that's going to be flooding into the base now. This feels like one of those things where sometimes you get a little bit gun-shy when something goes wrong in a previous game. You're worried about the throw, and sometimes playing too defensively can lead to that because you're giving so much time. Yes, the gold lead is still at 10K, but there's 5 Ornn items over there as well. So you can cut about, 4,000 or 5,000 gold off of that. Really, the gold lead is kind of cut in half. And at that point, this late in the game, time to kill gets so low that, with Death Cap coming through, with the Lord Dominic's almost done here, level 16 on Luger.
Yeah.
It's more about positioning and execution than it is about the wallet at this stage in the game.
It is, as long as you can kill the frontline before they kill yours, because Ornn's going to tank and ahead of Felios.
Yeah.
Better than a Renekton tanks a Jinx with reasonable gold income. So frontline, not going to be a good look for Golden Guardians. They should still have the playmaking. But the question is, they have to make those plays, and they haven't looked good yet.
Nope, they haven't been able to kind of close it out. Their early stages were looking really good. I think Lost has been having a very, very strong game. There's been some hesitation on some of these plays. Haven't been able to really close the door on a potential CLG comeback. We'll see if they can do that. One thing really working in their favor, though, still double GA is very, very powerful if it is going to be a one-fight game. Licorice can go ultra-aggressive, trade out his life to just keep Luger out of a fight. And if you can keep Luger out of a fight, CLG is very likely not going to win it. Lost as well, even if you can find that engage on him, you've got to kill the guy twice because he also has the GA in his pocket.
Next fight coming soon, though. Dragon Soul attempt number 2 is in 45 seconds. Preempted by a couple seconds by the Baron itself. I don't know if Golden Guardians want to trade that one for on either side, as bounties still exist. You can still add some extra gold to the CLG pockets. 10,000 gold lead underneath that now. 9.9 as CLG have worked back. It's going to force a flash out of Blaze Olive, and now that means Ornn can hit 3. Gets the Zhonya's out. A stun to the backline. Buys some time. A root on the Licorice. Hooked back in. GA may pop as he's flayed and burns his stopwatch for some time. But Jenkins getting lower and lower. Gordrigger heal comes in and he will burn. Lost is godlike. They do get through the Ornn. And that should mean a claim on Baron or Dragon 5v4.
Yeah, just barely. They're able to get those kills. The GA was spent flashes are spent, the stasis is spent. Contract's looking for some sort of a miracle steal here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in. You lose the soul, likely means you lose the Baron here as well. CLG, a good swing, but couldn't quite get it. And Lost standing strong.
Slows 3 of them, thanks to Leona. Yeah, it's a good play, but basically now any even missed engage is going to slow the entire team. Did Solar Flare slow one person? It slowed 4 people. The engage gets a lot easier, and it's why it's such a snowbally rip, is you just get the fights, because of course you're ahead. You have Dragon Soul. Just, having the battle happen is going to mean you close the game out, and that's so valuable for that purpose. Baron getting burned down. Again, CLG knows they can't fight for it. That's handed over yet again. Another Baron on the board. Golden Guardians, once again, get their lead above 10,000. This time, they got to close it out.
Yeah, this is their big window of opportunity here. If you can't close now, you're looking again at Elder 5 minutes in the future, where CLG is going to be polishing out those item builds. They're going to be finished up pretty much entirely. They do have to be a little bit careful because they did lose the GA for Licorice. So though you got a big injection here from that Dragon Soul, Licorice has to play it a little bit more safe than he did last time around. But we're just looking still for that closeout here from Golden Guardians. Lost has been untouched. He has the Summoners. He has the Gale Force available. Was looking for a potential flank there. Contract was spotted though, and he's gonna have to run.
Sees him, that's gone. Palafox steals Leona ulti, gets the Gale Force out of Lost. Top turret getting low, then with Green Gun, that's always going to die if you want it. But a flash kick, not going to find him. Lost flashes in time to get some CC, and Contract's going to drop. It's a 1-for-1, as Leona has been slain as well. 4-item Jinx can be scary. Inhibitor is down, though, is the important thing. Palafox on a blue elixir and a death cap. Can also get a lot done. Rocketing the team, not going to get a whole lot done. 4v4 Biscuit Jungler, just missing your primary engage. And Golden Guardians, with a Baron buff and a 4-on-4, are going to recall away 1. Taking the fight now as they TP back to mid laner. Sinja ulti claimed, and when does Palafox go in? Gets the invulnerability, and it dives in, killing Renekton. Trading 1-for-1. Now a 3v3 on the base, but the turrets are low. Keep in mind, the wave's been crashing in. This will be middle inhibitor down, bottom inhibitor available, and Nexus turrets at 10%.
Yeah, it's all about Luger here. You've got to protect him. It's just Luger and 2 supports, and they're going forward.
Diving in to kill the turrets, now diving in to kill the 80 carry, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the kills that you need in the backline. Order can't get it done. Lost gets the kill. The Nexus falls. 39 minutes. Golden Guardians on the board.
Golden Guardians picking up their first win. Really strong performance from Lost in this one, 8-0-7. They won the 2v2 very heavily in the bot lane. They're able to punish Contracts on this overextension in the gank and really took that lead and were able to snowball it very effectively. Yes, Golden Guardians have some things to work on as far as cleaning out that game, but I think Lost individually had a really strong performance, and it is still a step forward for this team that is trying to build upon this early stages of the year.
Definitely a good win for Golden Guardians. Just kind of, okay, 0-2 week, whatever, start of the season. Keep in mind, this roster didn't play lock-in. The Academy squad played, so it's their 3rd game together on stage. A luxury that teams like CLG actually got to play through lock-in and work out some kinks. And, CLG themselves went 2-2 in their group stage. Like, they had a win over Dignitas, right? They had some good-looking wins. Sadly, has not come together just yet. But to sum up on Golden Guardians, I think their early game and their mid game look really good. Like, if you take that first 25 minutes, I like Golden Guardians for a top half of the standings. Like, this is a good-looking team. It all kind of plays together really well. It's the back half that I want to see it cleaned up, right? This took too long to beat CLG. Letting FlyQuest back in last week, that's not kind of okay. You had leads against Cloud9. Like, that could have converted into a win. Like, those are all things where if you're a bit of a better team in the late game and you all grow together and improve that, then this team is 3-0 instead of 1-2, and I'm taking you far.
And to me, I think it really looks like maybe just a lack of confidence in what to do or how to actually, close it out. And if they can really build on that, get some strong voices in the team to try to pilot them through those mid and late game stages, I think this team, does show a lot of promise because, as you said, their early game has been pretty good across all 3 games.
All right, we'll see what more we have from them in the future, but Golden Guardians continue their growth. They got themselves on the board in spring, and now we are joining their 80 carry Lost on stage with Latagris for a Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Freak. Lost by my side. The first Golden Guardians victory in the books for spring. You did have an unconventional first week. Ivern mid, Smite top. How did you all bounce back from that coming into week 2?
I don't think we looked too bad in first week.
No, right?
We did go 0-2, but in both games we were in decent positions and had chances to win, especially against FlyQuest. So I don't think we felt too bad after week 1, and we just worked on a lot of our mistakes. We still have a lot to work on now. But looking forward to what we can do for the coming weeks.
Yeah, especially looking at the way those early games played out. And the early game here was pretty strong, too. You seemed like you were feeling yourself on the Aphelios, got you player of the game. Why do you feel that things went so well in the early stages?
I think we got a free herald off our shift. They didn't get much on bot side, and especially the 2v3 on bot when they ganked, and we blew Thresh Flash and got a double kill. I think that was a really pivotal moment for our game.
What's it been like for you gelling with Ole here in the bot lane since joining the roster?
Playing with Ole is really, really fun. He's a really interesting guy. He streams. You should watch it. Super, super funny guy, and it's been really natural for me to play with him.
Yeah, big personality. In general, this has been a shift for you coming to Golden Guardians as well, and it's great to see these strong performances right off the bat. What has that transition been for you, having an opportunity, turning a fresh leaf and finding victories here?
It's been pretty fun. I think joining Golden Guardians, they've been really welcoming, and everyone's super, super nice, especially the coaching staff. And yeah, I think it's just fun playing with the team.
Last, I'm very much looking forward to what you and the squad bring out in the games in the future. Thank you so much for stopping by for the interview.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and head on over to the State Farm analyst desk to break that one down.
Good on you, Golden Guardians, finding their first victory of the split. Comes on day one.
One on the board.
2, get one on the board. Hey, it's good to see. I at least know, especially having been able to talk to Blaze Olive and Licorice as well after a tough week last week on the Bud Light League Lounge, that they were definitely stewing in that, right?
Yes.
And you can feel how much they felt those losses, but also how winnable, in some cases, they felt those first 2 games were. So I think that's what's going to make this one feel much better for them, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, looking at especially the FlyQuest game where they, I think definitely could have won that game. I think one thing to laud them for, though, is that they are always looking for early plays. And they do tend to have really strong gold leads off the bat. So even in their 2 losses last week, they had some of the strongest gold leads in LCS.
Yeah, I think they are a team that clearly can get early game advantages. It's just about if they're able to run away with those. Even in this game, they had a monstrous gold lead off the back of a lot of really close fights that went down. There was this one for one in the top lane that was super close. But then especially in the bot lane, there were a number of kills that went in their favor, this turnaround in particular.
Just for clarity's sake, so everybody, make sure you read that lower third there. That is their week 1 performance in the O2, showing that they're still able to build those leads. This one around, like you say, Mark, was pretty astronomical how much of a goal difference they had built so early on.
Exactly, and it's great to see that. A lot of that for the first week was how Prize Stalker was pathing and finding ganks, and that was really good.
Yeah.
This game, a lot of it, this one was on loss. The fact that Prize Stalker was in a really tough position and they were still able to get a kill off of that, and then as Lost mentioned in the interview, that 3v2 that ended up turning into a double kill for Last and getting a flash for the Thresh, like they came up huge and they were able to keep the lead that they had and expand on it, which really feels bad after week 1 where you're not able to do that in both games, but congratulations to them.
I do know for sure that the Golden Guardians coaching staff are not thrilled with how long this game took to close out.
Right.
I bumped into Spooks, I think it was, backstage, and I was grabbing a drink, and I was like, how's it going? He's like, we'll get there. So, yeah, as you can see, the goal lead up and to the right looks really good, but it was around 10K at like 10 minutes, and it kind of flatlined there, or excuse me, 20 minutes, and then it took forever to close the game out.
And I think you could see that in some hesitancy. Like, you could definitely understand why they were making plays, and also additionally, on the flip side, why they might have been hesitant, having lost both their previous games with still having gold leads. So, that makes this a good game to go back and review, right? You can be like, and now that we've finally got the win, now we can look at shoring up a lot of our, mid-game map trading, because that's where a lot of it comes from.
Exactly, and this game wasn't made easy just because there were times on side lanes where CLG was able to catch them out. I think Palafox had a great game. Contract was active, was having bad looks, but there were good windows where they got to pick on towards. Blaze Olive a few times a few times mid, but one time on side lane, and it was delaying the game for Golden Guardians by a lot. So there's a lot of good footage for this one to review for Golden Guardians, and great footage for CLG, because for CLG, it sucks that they lost and now there's 0-3, but I thought this game they were a lot more active than they had been in the prior games.
If you were in that review session with CLG, what would be kind of the major takeaways for you from this game, like points to work on?
For me, I usually see it first step is like a play at a time. Everybody's on the same page as a squad. There are times where they're getting picked off. Like, for instance, there's one moment in Blue Buff where, like, Contract's getting picked off, right? Where I'm just like, okay, well, what's the overall objective right now? Like, no objectives is up. We're playing through one side of the map. Just go back to the fundamentals, because I think too many times in between, in the slower moments of the games, they're losing gold.
Well, Golden Guardians, they find the victory. CLG still looking for some clarity and direction. When we return, it's the undefeated FlyQuest, the only undefeated team remaining in the LCS, going up against the newest faces of TSM. We'll see you here.
Best team in the league. FlyQuest.
It could be a fight all the same. Half HP. Jing gets the knockup. Now big damage to the Sinjao. 200 HP left onto him. Who's going to find it first? A flash to safety. Jing gets grasped. And he's got a teammate there as well. A 1-for-1 stays alive. That's a root in time. He can't lantern. Oh, lost. He lands it all. Ole follows it up. Diving in to kill the turrets. Now diving in to kill the 80 carry. And that's going to be it. That's going to be the kills that you need in the backline. Or can't get it done. Lost gets the kill. The Nexus falls. 39 minutes. Golden Guardians on the board.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming.
They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
I played 2 years in NFL. First year I won a lot, second year a bit less, but I got MVP. And it was really nice experience, and the French fans are really great, and honestly it's just a really good community, and I'm really happy that I spent all these years in France.
Well, while I do very much agree that the French fans are phenomenal, I am very happy to have Takui here in the LCS with us this year. Next up, it's TSM versus FlyQuest. Two teams in very different positions. First of all, FlyQuest very much a surprise in week 1 to come out with that 2-0. TSM, however, 0-2. With the new faces on the lineup, it definitely does not feel like hope is lost, Raz.
It doesn't feel like that because their games are feeling like pretty competitive. They're obviously going up against, at least when they went up against Evil Geniuses, that was a tough one to go into. And they have glimpses of brilliance. There are times where we saw Shenyi and Tactical. They were able to take a great 2v2 kill versus Danny and Falcon. You're like, perfect. And then the preceding plays, they drops them below in experience. So it sucks to see, but they're only getting better.
I was going to say, I think Huni as well on screen is someone who I want to see a little bit more out of. He got the counter pick on Jenkins in one of those recent games.
Yeah.
And was not able to slam him quite like I would have hoped to have seen. So it is an area where I want to see a little bit more out of him. Excuse me, Fake God I meant to say, not Jenkins.
Okay.
No worries. It was the Dignitas game. He got the counter pick on the Gwen. It was the Graves.
Yeah.
It just wasn't particularly
That's
impressive.
actually not why I was giving you the face I was giving you.
I realized after I said it, when everyone arched their eyebrows, I was like, that's not who I meant.
No, but I'm arching my eyebrows at you because when you want to see more from Huni. I respect that.
Yeah.
Is this the game where you're going to get to see more from Huni against
against the empty lane?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This is the perfect game. He's probably going to get a free lane.
Okay. Yeah, well, so this brings us to FlyQuest, right? It's the 2-0 start for them, but off the back of the Smite top, which, while maybe not the cleanest of wins, they fell into their favor, right? They were the first team to bring it onto the stage, and they found success with it.
Yeah, and you can see that they have a pretty good understanding of how they want to play it. I'm not gonna, say that their execution has always been super on point, but they have been getting that first Drake pretty early. They have been targeting bot lane specifically. I actually think separate from the Smite top, and yes, obviously they've been funneling a lot of attention, gold, and resources into him, but Johnson has been playing a lot better than I expected. He's been performing really well for this team. And so now the question is, is Kumo going to take another Smite top laner going into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, of the 3 games we've seen in the Smite top, including the one Evil Geniuses game, FlyQuest have been the better team at being able to utilize the strategy early. The problem is always when it gets to the mid game. The mid game, of course, especially in their first game of it, where they gave up versus CLG. They gave up side lanes, they tried to go for Baron, they gave CLG a win con, and it became really dirty real quickly, but their early portions of the game have been excellent with this.
I think what's made them interesting and why they're able to continue these kind of mid-late game scrappy fights is their teamwork and just their positive attitude as so apparent if you're watching Champions Queue. Obviously, Kumo is at the very top here, but I've been watching a lot of Aframu as well because he's streaming it and it's kind of reinvigorated my interest in watching these people's streams. And he's hyping up the rest of FlyQuest. They're all over the top of that leaderboard. If you actually go down and look, there's multiple FlyQuest members. Johnson's on there, Jose Dioto's on there. They're taking it really seriously and they are all hyping each other up. And so Kumo being at the top, doing all these interesting strats is definitely a key person to watch.
And talking to Aframu, I got that similar impression, right? Where it's you know what? We're going to make mistakes, but when those mistakes happen, it's about being able to refocus and calms. And again, even when their execution hasn't necessarily been the best, they have been able to get game-winning team fights in order to take these games.
And now, Raz, I want to flip back to the mid lane to put a spotlight there. We heard from Takui himself in coming over to the LCS, but on the other side of the rift here in this matchup, we have Kairuo. And for me, seeing these two imports go head-to-head is going to be very exciting, but because one has had the success of the 2-0 start, the other has shown moments of brilliance and very much already, I think, in a number of ways, proven to us why he's here.
Yes.
But now we need to see the victory follow.
Yeah, one coming from the Pacific, the other from the Atlantic. I actually was able to watch TSM Legends and their series, and they had a focus on Kairuo and Shenyi, of course, making the move. And it made me realize, yes, this is a big journey for both of these players, right? You're coming over to a Premier League and you want to prove yourself to the audience. And I think Takui has already done that so far with his Zoe play. His Zoe play has been incredible. And all of these games that they have played so far, I've always been loving the fact that he's able to like make plays happen individually. Because at first we were like, oh, you know, he's going to be a control mage player. He's not going to have that in him, but it hasn't been the case. He's been on point.
So I want to get ourselves out to the casters and get this game started, but because this is the remaining undefeated team, I know you guys have predictions on record. I just want to go down the line real quick. Do they remain undefeated, or does TSM take their first one here today, Raz?
I think TSM takes their first win here.
I need to check Slack. I forgot what I said.
Okay, Mark's going to do that. You let me know.
I also said TSM, actually.
TSM, okay.
I actually said TSM too. What the hell?
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, all right. Well,
You don't seem very
I'm
confident.
tripping.
The prediction is...
What do I say? FlyQuest, can I change it?
Yeah, you can. You can
I
say
can.
it
I'm
before the
going
game's happen.
FlyQuest.
There it is, the flip-flopper Mark Z. You can always rely on him. Let's join Tigress and Jat in the arena for the call.
I see through your tactics, Mark Z. I don't believe it for a second. Welcome, everyone, here to the LCS Arena. My name's LaTigress. I got Jat by my side. Last game of the day. Let's go.
I've been waiting all day for this, literally, to see if this game would happen. And as they mentioned, it's surprising that it's an undefeated versus winless. Right now, COG, TSM, the only winless teams in the LCS, FlyQuest, the only undefeated team in the LCS, and there is a really good energy here. It's nice to have the players back. I was just headset off, listening to them banter before, and they're just, I think, excited to be back here and just hopefully ready to play a good game of League of Legends.
Speaking of that energy, one of my favorite things of last week was seeing the player cams of the FlyQuest players prior to the draft starting, because they had that trickle of a smile on their face saying, we know what's coming. They don't know, though, and it ended up being that 2-0 start that not many were expecting, but here we are getting into the draft.
Yeah, there was a lot of banter in the pregame lobby about how many smites there would be in this game. Notably, FlyQuest played the Smite top twice last week, once with Janna, the second time with Karma, even though Janna was up. We'll see if that's what they're going to continue to hang their hat on, because that strategy is pretty impossible to ban out with the number of possible enchanters, or not even enchanters you could take top lane and do a low farm Smite strategy with.
So interesting when thinking about the mindset behind those type of strategies as well. Obviously, we're starting to see it more prominent among other teams too. But when speaking to the players after the interviews, we want some of that surprise factor. So are they going to continue leaning into that or in another direction? TSM locked their jungler first though. Lee Sin in the hands of Spica, and then over for FlyQuest, a common prioritization to get Jinx up there.
Yeah, and so it is going to vary a little bit. The last time they did a red side Smite game, they actually picked Janna on 2. They obviously could still do it, but I think Janna, Tom Kench, Jinx is a little different than I would expect, because I'd want to see Engage on a team with Smite top. So maybe we see a standard game, but still plenty of draft to play out.
I do love that variation with that Smite, having Aphromoo on the Leona last time being so key in a lot of that, compared to when you first saw this coming through solo queue and a lot of double up of the enchanters and beyond. Over for TSM side though, Tactical very comfortable on the Aphelios, and this bot lane is one that I'm definitely looking at because of what they were able to showcase in the mechanics and their aggression early.
Yeah, and I think with them being 0-2, they want to have a much better showing. Aphelios versus Jinx is really a skill matchup at this point. It's what these guys have been playing against each other pretty much every game of Champions Queue that recently launched this week on Monday, and these guys have been grinding it. But unless one of those champs is banned or something changes in a patch, that's a bottom lane matchup we're going to be seeing a lot more of.
Interestingly enough, Jose de Oro and Shenyi were in a game in Champions Queue together last night.
Yeah.
It was Jose on the J4. You had the Rel come out, and they did pull off the W, but only one could get the W today, unfortunately, for somebody.
Yeah, I know they hovered Rel before going into the second phase of bans. Sometimes that's because they would consider actually locking it. Sometimes it's just debate. I would like to see it again, actually, from Shenyi. I thought the Rel that we saw from him, I believe it was in lock-in, was actually pretty good, but particularly it can be good against Tom Kench, since the Rel Q, the champion just does so much, but the Rel Q actually does break shields, which can be very good against the Tom Kenchi.
A nice layer up there, and then obviously when you're looking at a player like Shenyi that is so prominent on those engages, got a lot of really good Magnet Storms in that first game last week, just couldn't quite follow up with the rest of the team in the later portions of the game.
And it's banned, so much for that one. I like the Orianna and the Corki bans from here as well. A lot of times it's the Victor Corki trade, but you know, the immediate hover by FlyQuest, I think, is what they're going to lock in. It's going to push them a little bit more towards early game in mid lane, but I think Zoe can get an early push on Victor and then still have the one-shot potential later in the game, even if Zoe will lose side lane push in the mid to late game.
And while players like Kumo have ushered in that wave of flexibility for the rest of the team, depending on what they want to go, we have seen Takui on this pick of Zoe multiple times. Obviously making a splash over and lock in a good old steal to get everybody's hearts pumping, but just some great laning and knowing exactly when to poke and lock down the opponents. But we'll have to see what TSM end up responding with in these final moments of the lock-in, and it's the Rakan that Shenyi will be bringing through.
Yeah, with the Thresh and the Rel bans, it's not too surprising. You generally don't want to play something like Nautilus into Tahm Kench because you'll often kind of commit yourself to a fight and then just get murdered. So the Rakan being a little more in and out, I like, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be the strongest at getting push in the lane early.
And with Renekton going into the hands of Huni here, I know the desk was talking about wanting to see him pop off, want a little more from him. How you feel on the subject?
I'd like to see pretty much anyone on TSM step up more other than Kaido, and I do think Huni is a person that can have a solo carry performance. This is a trap card, though, if the Enchanter gets picked by FlyQuest on 5 right here, but they're going to go for something standard and just go for tank team fighting.
Classic Ornn for the team fight. Kumo, plenty of experience on that one, as many top laners tend to do, so a lot of that power relying on Johnson later on in the game. Both drafts lined up. What do you make of them, Jet?
They're very similar, actually, in terms of how they're going to look to line up late-game team fighting. They both have hyper-carry ADs. With the Ornn and Jarvan being on the side of FlyQuest, they're going to have a stronger front line. But TSM is going to be needing to play a little bit more from the flanks with Renekton, Lee Sin, Rakan. So, yeah, kind of the more I look at it, FlyQuest is going to be able to outrange and have better 5v5 team fighting. And I think TSM is going to have to get a bit of an advantage early or be very creative in the late game to win this one.
Which lays really nicely into some of the strengths we saw from them prior, because Kobe, during the cast of that latter FlyQuest game, saying they look more coordinated than the team has looked in 2 years. And then TSM finding those advantages when making the plays earlier, specifically in the 2v2 and beyond. So whichever team can index into those strengths might be the one to come out with the overall victory.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I also think, obviously, just being 1 week in to the LCS split, there's so much unexplored. So much can change in a week. We saw already today, Immortals, a team that many people were pronouncing dead on arrival, take a game off the defending champs, 100 Thieves. And if there's a week 1 to week 2 progression that I really want to see from TSM, it would actually be more from Spica. And I think it's also because he has such a hard job on this team in particular, playing the translator role many times for his support and mid laner. As a dual language speaker, I think it just puts an extra tax on what he needs to do as a jungler.
That is just kind of the constant thing that we'll be having to check in on, especially because in several interviews when appearing on things like Hotline League, making sure to be reserved in even his personal expectations for this squad. It'll take time for them to synergize. We're here in week two taking to the Rift for the first time for these two teams of the day, as most of FlyQuest gathering around here, but will be going back. But definitely tracking to see how Spica can make an impact early on the Lee Sin, looking for those plays.
Yeah, so far, the ward on TSM's blue buff is going to be matched by the ward on FlyQuest blue buff, so both junglers are going to have pretty good knowledge of where they start. I'd actually say the Jarvan early gank is slightly more potent than the Lee Sin early gank, so a bit of a wash, but we'll see if either jungler can remain undetected.
All right. Trying and going under the guise of the information offered through that early warding here. But Jose de Oro starting over on his red as those are now going to spawn. You can see the bot lane for TSM looking to go ahead and match them down there. And want to see where Spica brings that pathing early for that impact to try and get someone like Tactical ahead if you can launch off of some great lockdown from someone like Shenyi.
Yeah, both junglers going top to bot as well. Even though there wasn't vision directly onto Jarvan, it's quite easy to surmise where he started based on the fact that Ornn was late to lane and the fact that the blue buff wasn't touched on FlyQuest's side of the jungle. So not much to note of early other than the fact that Huni can probably play pretty aggressive from like 2 minutes 30 on, since that's going to be a timing where Jarvan would not be top.
Ornn duty quite classic when it comes to prescribing how that early game is going to go in laning, focusing on later on, get those ornaments online, and right now try and offset any pressure that but down in the bot lane, we already get some action. Tactical, ignited, flashes away. Both HP bars brought down low, but they're safe.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised the TSM was in that position. The Tahm Kench Jinx is just going to be stronger, especially when they have a level advantage. I mean, any duo would be stronger when it's 2 level 2s to 2 level 1s, but being in range of that engage and having to burn multiple flashes is a very good start to the lane for FlyQuest.
And a nice scrap over in the mid lane as well. Tukoi getting a little blasted himself, but has some of that sustainability through the potions. Both sides of that equation utilizing those to be able to stay into that lane a bit longer. But we were talking so much about Tactical and Shen Yi trying to go for the play. It's nice to see that aggression on the opposite side.
Yeah, it actually looks like Victor got a lot of really good trades on it to Tukoi there, and you can see he's actually freezing the wave at the halfway point there and forcing the Zoe into the early recall. A lot of times when trying to do that, the Zoe can actually out-trade the enemy mid laner, especially if Zoe can get like an ignite drop off a minion or something. It gets even more obnoxious, but that's very advantageous early laning for the Victor side based on how I've seen that matchup play in the past.
And off of that advantage, you could even see the way Huni was rotating through the jungle, make sure to use a good old bloom, try and seek out any information on the enemy jungler as possible. So you know that Jose de Oro is hovering over on that bottom side. Kumu getting chunked down here as well, a bit over the top. A nice wave to be finished off here by Huni.
Yeah, he doesn't need to push it quickly, actually. He'd love if that could trim the wave a little bit more, but we have a Jarvan sighting in the bot lane.
Shen Yi running into a little bit of trouble. Saw the Abyssal dive from Aphromoo. A long distance lock isn't going to be anything for the big old catfish to worry about. And Jose de Oro here for additional assistance if necessary.
Yeah, not much necessary though. He got a pretty nice early Jarvan clear. Full top to bot, takes the Scuttle Crab so he can recall on a pretty powerful item there in Pickaxe. So he'll have more combat power than Spica if they end up meeting. Spica here, I think, just to let the wave crash for Huni and maybe even get a play. Dive would be rather ambitious.
Now walked right over that ward, so Kumo knew it was coming, locked in and stunned out. And on the opposite side, Jose de Oro is here for the lock-in, knock up onto Huni, a burn onto Spica. First blood going over to FlyQuest, Jose de Oro taking it.
Ooh, that was very forced by Spica and Huni. I'll have to watch it again to see if there was a critical cooldown they missed, but generally diving a cloth armor Ornn like that is very dangerous. And bot.
Oh, Shen Yi goes in for it. Flashes used. The Drowsy landing onto Shen Yi. The burst is good.
No flash.
Kill in response. Tukoi finishes off.
Aphromoo and Johnson with more early lane plays, capitalizing on the flash being down already. And you don't traditionally think of Tahm Kench as this aggressive laner, but the current iteration of Tahm Kench with that W engage range absolutely can be. And because of what they built early, they're able to capitalize on it here.
Watched a lot of Tahm Kench from Aphromoo on his stream during Champions Queue as well, so he's definitely warmed up coming into this matchup. Johnson and Aphromoo's reuniting after times parted has probably been one of the most exciting storylines of FlyQuest in general, and seeing how they can capitalize upon that previously established synergy to bully out some of these enemy laners.
All right, let's watch this dive one more time. So they stack a wave, they get Kumo under turret. Huni waits for the stun so they can get... Maybe the Lee Sin Q didn't land. I'd have to watch it again in slow motion, but again, an ambitious dive, especially because if Jarvan is there, at least one of you is going down on the back end. Renekton hadn't even shot, so his damage wasn't particularly that high. And then Tukoi finds a nice roam timing, as Zoes can often do, and makes it count.
You know that jungler is on top side. You know that he's not going to have the opportunity to even out the numbers game in that engaged down bot. So FlyQuest, nice opportunity to capitalize upon that, bringing a 1K gold lead for themselves at 6.5 minutes. That means the Drake has spawned. Cloud Drake for us to kick things off in this game. Some vision established on the outskirts of the mid lane, but we're just now starting to see that sweep through. Jose de Oro making his way through the tribe bush, sweeping it away, and Spica is nearby over on the Krugs as well. But lots of rotations from Tukoi between mid and bot to do exactly what you expect to find those opportunities.
Yeah, because if that's just a farm trade matchup in the mid lane, Victor is going to win out eventually once he can get his Hex Core upgrade on his Death Ray, it's very easy for the Victor to get shoved. But until that point, Taku can play pretty aggressively, get little timing windows, and then make things happen. He got the kill for the bottom lane, and then he also bought them time to get that dragon.
Great play off of that intel, going and making sure to secure the vision, take it away. And there you go. FlyQuest still extending their advantages, not just within gold, but objective control across the map. You can see the pings in response over on that top side, and even the control ward in that pit. But still some time before we see that Rift Herald action not spawning for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, and something that I want to pay attention to with the Rift Herald is really just what's the state of this bottom lane and when are they going to be roaming up? Because with that Jinx and Tahm Kench timing right now, that's timed up with the Rift Herald start, and the Aphelios needs to catch the wave. So they could think to start it over that, or they can just keep fogging back and forth in the river until they feel like it's a good time to go up.
And that's what Aphromoo is alluding to, maintaining his position in that pixel over in the riverside. But now knows that he's got to make his rotation down, because Shenyi is also going across some of these wards. They drop the control so he can offset that vision that was acquired by FlyQuest and move a bit more freely across the map. But you do have to be careful about that run-in with that opposing support here.
Yeah, especially when you're up against an Aphelios. If you try and move your bottom lane up to Rift Herald without having what's called like tempo on the Aphelios, so the wave would be pushing into Aphelios rather than Aphelios being at the turret, he's going to get like 300 to 500 gold off the turret. So, like, right now is definitely not a Rift Herald timing for FlyQuest. I think Jose Dueto is just trying to play defense to make sure that TSM doesn't take it on a Renekton push timing, but I don't necessarily think this would be a timing for FlyQuest. If anything, it's a timing for TSM to try and take it, because they have the bot lane move.
And that's what they're going to try to do. Spica starting it up slightly, but knows that Jose Deodo is likely still in the area. Shenyi making his rotation through, as well as tactical. So that early firepower here, ready for the 5-man collapse onto this objective for TSM.
Might see a fight.
Does Jose Deodo try and initiate this?
Everyone's here.
Day 4 is who you look to go for. Akuma also from the top side, going and throwing down the Oran Horn. Even the flashes directly into the level of impact. Cataclysm gets the lock even more. A trade of Huni for a trade of Jose Deodo means this is complete.
Really interesting series of events right there. So TSM thought they had enough time to kill the Rift Herald because their bot lane moved first, and they had the Renekton there first. But since FlyQuest decided to fully move up their bottom lane, they were just waiting for everyone to get there, and there's a split-second thing. If this Herald was dead 2 seconds earlier, the bottom lane's not there to fight. But Kumo notably leaves the wave so he can get the angle for this Ornn ultimate, and everyone can engage together. Even though Shenyi does interrupt the Jarvan EQ, it's just not enough with the Ornn Horn and the Zoe Drowsy coming in over the top.
And with both of these teams kind of indexing into that strength and team fighting, knowing that Kumo can make that rotation around and set up very nicely with that angle is what you want to see from the side of FlyQuest against TSM here.
Yeah, things are looking very good for FlyQuest at this juncture, but we're going to have to pay attention to where this Herald is used, because if Spica can get a successful gank off in a side lane and possibly full break a turret, I'd say particularly for an Aphelios or a Victor, that's what's going to make the most difference. The easier Herald usage is for the Renekton, but at this point, I don't necessarily think the Renekton snowballing is something that can win them the game, and they're going to need their carries, but it is also a more guaranteed use of gold for it.
And that Renekton, speaking of, just going to be put on that duty with Ornn, down flipping towards that bot side, and unlocking officially these support players. Now you know that that Rift Herald is on the horizon. You want to be able to match wherever it could potentially lock down. And FlyQuest moving into enemy jungle territory. Wave pushed up by Johnson onto this turret. 11:20 soon enough on the clock means plates are still good, but TSM trade out on the bot side to get one for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to get a full turret of gold here. It's going to split a lot of the plate gold from the Aphelios towards the Lee Sin and Renekton. It'll still be the first turret. However, because it was pretty much a big map split, I think Johnson's going to get a good chunk of plates himself. We'll see how the gold pans out when this is all said and done.
And Johnson still left to his lonesome there top. You saw the initial rotation from Fly, but make sure to keep that pressure across both of those lanes with TSM's priority down here. Bot getting the second charge, though, off of that Herald onto the tier 2 is a really great spot to see from them with that advantage here.
It is. If they can make a return trip to that lane, it's going to be really beneficial. But as kind of the losing team at the moment, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for them to get there. I like that Huni did push Johnson off the turret there. I'm kind of all over the place here, apologies, but it's Kraken Slayer for Johnson, which is really important as the next Dragon is spawning, and FlyQuest has a team that really wants to group around Dragon and force fights, so they should be able to get good position for this Drake.
That Drake is up. Jose Deodo is on it. TSM is not. So FlyQuest, while doing everything they can to make sure they have as much security and firepower for the pending potential fight, they don't actually have to do it, stacking up the second one for themselves.
Yeah, they're now in a pretty comfortable position. Obviously, there's still a lot of League that can be played, and the engage from the Rakan and the Lee Sin is going to be a high threat for the rest of it, but getting the first Mythic on their AD carry, having Kumo kind of through the early laning phase without too much bad happening, and then also having the Zoe being ahead of the Victor, they're pretty happy with the game state right now.
Right in the jungle, though, Shen Yi finds himself on the opposite side of Jose Deodo and friends. Cataclysm followed up by Afromu. That's a kill onto the enemy support.
Oh, that's got to be so much nicer for FlyQuest on top of what was already there. Taking control of the red buff. Kumo is even very close to getting this turret for himself. This is on the edge of becoming a rout.
Kumo okay with not getting any extra plate action or turrets if he was left to his lonesome, but finding the opportunity on that top side. FlyQuest extending the goal just a little bit more, 1.4. And CSM having to reset right now. Venturing into the enemy jungle, Jose Deodo right here at his red, and Spica knows it. Throws down the Q, wants to contest for himself, so Jose just lets him be. Kayadwo is also nearby with Huni. Kumo could potentially be a target.
He's got to make sure to keep his health up as much as possible. Allow Jose and Afro to arrive.
Zoning off Jose as much as they possibly can. Flash away.
Ambitious.
Flag and drag in. Activated the Dominus here. Next knock up from the Ornn Horn. Kumo continues to go in to try and find a little bit of safety, but the return from Afromu is good here. So TSM not necessarily going to want to continue for that more. Flash forward by Takoi and Afromu. Goes for the Abyssal Dive once more. Huni is now separated. Tries to slice and dice away. The damage is too good.
Got him.
Spica is still here, though, but he can't do anything about it. Another flash forward. That's a Zoe. Just endless opportunities to do so. And the rest retreat.
The Tigers, that was a 3v4. And FlyQuest won it that whole time. Johnson was getting solo turret gold for himself, so he's now 1,500 up against the opposing Aphelios. This game is even closer to becoming a rout, and it's crazy what's happened with FlyQuest so far in this year. They win a couple close Enchanter Smite top games, and there were 4 undefeated teams coming into this week. FlyQuest is the only one remaining so far today. The other 3 2-0 teams all lost. So if FlyQuest wins this, they'd actually be atop of the standings alone in first after 3 games.
And I feel like it was so difficult to anticipate if they would be able to follow up on that 2-0. Not only because of the nature of this league, as we see then Jinx Rocket go down, but not going to connect on anyone, because everyone taking a game off someone else. Immortals taking down 100 Thieves earlier, but also because when you go for such a unique strategy, what happens when they go on a more traditional comp? And it feels like a lot of what they have learned throughout lock-in, trying to get more on the same page, not going for engages onto different individuals within team fight, not as present here, and been shoring this up more and more throughout time.
Yeah, they seem to be approaching this in a very calm manner. Also, last week in their game against Golden Guardians, they were down 5,000 or 6,000 gold, but the whole time they had Johnson ahead of the enemy AD carry, and they've just displayed strong team fighting fundamentals. I think that's something that is transferable between the Smite top strategies that work and the composition they're playing here. If that Zap landed, Tactical is probably burning Flash, but they're still looking to open up time for this Rift Herald mid lane. So yeah, absolutely. Tracking how well they play as a team, front to back, coordinating team fights. If they do that well, I think this game is in the bag.
And with the difficulty that FlyQuest has had in previous seasons, it is a nice breath of fresh air for them to have some familiar faces, but bringing in some new blood to spice things up a little bit. They gotta worry. Takoi Emperor Big got the Mythic across almost everyone except for the support. Wow. That's it. You go to sleep, into the grave, right under the turret. Don't even need the rocket. Another one for FlyQuest.
Of course, he burns 2 summoner spells right before he dies. It's like the false hope ends up costing him even more.
Oh, God. And FlyQuest can just bully him out. Says, Shanyi, what are you doing hanging around this turret? This is ours easily. Got the Rift Herald to drop down, too, which means they'll get an additional charge. Because without Tactical nearby, the remaining members of TSM will have some difficulty holding this up. They do try to get the trade with Kaiduo going over towards top so he can eliminate that turret and offset this pressure. But look, another charge there for Shelly too.
Getting that mid-tier 2 down before even their tier 1 is down is a huge boon. And the Dragon up right now, they haven't had time to reset, so it's slightly scary right now starting up the Dragon just like this, but they have enough control of the jungle. It doesn't look like TSM's going to contest at all.
Nope, and they know Kaiduo is top, does have the Unleashed teleport at this point in time, so you are thinking
Tactical,
about those things.
no
but
sums.
Instead, another Ornhorn drop through for Tactical. Doesn't have any of that escapability. Knock up after knock up, knocked down. Tactical out.
So, this is definitely looking like one team who is very much on the same page, and one team who is on a lot of different pages of different books. And it was a fear of this TSM team coming into the year that could be a possibility. They take 2 LDL players from China, not strong English speakers. We have Tactical and Shenyi, mixed language bottom lane, not playing well, and really, they're all over the place on the map. It's one fish in a lane, just getting picked out of the barrel over and over again. This is actually really looking like a 2-0 team versus an 0-2 team. So those records are not lying to us based on the strengths of the team so far this game.
I feel like FlyQuest wouldn't pick fish out of a barrel. They strike me as vegetarians, and they're always trying to save the world together.
It's not a fish factory. It's like humane, sustainable fishing. They're out on a boat.
They got the good dreams when they're having their little fishy sleepies in the water. I like it. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from FlyQuest in recent games too, because of that level of coordination and really waking them up on Summoner's Rift time and time again. Whereas TSM, you do ask that question, okay, when do we see that kind of gelling together finally? Cooney taking a bit of damage over here. Jose Odo's making his rotation through the side too, so they can just back him off, and they've got a little bit of time to burn some more of this wave.
FlyQuest has done a very good job so far this game, taking the opportunities when they're there, but also not overcommitting. I think there's a different version of Jose Dueto who flash ults there onto Huni trying to get something out, but he saves it because that's not how they win this game. They win this game by getting the Infernal Soul, setting up as 5, being first to a spot, waiting for TSM to walk in, and then just killing them with their better front line and better backline damage. So they just need to have patience here, waiting for this Infernal Soul, maybe even getting good enough vision control and going for an early Baron, but they will win this game around objectives.
Knowing when to exert that patience and when not to go too hard is one of the strengths of Jose Deodo as they start up this Baron. Seeing him in past seasons, even before coming to the LCS, highlight clips of him on the Evelyn, sometimes it's having that tempered moment, but we're actually getting the burn down. They're committing to it. TSM's making their rotation through. Are they going to try and go for a fight off of this? Kumo goes in, gets rooted, knocked out once more. Quickness to get Chenyi back into protected territory. Teleport directly into the center. Cataclysm thrown up, and Jose Deodo has to get out of there with the flash, but it's okay. FlyQuest here. Don't lose a single member. Take down Tactical again and get the Baron.
Just a really nice overall sequence there by FlyQuest. They had good vision in the jungle before they started up the Baron. They take it easily, and then they turn for a fight. And you can just see the mass of their gold lead as well. Kumo got hit for the entire fight, still didn't die. But we're going to see this one more time as TSM is trying to check. They were maybe a little late to go in, but they can't check blindly because they are up against an Orange Jarvan who can engage at the snap of a finger. So Spica almost gets blown up by Zoe on the side. The Ornn ultimate only hits one, but Jose Dueto's combo, as well as the Zoe paddle start, looked like it blew up the whole team. It was just one in a flash, but a lot of things disappeared when that connected, and they are in total command of this game.
As we get a continuation of the engages that have worked so well, Johnson goes golden, teleport from Kaiduo to try and get a good death ray down. Johnson with a flash in return, has the autos that are going to do those heavy hits though to take down Spica, and the rest of FlyQuest are in pursuit. They do have to worry about the low HP of their ADC, but they still take the support. Jose De Oro with the flank around to get the knock up, and the rest of the team has finally arrived as well. A good old bubble to get a good chunk down onto Huni, brings his HP bar down to 50%, and Kumo taking the tower so they can get this Baron empowered wave to finish off that tier 2. Not going to connect with the Ornhorn on this one. Aphromoo flashing forward to see if he can get a tongue slap onto somebody, but in the end, it's still an overall victory for them as they pressure into the base.
We're only 22 minutes in, and it looked like they were one Jarvan ult on a group away from just ending the game. TSM's gonna try something desperate.
And they know that they've already gotten a decent amount of poke down and burst. Spica connects, but not really a very safe opportunity to move in on that.
Oh,
Rousey also going to sleep, and you see the E come in from Jose De Oro. Targets 3 with a Cataclysm. Huni, can you swing away as the Relented? We're looking at you to offset the rest, but Tactical gets a nice kick onto Kumo. So 3 taken away for Fly, 3 for TSM. It's a bloodbath.
Whew, that was definitely the bloodiest fight we have seen, pushing the limits a little bit as FlyQuest was low health, retreating towards the spawning Infernal Soul. Tactical clutched that fight really hard, to be completely honest. He had the white gun, got a ton of chakrams going, was at a sliver of health, and is the one who ended up cleaning this one up. But remember, the Ornn ult is down at the start of this fight because of what was tried previously, and we got to cut away from this because Huni was trying to stop that Infernal Soul, and it did not go well.
Oh no, the crocodile goes down. And that means that this is Soul going over to FlyQuest. Is looking pretty good for them. Almost 8K gold lead. Yeah, the last fight went even, but they're still winning across the board. TSM are here for an attempted contest, though. Takoi feels like he ain't never missing a shot. To let everybody follow up, Super Mega Death Rocket lands onto 2, but they're tanky enough and enough to sustain available to them as well. But the zoning right now is unreal. Look at that. Spica, just a couple shots. He can't be in it anymore. Knock up onto Shen Yi, but that's the support and enough distance just to say, okay, we want to make sure we secure this Drake, and we got it.
Takoi has been incredible this game. He doesn't have a CS advantage on Victor, but that's because he's been making plays everywhere on the map. He was able to get enough control of the lane in the mid game to make roams. He's just completely controlling the space that FlyQuest has vision for. It's very hard to check spaces against Zoe as the team is behind, but he's landing everything. And here's the final fight.
The flash and the charm from Shen Yi goes Drowsy. Can't even fall asleep yet. They say no dreams for you, buddy. We're just putting you right down as soon as we possibly can. Spica trying to get a little bit of safety, but there's no safety when FlyQuest has your number, baby. Trying to punch them tickets. Huni already expelled his ultimate. Every single time Takoi goes in, he said, "This is my dream territory." FlyQuest pressuring, not even 25 minutes yet, chat. We're already knocking on the doors. Huni with the last stand right there in the back. Rocket slicing through nobody because there's not a single face left. Shen Yi coming up. And on the clock right now, FlyQuest remain the only undefeated team in the LCS.
Wow. That's a game that'll bring smiles to FlyQuest fans, that's for sure.
Oh my lord. So I loved last week in the crazy kind of I don't want to say it, but cluster craziness, right? I love it though, also seeing just how clean this was. Very straightforward.
Yeah, that's a tale of two teams right here. FlyQuest just on every cylinder, TSM looking fairly lost. And there was some joking in the lobby chat between these two teams with the release of Champions Queue. I mean, Kumo is at 175 points, currently tied for rank 1. It opened at 6 p.m. Pacific time. They were joking that they need to make this game fast, like both teams, to get back in Champions Queue. Well, I didn't know FlyQuest was going to take it so literally. Like, they just ended that fast. The quickest game of the day for the only undefeated team in the LCS.
And speaking of Kumo, if he's trying real hard to get into his home seat so he can queue back up, on the Ornn, great engages, looking specifically to him and Jose De Oro on the J4 to make those fights happen, and it feels like they were extremely synergized.
They really were. That was all smiles. Like, I haven't seen a team that happy on stage all day. And I think it makes sense, right? The expectations for FlyQuest coming into this year were understandably low after having a poor 2021. Their lock-in performance was okay, but we're 3 of 18 games in. Things are looking great for FlyQuest. It'll be about how they build on this and how they keep up that level of play.
I am a little bitter because we only came in for 1 game.
And it was too fast.
So short.
We got like half a game compared to the earlier games.
Come on, FlyQuest. I just, wanted a good time. Well, FlyQuest do remain undefeated. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up our day at the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, Tigris, and welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. FlyQuest is speedrunning that game to remain undefeated at 3-0. And to be honest, I appreciate that because I think they recognize that with Jat returning to casting, maybe his, his vocal stamina wouldn't quite be there, right?
Gotta wrap it up.
Like, hey, we'll get it done for you, buddy. Good time out there. Honestly, this was a shellacking.
Ridiculous.
This game felt over at 6 minutes.
This is why they don't play standard.
Whenever that first dive attempt.
Mark, this is why they don't play standard. You let them play standard, it's going to end too early.
They're too good. They're like, guys, we're smurfing. We got to keep people interested in our games. Let's go make it interesting with, Kumo's not allowed to play top lane.
What the heck?
I mean, so unironically, I feel like we talked about how Cloud9, when they were playing EG, Fudge in an interview said, like, we thought they were the better team, so we wanted to throw a curveball at them. This is the first time FlyQuest doesn't throw a curveball. Reading between the lines, I think it's because they really thought that, we're better than TSM. We're going to outplay them in a straight-up standard draft, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I really love this draft from FlyQuest. A lot of it, I mean, being able to pick up the Jinx specifically. I already talked about how I think Tukui's Zoe is his best champion.
So good.
And he does it again. So, it's really difficult. And then, I mean, as much as I'm talking about the Zoe play there, Jose Diodo's Jarvan, it was just insane. The bot lane, EQ into a 3-man knockup. I think they performed incredibly. So good job to them.
It's a standard-looking draft. The reason why we showed it was because it's a departure from what FlyQuest had shown us just last week. But you dive straight into the gameplay, and again, everything went right for FlyQuest early. Everything went wrong for TSM. This is that first dive we're talking about. Going for it, even with the knowledge that Jarvan might be showing up. That's exactly what happens. It ends up in a 1-for-1 trade. You flip to the bottom side, and Tukui uses that time, I think, so brilliantly to take advantage of bot lane summoners that were blown not long before.
Yeah, and when we're talking about what Tukui can do on the Zoe, it's stuff like this, right? Like, he recognizes that he does have a roam timing because of the top play that just happened. And like, we talk about Zoe's and what her strength is, especially when that first turret goes down. Well, if she can just roam the side lanes before that, that's such a benefit for FlyQuest as well.
And I feel like it led to the whole team kind of popping off. TSM were trying to make plays around here, but there's been some miscoordination between them. Shenyi used his ult, thinking that Kaidoa wanted to go in, and then he just ends up with a no-ult Rakan during a Rift Herald fight. Plus, your Victor ult's down, and I think FlyQuest knew that, communicated, and said, like, let's fight them. We can actually win this now.
This has to be one of the worst feeling games, because that one was a very clear one that led into them just hard losing the next fight. The dive, I know we're going to look at this one, but the first play that we saw, which was the dive on the Ornn, just never works. It will never work.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 4v3 that they're losing. Like, these are situations for TSM where, like, theoretically you should be in a good position. That's why it feels extra bad when they turn south, is because you kind of did the legwork to get the odd number advantage, and then you get outplayed.
Yeah, and so many things went wrong at this point in the game that you even had moments where, Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits, the Aphelios.
In the mid lane.
In mid lane, he blows flash, heal, still dies, comes back mid without flash, dies again. It was a lot of errors. So games like these are usually the worst to kind of go through, because past the point where you are behind, a lot of it's just, I feel like, tilt work.
I mean, again, from my perspective, you're in TSM shoes. After top lane goes bad, bot lane goes bad, wipe it from your memory. Move on. Just try again tomorrow, right? I don't think there's a ton to learn from that losing situation. But on the flip side, I think FlyQuest can look at a lot of what they did and be very happy and to have positive takeaways from that. Because as you mentioned, Mark, in multiple places where unforced errors maybe came out of TSM, FlyQuest was so quick to recognize that and then consequently take advantage of it in the next fight.
I didn't feel like FlyQuest looked great. They were all on the same page, and they were able to, like, accelerate their game plan. When you take an Ornn, you're not really looking at like, let's hard smurf the early game. If they're going to make a bad dive happen and Jose Dio is going to cover it, then they can actually win the game extremely quickly.
And that's kind of what we were talking about previously with FlyQuest. Like, okay, when are we going to see like a strong mid game from them? And yes, obviously this is incredibly snowbally after capitalizing on TSM's mistakes, but you can see their coordination and their team fighting.
I'm still waiting for a strong mid game because that one ended in the early game. But let's talk Pogs, because today we had our first player pick up their second one. Comes from this game. It's Takui on the Zoe. These are the 5 that picked up the honors today. Jojo Pion, Wild Turtle, Hansama, Lost, and Takui. But let's start with Takui, because already to put 2 up on the board, he's the only person in the league to have done so far.
Yeah, I remember like guys coming from the LFL as an MVP during the Spring Split. There are a lot of questions of like the versatility and champions that he can play, like what he will provide to the FlyQuest roster, and he's been incredible. I feel like, being able to go to the bot lane and connect with players, work alongside both Jose Diodo and Aframu, it's what got them this fast of a win, and so we need to see more of it.
I think it's no surprise that he's the first 1 to 2 because they're the only team with 3 wins. FlyQuest is the best team in the league. Of course, they're going to have the most Pogs.
Yep. People were talking about the fudge factor. They were talking about Bjergsen coming back.
Jojo Pion?
Jojo Pion, 100 Thieves. Here comes the environment. FlyQuest.
Is that his nickname? That's as bad as like Tim Duncan, the big fundamental. The big environment? Is that what Takui's nickname is?
It is now.
He's the big environment.
The big environment.
He has a nickname.
The Leaf.
He's also the small carbon footprint is his other nickname.
I like that.
A small carbon footprint. I like that.
It's
That's
getting
a good
worse
one.
and worse.
Raise your hand if you had on your 2022 bingo card FlyQuest last remaining undefeated team in
Thank
the
God
LCS.
I flipped my prediction.
Anyone? Not.
yeah,
Yay! Well done. Well done.
Doesn't
But
count, producers, it does not
I don't
count.
really believe that anyone in the world has their hand raised right now. And again, that's just to kind of showcase how incredible this initial showing from FlyQuest is. We'll see how long they can hold the top of the standings there, because they've built that game separation. But in doing so, you also paint that target on your back, right? Yeah. You've now built that expectation as you've won in a non-standard way and a standard way, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, because I almost hate saying that at this point. It has been so cool to watch it. I wonder how long it'll go. Now, we're excited here at the LCS to have Grubhub back again as an official delivery partner of the LCS and a sponsor of Delivering the Win. Now, this weekend, use the code IGNITE to receive an exclusive Grubhub Hextech chest and key on all orders over $15, and you're entered for a chance to win, a real-life Hextech chest filled to the brim with Grubhub prizes, like Emily did last weekend.
She didn't deserve it.
Okay, okay, Raz. I'm not getting a sore loser. All right, well, while you grab yourself something to snack on, let's take a look at Bwipo delivering the win in the Grubhub dub earlier today for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, this was such an insane engage that he was able to come in with. In the prime moments, you don't see him, but he's coming from the flank.
Yeah, and this is kind of redemption for Bwipo. He called out his own misplays on, in his interview. This is an amazing flank. It really, even though you have actually Berserker and Fudge, I believe, end up playing the back of this fight really well, it basically sets up Hansama to continue absolutely firing from the back line, and the game's over.
Exactly, and this was such a back and forth game.
Yeah.
So for it to come to this pivotal moment where he's like, okay, the last fights haven't been working well for me and the team, to find that flank and have faith that your team can blow him up. Hansama had a pretty damn good game. Same goes for Bjergsen, and so they had the range to be able to capitalize and get Blabber out of there instantly in that last fight.
I just see the Bwipo picture on the Grubhub graphic, and I can only imagine them as like the drivers, like the delivery people. Anytime there's like the Grubhub graphic with a player, I'm just, like, what if Bwipo showed up and was handing me my cheeseburger?
Delivered you some Grubhub?
That would be pretty sweet, man.
There it is. I would have full faith.
Put a big old smile on my face before I have a delicious dinner.
That's 5 stars.
Take one more look at our standings. I know we've talked a lot about FlyQuest there at the top, but I also want to talk about the rest just behind them. Bunch of teams is sitting at 2-1. It's 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Dignitas, Quantum Pay, Evil Geniuses, and Team Liquid. Before we get to the final 4, Golden Guardians, Immortals Progressive, CLG, and TSM in 7th to 10th place. So 2 winless teams still hunting for it. We'll see if they can find it tomorrow, but I love how close that kind of second position is looking right now.
Yeah, for me, my eyes go straight towards Immortals Progressive. I mean, Immortal is a team that have been stinking it up for lock-ins and week 1, being able to be competitive. And I know it's just in week 2 right now, but the fact that all of these troubles happen so early on, including lock-in, so they have the time to reform and then get back into the soup. I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Don't do it. Don't bring that back.
I'm gonna do it.
So unhappy.
I don't want
You
it.
can't
Mark
do a
doesn't
week
want it.
two.
I don't want it.
You can't do a week 2. It's
Yeah.
like, of course, the standings are close. They played 3 games.
That's perfect. I'm just trying to piss you off.
It's working. I was gonna say for me, the Dig EG game, leaving them tied in the standings, just showed how close it was. That was one of those back and forth games. It was very slow. All the EG people were memeing about how boring they made that game, but I still thought it was interesting for how back and forth the game actually was.
And then obviously we also have talked about C9. Not only because they lost, but because the draft we saw from them today was radically different from their week 1 drafts, right? So I liked a lot of things that they did, especially, reminding people that Fudge has a really large champ pool, especially when you're taking something like Aurelia, which he's very comfortable on.
Yeah.
However, I don't think Blabber looked particularly comfortable on the Karthus at all. So that was an interesting reminder of what they can do in their flexibility, and now it's down to execution.
Yeah, and I mean, for me in that game, especially, it kind of reminds me of TSM in the cases of like when you get to that later portions of the game, there are going to be some miscommunications, issues that just arise, right? There's one vivid moment of the TL C9 game where it's like, okay, they won the fight, nice. Oh, they're now funneling into
after Baron.
After Baron, exactly. And they
towards
start
Wolves.
funneling in and dying one after another. It's like, that one is the most easiest one.
Yeah.
They're going to look back and be like, well, we shouldn't have done this.
That one hurt me because not only was it the kills that go over, then you lose priority on the Drake, which ends up being Soul for the opposing team.
It hurts, man.
Bunch of what ifs. Again, they'll be VOD reviewing that. We know where our teams stand. I want to know where all of you stand when it comes to our predictions. We know that Mark made an intelligent flip-flop at the end of the day.
It didn't count!
No.
They didn't
It's
count
going
it
to
for you.
count. I'm going to go ahead. He made the flip-flop before Champion Select happened, so there was no new information.
Raz.
Sit down,
Stand
Raz.
up all angry.
Sit down. Well, fine, stand up. Just know that you're ruining the shot.
Well, they go on me, but we should.
Oh! He spams the shot. All right, well,
Look,
put him
it's
on
all the production.
Put him on
I want
a
to hear
single.
the
Put him on a
production.
single.
Tell me if that counts.
You go ahead.
Does that count production?
They all say it counts. They already confirmed it.
They confirmed it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're protesting.
Now you too can flip-flop on desk if you want.
You
got
can
the
only
power.
before
flip-flopping
any information
on
is
desk
out.
is not a new thing.
You've always had the chance.
Yeah, I have flip-flopped
Now I know.
a million times on the deck.
You've given me this power to flip-flop,
I
okay?
will
I've given it to you.
with
Yes.
my bad predictions.
Hey, you know what? I respect that too, just as much. All right, tomorrow's schedule. Let's see what we got in front of us. Immortals Progressive, that team that picked up their first win today in Raz's mind. An exciting team to see if they can continue that run and take down a Cloud9 that just took their first loss here today. TSM Golden Guardians will follow. EG versus 100 Thieves, though. Smack dab in the middle of the day, both at 2-1. That one's looking sweet.
Yeah, that one's going to be great. And I want to see just the game right after that. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest.
I was going to say, who cares about that middle game? What about the undefeated team?
Right?
Yep.
Team Liquid's doomed.
TL now when you consider TL's weekend too, right? Having to take down Cloud9 today and then go up against an undefeated FlyQuest tomorrow. You got to wonder how. And after speaking to Gehoto about how hard it was to prep for Cloud9, given the fact that they're willing to do everything from Ivern and Soraka mid to what they did today, and now you're looking at FlyQuest as an opponent, and you're like, well, they could everything from the Smite top laners to what we saw today. Like, what a horribly difficult prep week for TL.
Yeah, that is a rough prep week. Fortunately, I think Bwipo would respond well to a Smite top, actually.
He already is trying to build Hullbreaker.
Yeah, like I think his understanding of side, like, and overall TL's actually general understanding of side lanes is quite good. But Bwipo in particular is willing to stay in the side lane and just chill with Hullbreaker.
Yeah. If he wants to, he's going to pick Tryndamere again. You don't let him do it. So, like, I definitely see, I think we'll see more of a standard look from FlyQuest, which is going to be nice, especially after their game versus Golden Guardians, where they weren't able to get that kind of same lead early. So, yeah, I think we'll see a different look. And I mean, they were already looking damn good after the TSM game. So it's the FlyQuest supremacy. Anyone out there, if you're a fan, thumbs up. If you're not, become one, I guess.
The environment, the small carbon footprint.
Save the trees, the bees, the seas, and you're getting a lot of W's along the way.
You said it was so good. It was so smooth, and then it all.
I don't know where. I don't know where I was
a
going
little
to
bit
end
of
that.
that at the end. All right. Well, we're wrapping up here in the LCS studio. Our friends in Proving Grounds are just getting started. So, more than 50 teams actually applied to compete in the Proving Ground Circuit qualifier, and today the final 32 will be announced on stream at twitch.tv/Unified Live. Check it out and support the next generation of League gods. But that's going to do it for the LCS today. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
You don't have a pen?
Here. No pen.
Direction that Ari's headed.
Blue, you're in trouble, buddy, and he's gone. EG with control over the river. They are totally unafraid. Frost just died. There he goes. Someday with the flash, and he gets the heal as well from the Q. Closer's ready to clean it up. That was close.
This is the best looking 0-0. Never mind. Turtle from downtown, baby. He's still got it.
IMT want their first win in 7 games, and they're looking for it here. FBI in the stasis, trying to buy himself some time, but he's already down. Who he is down? Immortals.
Centauran is down, could not find a corpse. Explosive cast, Rocket 1 is not a threat, but the red buff. Now they're gonna try in the 2 versus 4, do everything they possibly can, but Bjergsen, or Berserker, doesn't have the damage. Azonius for a second. GA popped on 1, that's the kill. That's gonna be the ace, that's everyone down. 2 levels on Contracts. Contracts hits the smite though. Chipping in for a bit more though is the Sinjao kicked into the tower. And as you mentioned, scales with player skill. Almost finds it, but no! Oh. Diving in to kill the turrets, now diving in to kill the 80 carry, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the kills that you need.
Right in the jungle, though, Shen Yi finds himself on the opposite side of Jose Vioto and friends. Cataclysm followed up by Afro Move. Almost everyone except for the support. Wow. That's it. You go to sleep, into the grave, right under the turret. Don't even need the rocket. Not even 25 minutes yet, chat. We're already knocking on the doors. Huni with the last stand, right there in the back. Rocket slicing through nobody because there's not a single face left.